trying to get back to the upside here a little bit right now, trying to struggle, in fact, with pre-market lows coming into play right now as we get set for Friday to cap off a week that's been headlined with comments coming into Washington with Fed Chair Powell still talking very hawkishly, unfortunately, putting a bit of a sour mood on the overall market the past few days outside of, if you remember what happened yesterday, big bounce back into the close, led by tech once again. The NASDAQ pretty strong at the end of the day. When all was said and done, a few things to note here this morning. Coming up at 9:45, we'll get the two major economic releases of the morning. S&P Services PMI flash and the S&P Manufacturing PMI. Flash just means it's a preliminary number. It's not the final number for this, but again, 9:45. One of those ones creeps up just after the open. Yeah, a whole long list here of Fed speakers, including Fed's Bostic making comments right now. Loretta Mester coming up at 8:40, and then she'll be back at it again later on this afternoon at 1:40. So keep those in mind throughout the day. A number of individual movers to talk about. Space with an offering, Virgin downside in a big way. Fisker delivered 22 cars, 22 Oceans. Randy's excited about that in the U.S. That's the key, in the U.S. The first one's over in Europe about a month ago, but we'll talk about Fisker coming up here as well. It is Friday, June 23rd, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. All right, just waiting for our quote board to populate here. But trust me when I say we are still red across the board here as far as the overall market is concerned. To get going on a Friday, there it is, 0.5% or better, part of 0.6 now for the S&P, 0.4, 0.73 there for the NASDAQ. TSX futures here in Toronto pointing to a lower open. Crude is down another 1.5% on top of what happened yesterday. So pretty red to end the week here after a bit of a bounce day yesterday. We had 3 in a row. Downside leading into what happened yesterday. It was all about tech yesterday. What are we thinking here? Do we get another bounce back higher today?
Hold on, did I see that right? Was Bullard talking at 5 a.m.?
I don't know. There's been strange times this week with some of these. I saw one, there was 2 days ago, there was one at 4 a.m. as well. I'm not sure where they're
in
talking,
Europe, maybe?
Maybe,
yeah. Talking up a storm is the Fed. They were on yesterday. They'll be on today. Definitely, Loretta Mester, she'll be on in the morning and the afternoon. You'll get a double dose of her. But yeah, in all seriousness here, we are at critical levels. We just broke 4,400 on the ES. We'll be looking at levels on the NQ. Stick around for that, Brendo.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get some, a little bit of follow through right now. In fact, I was going to mention, hopefully we'll get some tradable volume on some individual names this morning. But session lows to kick things off right now. There's Robinhood, not really doing much this morning. Kathy Wood picking up 500,000 shares of Robinhood at the bottom there yesterday. Hey guys, happy Friday.
Sir, Kathy Wood busy as always, Robinhood, and maybe pay attention to that one of these days. Is a day trade, but it fell a heck of a lot more than I even realized yesterday's trade. So she was picking some up. SoFi is going to be on watch. It might break 8. I don't know, a little bit early for a breakdown. Down 5% on a downgrade by a firm I've never heard of. Quite frankly, we'll get to that one. It's on the watch list as well. Tesla trading down 1%. Oddly enough, Virgin Galactic, I am absolutely, utterly, and completely shocked that after that run up in price that they would drop an offering. That's just, it's completely bizarre. It's weird that a company would do that when they need funding to survive. So yeah, Virgin Galactic's going to be in play today. Back underneath the 200, back underneath $5. I think this is going to be, a fade if we get anywhere up to that $5 level. So there is going to be plenty to watch. The market had a fantastic rally yesterday, coming off obviously a pretty down day. I guess the NASDAQ even more spectacular. Bottom to top, held at 15,000 like an absolute champion, had some trouble 15.2. Well, 15,000 should be on watch again. So big levels here on the futures. If you just look at it, we had support from last week. So I think you got to be able to buckle up. I don't want to have too big of a bias in the overall market direction because we're right in the middle of yesterday's range. So I think you play to the top. There should be some shorts off that top. If you play to the bottom, there should be some longs. And plenty of names are at some key support levels, and we'll get to all of those. But some small cappers out there for you. SoFi and Space on my mind for the open.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to the show NBA draft last night. A big surprise who went number one. I mean, I can't believe that
How'd that happen?
nobody knew that Victor Wembanyama was going to go number one. I mean, that was unbelievable. Shout out to the San Antonio Spurs. I don't know if you saw him in like the green room. He's like he was beside that Scoot Henderson dude, and
Yeah,
he looked like his child.
There's a picture of him holding a baseball.
Oh, I saw
it's
that.
Freakish.
The baseball disappears in his palm.
It's ridiculous.
But his first throw it was brutal. His first pitch. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, but he's so big.
Oh yeah, I'm not whatever. But I just couldn't believe that he just looks like a man amongst, and he's 19.
Yeah.
These other guys that got drafted, anyways. My worry for him is the injuries. 7'5", lanky, but whatever. I just don't think he's. I mean, I get that he's the greatest
Ralph Sampson, same
greatest
thing.
prospect since LeBron James. But LeBron James came in a man. Like he was built. Like
LeBron James was different.
Yeah, like you knew that he had the body type and everything to like last in the NBA. Hopefully this kid does, man. Shout out to the San Antonio Spurs, and then of course Grady Dick, the newest Raptor, wearing that red. What an amazing! I don't know. I didn't even know the guy, and I feel like he's a great character. I don't know. Shooting those threes, hopefully be a good.
He's the guy I wanted for the Raptors. So I'm happy
we need that sharpshooter. So shout out to Grady Dick. Okay, so we have. I'm not saying that just on purpose. I mean, we're talking about the Raptors here.
Aren't you though?
That is no, really not.
Grady Dick's going to be a legend.
He should be. New format today for the sticky note. It's all electronic, baby. I just got to figure out how to get a watermark. Someone had a good point there. Whoa, 22 likes already. Thank you so much for all that. And a big shout out to my guy here, Brian Shannon, with the first like. So shout out to you, Mr. Brian Shannon, right there with the first like on the sticky note today. As we go electronic here, saving a little bit of eyeballs so you don't have to squint or anything like that. Check that out. And it's funny what a difference a day makes. Yesterday we're getting railroaded by Amazon all the way to the upside. And then today upgraded up to 130. There's that 126 level. I want to try to get long today. I was talking about a possible 129 bid, but let's just see what this market does here. Looks like it's nicely downsided. And then I thought because AMD bounced off 110 that we'd get some 110 action here today, but it looks like we're opening up below 110. I thought 110 could have been a floor. We've seen AMD really get hit hard. And then right now you're right at the 50 period, which is like 107, 108. You can go back. We've been having short on the sticky note every single day for the last week on AMD. They're all right here. You can go double check, go back. Here we go, 114 short sell, 120 short sell, 128 short sell. They're all the sticky notes the last week has been short sell on AMD. And you can see we can't hold overnight, but there it is right there, 130 down to 109. You've just chopped off 20% or 18% of AMD in 5 days. So bye-bye AMD to the downside. Let's see if there's any recovery here today. It's 8:38. We're ready to rock and roll. I think we have the NOS boss on today, so hopefully he can come on and talk to us about some technical analysis. But a shout out to everybody out there. It's Friday, baby. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's go Trader TV Live.
All right, a few things of note as we get going here this morning. As I mentioned, a little bit of a sour turn midweek after Powell took to the microphone Tuesday and Wednesday talking about more rate hikes to come, still the inflation battle to deal with here. So, I mean, he essentially said there's going to be 2 more by the end of the year. Keep in mind coming up next week. So he was in the Senate or in front of the Senate this week. Next week, he'll be in Congress. Essentially doing the same thing. So we'll get more of the same Tuesday and Wednesday next week, 2 days again. But the market kind of sour after that a little bit outside of, as I said, what happened yesterday.
Yeah, and the bond market not really buying what Powell is selling. They're really only looking for that 25 basis point hike in July and not pricing one in there after the Fed funds tool on the CME website reflects that. Having a look here at the 2-year and the 10-year, you see the 2-year is down 1 2/3. The 10-year is down 2%. So they're not buying what Powell is selling, at least on the bond market.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the overall inflation story remains the same. I mean, we were talking about these Fed speakers that are coming through all morning. Hi. Yeah, we were talking about all these Fed speakers coming through saying essentially the same thing over and over and over again in a slightly different way and really getting the same result from the overall market here. So a bit of a shrug of the shoulders as we head to session lows here, guys.
Yeah, we're actually almost down 1% already. So it feels as if maybe we are just going to instantly test that 15,000 mark. I was looking at some oil as well. But there are signs of, I don't know, I wanted to say signs of strength out there. And I think that means you have some big support levels. When I look at that 15,000, when I think that you can't be fighting the Fed, and we're probably going to get some talk from the members today that'll likely rattle the markets because everything that we hear is hawkish. Something like an Apple, which look, they're going to be launching their buy now, their BNP, and they're all about the banking right now. The 185 level, I've marked it off so that I do not miss out on opportunities here. I just feel as if we get to 15,000, you're going to want to have some things in your back pocket to look at. And where could you catch a little bit of a bounce? I'll take one. I'll take one, Randy. A little refresh on the coffee. Mine's already getting cold, so I don't mind refreshing it.
Just going at like 825.
You know what's weird? I do not like drinking cold coffee unless it's a nice coffee. So once it passes,
well, obviously, yeah.
Threshold,
I leave my coffees normally half full here.
That's how I roll too. I'm terrible with that. Yeah, so I like 185 on Apple. I think that could coincide with the 15,000 level in the NASDAQ. If you're feeling pretty bearish, then this can give you something which was a strong name yesterday, held strength. You got an obvious round number. We could be bouncing off that early. If we do get to the top, I don't have to tell you guys, we closed at exactly, well, I probably, unless you were watching, we closed at exactly 187. So there's a double top on Apple as well. If you get to that 187, I think it gives you a range up top as for a breakout potentially if they end up with a strong day today, which it's not looking like early. Otherwise, I'm looking for that 185 to be a nice little support. If there's size on the bid, maybe that's going to matter. I do think you want to give it a couple of shekels underneath just in case it breaks and not have an even dollar stop. But if 15,000 holds, I like Apple in front of that number. It's all bets are off if we can't hold on to 15,000. Apple can't hold on to 185. Then maybe you get one of Prad's Free Fall Fridays.
One of Prad's Free Fall Fridays. I'm done with that Free Fall Friday crap. Every single Friday, we're calling Free Fall Friday. And then when it actually happens,
but the best part about it is if you say it, then the market goes up.
I know.
As long as we keep saying it, then then it doesn't happen, and then therefore we're all happy.
I don't mind a Free Fall Friday. I'll take it. It's just, come on. We have to get more creative than that. We have to have reasons. But I think the reason is what you just said, Miff. We break this 15,000. We were just, we talked about this the other day. Market fell down, bounces off 15,000, huge move back to 15.2, does not even come close to retaking any kind of highs. So when you're bouncing off major support, that also happens to be the 200 period right here. This is just a 30-minute chart, but bouncing right there off 15,000, upside gets to 15.2, and then now we're going to open up all the way down here and try to take down 15 again. So yeah, I think that you're either looking, I'm not going long or short early at all today. I want to wait to see about this 15,000. This may come into play a little bit quicker than we even think. So I'm watching out for that 15,000 right there on the NASDAQ. There's really nothing else for even to do. I mean, sure, will Microsoft bounce? Will all these big names bounce if we hit 15,000 in return off there? Of course. We've seen that happen before. That was just a couple of days ago. If we just zoom back out on this. 332 right there is going to be a level to watch out for Microsoft, right? 332 goes all the way back about a week, and then there's the 15,000 bounce off right there, 332. So there are some key levels. I like the Apple level of 185. I like the Amazon level. We've talked about if you want to stay in pockets that have been strong, you just got to go over to NVIDIA. It's it's going to sound so ridiculous, but it's the 420 level again here on NVIDIA, right?
True.
That bounced off right there. So, you know, what you're trying to do is look for levels that have already held on stock at 15,000, and that happened to be key levels. So that's NVIDIA right there at 421. Of course, we can't look at AMD because it didn't hold anything. It doesn't matter what the NASDAQ's doing. So that's a key level for me is going to be NVIDIA as well. So lots of market movers today, lots to look at. I think we're going to touch that 15,000. We're not far away from it, man. I mean, right now you're at 15,050. So to see that is for sure. Yeah, 15,050. You like that? What's wrong with that, Randy?
It's a futures level. So
15,050. Love the shirt there, Randy.
It's a great shirt. It's a very Friday shirt, that's for sure.
Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama.
Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go?
Huh? Tommy Bahama.
Okay.
All right.
Everyone's like, what the hell are they singing?
For more tunes, join me and Neil live on the After Hours podcast, sponsored by Spotify.
The trading floor has never done a karaoke night, believe it or not, which is weird. You
But they
think
do a lot of drinking, so I figure like karaoke would be.
you think it would happen one of these days, but
Yeah.
oh well.
Anyway, shout out to Beach Boys. All right, let's go back over to the desk, who we know love the Beach Boys over there at the desk. I mean, these boomers over there love
Brennan
that
for
stuff.
sure.
So, all right, over to you guys.
Actually walked by a karaoke bar last night. It's not good. Not good. You could hear it from the street. It was really not good. Let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, for a Friday discussion on a few interesting ideas. We've been talking a little bit over the past couple of weeks about anchored VWAP and using it on different time frames, using it for different concepts to find opportunities in trading. You have a really interesting one today, which is kind of the reverse of what we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, and this actually came from a viewer, which I love. So, if you ever want to reach out and have me cover anything on the show, it's great because it, takes a little bit off of what I have to think to come up with. But this viewer basically was talking about that they had picked up Brian Shannon's book. You guys had Brian Shannon on. It was a great interview, and was talking about anchored VWAP and basically talked about how it's quite often used for trends. And the stuff that I've been showing off and the trades I've been taking have been trend continuation plays, looking for things that are always kind of pushing and moving higher. But was basically like, I like to buy dips. I like to find stocks that are undervalued. Can I use anchored VWAP for this? So I thought this would be a perfect week for it because, as you can see up here, we have the weekly chart of the S&P 500, and we're pulling back a little bit, right? Last week when I was on, I said, hey, we're up 5 weeks in a row. At some point, we're going to need a little rest or a little bit of pullback. And that's exactly what we're getting. It's nothing crazy. It's a little inside week if you look at that candle on the far right. So this would be a good week if you wanted to use anchored VWAP to try to buy stuff that you think might be undervalued, things that are beaten up in the long term. You can do this. Now, I actually had a chat with Brian Shannon last night, and he said, yeah, what you're doing makes sense, but he's a staunch trend guy. So I did get the go ahead from him, but he says, hey, if you can go with the trend, go with the trend. But for this particular viewer, we're going to take a look at how we can use this in the counter trend. So I have 3 examples about how you would have used it in the past here on Carvana, sorry, just because we know this one got hammered. And it's a really good example about how you could use this to buy dips when things are actually getting killed. So this first one is actually from July 2022. The idea is you wait for a low to get put in, what you think is a significant low. You anchor a VWAP to the bottom, and then you look to buy if the next dip holds. So you're not getting the absolute bottom. You're basically trying to look for a higher low in that stock as your turning point. So again, Canva, and we know it's gone way lower from here because this was around $50 a share. But the little circle I have would be if you anchored the VWAP to the low, it bounces a bit. And when it comes back to that anchored VWAP from the low price, that's where you take your shot. And you can see you had a good trade there. Now on the next chart is the same stock. Now we're in January 2023. It's a little bit higher from here, but we know it sold off even more. And you can see the same thing. I waited for a significant low to come in and then a bounce off that low and to hold that anchored VWAP. And then again, you get a pretty good trade from there. And then the last one is just the most recent trade in Canva, which again, you can use the same process. You can say, hey, I want to get a low put in. I don't want to buy the low. I want to see a bounce from the low and then a pullback and then evidence that it's holding that anchored VWAP, basically showing me that there's some institution that's looking to use this anchored VWAP as a way to load into a position to basically buy this stock that's undervalued. But as always, I want to give examples. And the first one, or give trade ideas for next week. And the first one here is KRE, and this is one that I'm really looking at myself. If you think the banks are done blowing up, at some point, KRE has to move higher. Again, I'm a trend continuation guy like Brian, but every now and then I want to take a shot too. And you can see that I took that low tick for KRE that happened early May, I think when the last bank blew up. We kind of took a nice push off that, and now we're pulling into that anchored VWAP around $40 a share or so. So if we hold $40 a share, I'm going to buy some more. At full disclosure, I'm already in around 40 from the last kind of time that you can see that it did this. But that might be an interesting one going into next week. If you want to be safe with regional banks, you do this with the index. If you want to be really, really aggressive and YOLO heavy, maybe you go into some individual regional banks, see if they're setting up the same setup. I like the overall index because unless all regional banks go bankrupt, then I'll be okay. Next one here is Tyson Food. Some bad news, I guess, came out on Tyson. You can see the big low that was put in, a very significant low there. You anchor the VWAP from that point. When it bounces and it comes back down, it's around $50 a share. Looks like that's being held, so maybe we get a reversal here on Tyson Food. The high of that gap, $60 a share. So this is a pretty slow mover, but that's actually a really good percentage return if we actually end up closing this gap at $60 a share for something. Again, it's a massive, slow moving company. So this is good for kind of new traders. This next one's very interesting in LMND because this one has a 26% short float. So again, anchoring the VWAP from the low, you can see a massive push off it. The low is around $10 a share. This thing came all the way up to 20. So I really like the look of these ones that really, really reverse, showing that there's, something has changed fundamentally with the stock from going to $10 to $20 a share. And now it's pulling back. And then again, always the purple line is the anchored VWAP. 2 days in a row, it's been battling that point. So if we can get some strength today on this one, I'm definitely going to take a look at this one. And last but not least is SYNA. Same kind of thing. Big gap down, massive volume, anchoring the VWAP from there. You can see it actually has already bounced twice from that level. So it's about $80 a share, give or take right now. That's where I'm looking to get. Again, if it can close the gap and move a little higher, I think 100 is reasonable. That's a good 20% return. And if I can get a 20% return on a swing, I'll take that all day long. So how I'm finding these is just using the anchored VWAP channel. You can find over at Trade Ideas. As always, tradertv.live will save you 25% off that if you want to give that a shot and find some of these for yourself.
Quick question for you. What time frame are we using this strategy on? Are you looking for like a retracement on an intermediate term downtrend, or are you actually trying to time the actual reversal point itself? Like, what kind of context should we be looking at it in?
For most of these, you can see they're actually really beaten down on the weekly charts. So I always forget to point this out, but in the corner, we have these picture-in-picture charts now, and those are the weekly chart. So these are bottomed out. But I've actually, when I was talking to Brian Shannon last night, he says he does the same thing. If he's looking to get involved in a swing trade, he'll do this from an intraday chart. So, say, for example, the daily chart is very, very strong, and on a 5-minute chart, it's really, really pulling back. Then instead of trying to guess where that pullback is going to occur, anchors a VWAP from that to try to get a better point for a trend change. So the main idea we're having here is that if there's an institution that's going to use this a VWAP to buy off the bottom, the idea is, yes, we know we're counter trend trading, but if we can get a really good risk reward play, like some of these things I'm risking, a $2, $3 to potentially make $10, $20, then I would personally, like KRE, for example, if I get a good bounce on KRE, I'm going to tuck some of that away in my long-term retirement account for a big move. But knowing that catching that bottom is really, really hard, using this anchored VWAP is a good way to make sure that we at least have a system when we're trying to catch a falling knife.
In the past, in the sense that, some of these ideas that we're presenting here with Michael, you can take from a higher time frame, a daily chart, a weekly chart, even monthly chart, and bring into the intraday time frame. And it's an interesting time in the overall market to do so, in the sense that we've had this huge run up, we're getting a bit of a pullback. So a lot of these individual stocks, Michael, making those intraday lows and then looking to maybe even make that bounce.
That's the beauty of trading, is it's fractal, right? Anything that you look at in theory from a weekly chart should work on a daily and a 15-minute and all the way down to a 1-minute. It just has to do with what is your trading style, what is your temperament. For me, I'm more of I like to plan things in advance and all of that. But, the guys on the desk, they're very, very fast thinkers and they're able to do things much quicker than I am. But yeah, everything that you hear in trading in some respects should have some sort of this fractal nature of it.
CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend. We'll speak on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
Michael, on that sometimes you get an idea or a setup on a stock that can be day tradable, like a squeeze type name there. I'm going to get to this PIK kid pick in a second, but Lemonade, just want to double check.
It's doubled up in a month.
It's still a 28% short float, and it's moved. And it's chilling at the 200 period. If this were to get going again, we talk about squeeze names all the time. This is a highly shorted name. you hold this 17. If it holds, I mean, obviously it's made a double bottom. Like if it holds and starts breaking out, you want to see volume come into it, but it's picked up. It's had a couple of decent volume days, yesterday notwithstanding, but if you can get some decent volume and breaking back out, you've then held that support level, and when it squeezes, you could easily see something like 20. So that should be on the radar. I do want to get to this kid pick. Now, I looked at, okay, first of all, I'm skeptical about the float here on kid pick. So it's a big mover. Obviously, you can see it's up 150% there. But I have the float here as 300,000, which just seems implausible. But yeah, that's the number we see. So anyways, it's making a big move. It just broke 150, so it's still going. Not one I would want to get out in front of. Tiny float, huge volume, passing 9 million shares. You can see when you go to the daily chart and it gets to $2, maybe that's a place where it could maybe chop around a little bit and reject the 2 even. Anywhere back into 110 to 120. When you break $1, I always look for that dollar retest. Wish I was looking at this when you guys were talking about it. What a miss as this bounced right off $1 and now $1.50. This is a big time halt candidate if that float is actually correct. If it's really 300,000 float and it's doing volume like this and moving this way, you could see several halts on this stock today. I'll watch for those even dollar levels. I'd love to have a dip that I could get involved with before the open to try and get a piece of this long. But I don't want to chase this up here now that it's closer to 2 than it is to 1 already.
Yeah, I was looking at the KRE there. Thanks, Michael Noss, for that. And PAC-W, I was just looking at it as well. I mean, it's been kind of ignored here. I mean, the volume hasn't been super great, but you could see from $9 again. Like, what a crazy, I mean, I didn't even realize it was there. Right at some of that support and turned into resistance, and that's what it is right there, 9 down to 7 real quick. And it looks like it wants to break this 650 area. So I'd watch out for PAC-W here, trying to get back down to the bottom. I mean, that's not nice when you have about 6 or 7 straight red days like that. We were all talking about Tesla and how, those up days have sort of hit it. But look at PAC-W. I mean, just in the last even just the last couple of days, we were just at $9 3 or 4 days ago, and it's been straight to the downside, making lower highs as we go all the way. So, yeah. PAC-W downside. I'm going to have to pay for some shorts on this one today. It seems like the regionals can't get going here. So we'll wait to see on PAC-W, but maybe $5 is a buy. I don't know. We'll see. Nice downside move there. Thanks for highlighting that, Michael. We haven't looked at regional banks in a bit, so that's a good one there. We'll have these on our mind today.
All right. Analyst moves for you this.
I don't hear.
Overall for Nike, but Barclays coming out with a price target cut this morning for NKE, bit of a negative note to go along with that, talking about e-commerce worries and China worries as well for Nike. Otherwise, Wayfair, Ventus, Darden, Fastly, all to the upside. Fastly with a big move yesterday that we saw. Tesla, 2 days in a row here, downside. Planet Fitness, Under Armour. And yeah, SoFi being initiated by Compass Point at a sell rating.
Nike on there?
It's not on.
It's not on there, is it? Hey,
No.
what's up, Neil? How's it going? Yeah, I want to talk about Nike real quick because I thought Nike was on there, but it's not. We're just going to look right here. Nike's been a big fall as well as some of the worries in China continue. They report, I think, coming up, don't they? Nike, yeah, there it is right there. June 29th. Post-market. So Nike coming back next week to talk all about what they're doing. 1.9 billion float, of course. We don't worry about that. Short float is non-existent. So Nike right here down to 110. That's going to be a pretty key level. I like this sort of swooshing back. We talked about that where you make that smiley face and back to 112. And that's going to be a key area. So we're going to wait out for 112. Next week, Nike comes out and reports. This is going to be an interesting name to watch out for. Seems like it might have bottomed at 100, but you're kind of stuck in a range here. From 100, you see the bottom there, bottom again. It's like 102. But we'll wait to see what happens with this report. This is going to be an exciting name because they're starting to kick it off again. The next sort of round of earnings right here, June 29th. Coming, so we'll have to see what Nike says, and then that's going to lead us to more retail, and then of course the athleisure space with Under Armour, Lululemon, and so on and so forth. But I think ON has been eating on holdings, been eating a lot of their lunch, but they've also come down as well. This is the Federer shoe line, I believe. It's Roger Federer, I think it is. Nice move to the downside there. Got crushed on their, I think this was, what day was this? This is May 16th. I believe that was their earnings day where they got absolutely hit on there. So this is another name to watch out. Again, relatively new to the market, but big run-ups for ONON recently off this bottom. So, a lot of names there. And then the one that continues to work all day, every day, of course, is Lululemon. But again, I don't know. Some of the margins possibly get talked about here on Lulu, but look where they are. They're just hovering around the highs as well right now. So, big move up off their recent earnings report. But this is what I'm nervous about with a lot of these names. We've run into new highs, and then they don't seem to want to break them. We've seen that with AMD, and now we have Amazon up here at 130 as well. So, unlike some of these other ones, we're sort of at the top here for Lululemon. So if there's anything in the retail space that might be under danger, it might be them. So, yeah, AMD looks good for a long. I don't know. We'll be talking about all these chip names coming up soon as we run down the watch list and whatnot. But yeah, 110 is very, very key. As before we start talking about some longs, we need to see this base start to happen, and it's doing it right now at 15,000 like we thought. So comes back in, hits 15,020 is the lowest. Now you're starting to base out and try to go back up to the upside. So if we do pick any longs today, it may be AMD. It's at the 50 period. It's right at this top as well right now. So we talked about it yesterday, bouncing off that 110 in the right at 4 o'clock right there. 3:30, whatever it was. Nice bounce up to 111, and then the move down at the imbalances came through. So, yeah, good day today. Some upgrades and downgrades, as you just saw. Make sure you get our watch list on tradertv.live. Lots of notes on that. Sticky note is up as well. Some back and forth comments here. Some people like the original sticky note. Some people like the electronic version. Go check it out for yourself at Trader TV, Sean. But let's go and start talking about some ideas today.
The first segment brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code bottom of the screen, TTV. Get you 10% off. Shout out to our friends over at Surge Trader. Yeah, let's get a check of the overall market here to kick things off at 9 o'clock with Sharif.
All right, let's have a look at the ES here. That critical 4,400 level has been broken. We are below it now, but not by much. That level got defended on the 15th all the way back to the 13th. Where do we go from here, though? If 4,400 gives way, the first area of support I see is this 4,350 level. You have clear tops develop here between June 2nd and June 9th at 4,350. I don't know if it's going to be a high side today, guys, but we'll see if we can reclaim 400, how we trade around there.
Yeah, big time levels coming into play once again. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you scan that QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address, and then you get this for absolutely nothing, free. Best price. Morning watch list comes out just before we come on at 8:30. Let's talk big tech. Top of the list this morning. Couple of things, minor stories in this group today. So strong at the end of the day yesterday, led this rally for the overall market back to the upside. Apple making some comments already, talking to banks in India, looking to relaunch Apple Pay and also their credit card in India. So worth a note on Apple. This Loop Capital with a positive note on Amazon. Once again, there's been 2 or 3 so far this week talking about further e-commerce growth, their cost cutting finally coming into play here. So what do we do here with big tech?
Yeah, good news headline for them. It counters yesterday's poor one with respect to signing up members for Prime without their knowledge. So that was an interesting look. No, but we had a lot of big tech CEOs at the White House yesterday. They were meeting with the Prime Minister of India as well as President Biden. I'm sure we'll have more announcements coming from these big tech names with respect to India in the coming weeks.
Down a little bit here across the board for this group, guys, but already trying to get back higher for Amazon here.
Yeah, some down more than others. As you mentioned, Amazon, it did break 130 very briefly in the afternoon. It ended up closing just barely above the 130 mark. So I think that's kind of an obvious line at the open. If you're above the 130 level, then you have a chance for a big breakout. If it does not hold on to 129, that was a decent channel in the afternoon. I think that's going to be worth the watch there. It just looks like it's in the verge of breaking out. So yeah, I think you want to look for longs. If it gets underneath that 129, it could possibly start filling. It's not really a gap. You can't call it a gap. It's just that breakout that it had yesterday. But it could start filling that in underneath that 129. We talked about Apple already, the 185 support level. If 15,000 gets breached, I think 185 is probably going to go on Apple. But the other strong name at least in the afternoon, was Microsoft. Not as strong on the 15-minute chart. On the daily, it's going to show you that kind of wick high of rejection of 350. And then maybe it's forming a head and shoulders. You call it whatever you want here, that 340 level being the other shoulder. That's exactly where we got to yesterday at the close. So this feels like a resistance zone on Microsoft, at least a near-term 340 for you up there. If we do get a bounce off 15,000, get up to 340, I think that's going to be a good shortable level, at least to play for a scalp trade, if not even better than that. And if 340 breaks, I think you want to get out of Dodge. So you can look at all of the big tech names. Google was relatively strong, although that's not setting up nearly as well. It broke 22 to 23. But I like that 340 level on Microsoft. Certainly, I think you want to look for a long in Amazon, and just watch out for that 185 on Apple. To me, if this gets taken down and the NASDAQ doesn't hold 15,000, it's going to be easy to favor the short direction if Apple starts breaking down. It's just been such a stalwart and like a steady name here. A little bit explosive yesterday for the first time in a bit. This is one of the stronger days that it had. So if it were to break support after such a strong day and 15,000 goes, I wouldn't want to be fighting too many things to the long side if that gets taken down. I think you could have a quick bounce off the open as long as 15,000 holds, specifically for Apple here. It's actually stronger than the NASDAQ right now, but the charts are almost identical.
Yeah, right now the NASDAQ is bouncing off that 15,000. I still think that that's the keyest level out of all of this. So if we're going to talk about big tech to trade, obviously the 7 stocks that have been leading the NASDAQ and leading out this whole market to the upside needs to hold. And if they don't, then yeah, I feel like everything's going to break a little bit here if we don't take down 15,000. So if we do take down 15,000, I'm going to look at Amazon. We'd seen the daily chart yesterday. It finally broke out. Huge candle to the upside. You're right, a big F you to everybody that shorted, including myself yesterday. And then now we come back in a little bit today, but we're still at that 130 level. So let's watch out for Amazon here. This is the biggest tech, I think, today to trade. It's good. I want to trade it to the long side, if anything. So we'll wait to see if the long is right. But right down here at 129, we talked about it yesterday, although we still have some bad wicks on this. Like, I don't know what's going on there, but down into 129.50, and then there's like a little 129 area to bounce off of yesterday around 2 o'clock. So we'll see if we can hold that 129 on Amazon, and then I don't know. Neil just looked at Microsoft and Apple as well. But another one, Google, that's pushing lower. I mean, now that we've broken below the 122 level there on Google, let me just push this a little bit forward. We can see what the action that it had yesterday. And it was a nice move into the close, nice move all day yesterday, all the way back up, 123. But then you come in today and it's yikes. It's down much more than the market. We've broken through that 122 level. I feel like you can use that as your top right now. VWAP is there at 122.20. That could be a good little top that we bounced off of a couple times. So, I mean, there's lots of trade opportunity, and this kind of, to me, looks a little bit like AMD, where we had that top. I knew that was going to happen. We had that top around 128, 125-ish right there on Google. Now it looks like it wants to take down 120. So I think we'll wait for that 120 mark, but yeah, it's not overly healthy. I mean, it's still fine. It's still holding up. I mean, the market's going to bounce around, but this is another name that's vulnerable to get a big level break to the downside. It's Google. So again, I'm just watching the NASDAQ down here at 15,000. There it is, a nice little move to the downside right there, bouncing off 1560, now back down to 30s. We'll see. We're just a couple handles away, and these imbalances are going to come at 925, and that should tell a little bit of a story early here for big tech. So, and the next point is something about oil, which, yesterday we had a weak move in oil. We'll talk about that from Brendan, but that's not helping any of these names either. So over to you guys.
Yeah, session lows right now, in fact, 2.3% again today here for crude. On heavy volume, it's worth mentioning as well. It's been just a story of maybe lower demand to come if there are more interest rate hikes to come from the Fed. So yeah, there's XOM. Not a lot of volume behind this move, but downside, I was going to mention like this level on the daily chart, bit of a wall. But here we go. Yeah, fears over rate hikes just outweighing lower oil supplies. We got those inventory numbers on Wednesday that were a surprise draw, which was kind of interesting, suggesting that there is more being used. But everything in this group, all downside today, MRO, DVN, APA, CBX, XOM, pick one, going to be under pressure.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason. The rate hikes looking to basically quell demand. and the Chinese reopening, which was supposed to be the buoy for oil and help the barrel get back up to 80 and 90, hasn't happened, and we know that they've been having an economic challenge there in the recovery mode. So we'll see. OPEC Plus coming out with the cuts, Saudis cutting, but yeah, demand not enough at the moment.
Not there, anyways. So far, yeah. I mean, we've been talking about 67 as kind of the bottom in crude over the past couple of weeks. I mean, you can even make the argument for 65, but 68, just let go here, guys, for crude.
Yeah, so I mean, whether you look at that chart, you said XOM is at a wall, ZOM is some people on the show like to refer to it as, but you pick a level, pick a stock, you're going to find it's at a big support level right now. So Oxy, every single time Occidental has gotten down into the mid-50s, it's been a buy zone for the last year. Actually, you know what? You can go even a little bit further than that. You can go all the way back to the beginning of 2022. So it's been more than a year since you've had buy support on this stock. And admittedly, it's not always the same low. Sometimes it's 52, 53, 54, 55. But we're at 56 right now. So, I mean, this thing breaks 55, and I'm just looking for a spot for a turn. Obviously, you're going to watch oil futures when it's happening. This is more of a look at things when they settle down, maybe like a lunchtime or after the opening rush type of notion. If you're down and hitting some of these levels at 53, 54, if that happens on Oxy, I just find looking for a turn is going to make some sense. So I don't think you want to just be sitting on the bid in front of it. I think you want to maybe set an alert, have it up, be ready. If it breaks that level, it's bounced time and time again. Usually it does so within the same day. So you're beneath that support now. You just broke 56, which was local support. I think this is either going to be a nothing burger and then it doesn't fall any further and then there's no trade, or it does dip down into those 50s, the low 50s, and I'll be looking for a place for a long. Not going to rush into it though. Like, it's not the first thing I look to trade, oil, but Oxy at these prices has been a gift.
Yeah, we have another gift here. I feel like Chevron, I mean, Chevron's buyback that they have is absolutely monstrous. And I just feel that, you know, down here at 150, we've bounced off of it back in March. We bounced off of it again in June, beginning of June, and it looks like we're trying to do it again right now. So Fabian, if we can get the chart up here, thank you very much. Right there, 150, 150, 150, coming in from 160, like was just there a couple days ago, a nice $10 move down, trying to bounce off. So I think if you want to get your money into anything, I think if you don't own any Chevron, you can pick some up right now. Big dividend, big buyback. Oil's not going anywhere as far as I know anyways. You know, a lot of talk obviously about EV, and as that goes, and China manufacturing, you know, as they get back on board, and we have to see. I mean, if the Chinese GDP and import-export, if that's all going to be to the downside and production's going to be lower, then obviously that is going to put a little bit of a wane on oil. So we've seen that. These guys just talked about the macro idea there, the Saudis coming through. OPEC seems to be a little bit of a mess right now. So I would wait on, you know, buying, you know, like hand over fist some of these names, but Chevron there I think is a good one down here. I think you just buy that and I don't think you worry about it. I think you can sort of put that in your pocket and just keep it, collect the dividend and watch it sort of grow. But if you're not a big fan of oil, I can understand why you wouldn't want to get anything. XLE, it's not up here at 80, it's down here right now at 77, so I don't know what's up with that move right there. But XLE, again, another one. If you just wanted to diversify, you're back down here to 76, 75 again, so there it is. So down here, so that's going to be another area to pick something up. So I don't know. I like oil down here at these levels, but it's not performing quite well. So I don't think it's time to buy hand over fist, but I think if you're not in oil or you're just adding to positions, I think you're at some good levels right now.
All right, let's move on to Tesla here. In an interview on CNBC this morning, Ron Barron from Barron's coming out saying that he sees $500 for Tesla shares by 2025. Not much else in the way of news as far as Tesla is concerned today. A few other kind of positive mentions thrown to the side by analysts this morning, but it's been a good week here for Tesla.
Yeah, a couple of downgrades this week. Another one today, as you saw, by DZ Bank. Yeah, Barron basically making the case for Tesla here. He's been a noted bull, saying that Tesla is now as affordable as an entry-level BMW in the $33,000 range. Apparently, the Model 3 being priced as low as that. He also citing these new agreements with GM and Ford, making Tesla, the standout candidate in the EV space. Nothing new, Brenda.
Yeah, I mean, pretty impressive to say the least, guys. Yesterday, $16 bottom to top when all was said and done for Tesla.
Laughing in the face of some of the downgrades that they've gotten this week was yesterday in Tesla, bouncing right off 250, maybe not clean off that level, but probably close enough. I got the channel drawn in here, 48 to 50. I want to make sure I have that all day because when it's been down at those prices, launch zone, bit of a consolidation, launch zone yesterday. So if we do get a free fall Friday, I think you want to watch it for something like that. It's a stock now at that 260 level. All you have is this big $10 gap in there. So I do think if it pops and cannot get through 64 or 65, that there's a short in there on Tesla. I think that's out there for us. I always want to do this every time we talk about Tesla and pick out the levels that we like, is go back over to something like a Rivian. I always do New York on Rivian. It's hilarious. Like one of these days, I will remember that this is a NASDAQ stock. I don't know why I always think it's New York. This did not necessarily have as big of a day yesterday, as you can plainly see. It's not that it didn't bounce. It bounced off 14, never got to that 15 marker that I was looking for the short. You're right back underneath 14 even. So this is a name. 14.20 essentially is around where it closed, 14.15. If this can't break out from here, underneath 14, there's some room to work to the downside. Alert, this is at the 50 period, so this is why I keep bouncing off of it. 1380 has been support. This support goes on Rivian, I think you could see some serious downside. But it has been holding on to this 50 period like an absolute charm for the last little bit. We had the Lucid breakdown. I thought maybe if it was back at $6, and maybe we'd have that short. It is on the way down to 550 after making a fresh 52-week low on the $6 break. So no pop to be shorted yet in Lucid either. Although I am sitting in front of yesterday's close range. I've been sitting there all pre-market, just unable to get any fills in front of 580 was I. So I don't know if we're going to get those. Rivian probably a little bit closer if it does fail that 14 level and fail the 50 period on the daily. Tesla has to pop $5 to be a short. And I don't want to diddle in the middle with Tesla.
I don't know if you're, shout out to Dan Gilman here, Nita Stonk. What's up, Nita Stonk? Are you talking about gold breaking out? Yeah, you need some stonks, you get some gold stonks. But what's up to Dan Gilman? I'm just going to hope that you're just joking about this bag holder, 270 on Tesla. I mean, you could get out of that bag probably today and be fine with it. I'll show you some bag holds if you want. Hey. Right now, check out the marijuana sector. I have lost more money than I'm worth in that sector. But right now, just looking at this, man, 258, just kind of joking, I'm worth a little bit more than I lost, but not much. Right there, 257.50. Oh, by the way, I want to talk about it. We put it on our sticky note here today. I didn't realize we'd get this much feedback about it. 48 comments about the new format here. I'd say it's about 70% positive, 30% like the old one right here. But what we wrote down on Tesla was we had a huge run yesterday off the 250. Yo, what's up? Thank you, Randy, for that as well. We're talking about Tesla right now, by the way. You like Tesla there? Today? A little bit? Okay, we'll talk about that. And Randy's still trying to get rid of his Faraday car there.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, so, but I think it's down to like 280.
280? Oh, that's like 10% discount.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So he's looking to get rid of that. But right now, yeah, anyways, we had Ron Baird. You guys just talked about it. These talking heads will come on CNBC and talk up their position. We've heard Kathy Wood call this name, what, $2,000 was it? Was that what it was?
Yeah, but...
Or it was $5 trillion, I guess, giving it to 2,000 market cap coming up by 2030 or 2025. I don't remember when that call was. Pretty aggressive. But anyways, I'm just looking yesterday at this consolidation, and that was 255, 256, and that bottom being 257.50 right there. So I think you could start to pick some up there. But again, don't want to be long this name if the market's going to take 15,000, and it looks like it wants to do that off the open. So for me, we wait on Tesla, but I still think it's going to be a great opportunity. This move up has been pretty epic, man. I mean, we've talked about it every single day, literally every single day, and I think we've traded it every single day. So today, would not be surprised if we do that again. Seems like we had a high at 280. Let's just see. let's just see. We'll be in Tesla. I was in it yesterday. We'll be in it again today. And I just feel like we want to wait to see what happens. I'm not going to put any stink bids down here because quite frankly, it's only $3 away. So let's wait to see Tesla. Let's let it barcode a little bit, find some bottoms. But if it does bottom at 255, 256, I wouldn't be surprised. And let's pick something up right there. Bitcoin right now trying to break through 30,000. It's at 30,100. Not that it has anything to do with Tesla, but as the market goes down here, wouldn't be surprised if a lot of things. Oil down today, Bitcoin trying to break 30. Market obviously down 1%. What is the ES down right now? Actually, ES down also right here, down 0.8. So the market here. Move this over so you can see that. The market also starting to crack on the broader side of things. So yeah, this might be that wanted free fall Friday. It's probably been about 40 Fridays since we fell, but right here. Cheers to everybody. Cheers, Neil. Randy just reloaded this one.
Cheers.
So I've got a boiling hot coffee now. So thank you for that, Randy. It's only 10 minutes, guys.
I don't know if it's boiling, but
No, I haven't.
2.8% now for crude. Yeah, day lows right now on pretty heavy volume. So no bid yet. Anyways, notably weak here. SoFi 6.5% on the day right now as the market, as we said, trying to roll over here. Broke $8, came up, tested it. No love there as far as the bid is concerned. But I mean, we all seen the daily chart and talked about the daily chart here. It was this compass point comes out this morning, initiating coverage on SoFi with a sell rating.
Yeah, basically saying that the potential for their balance sheet growth to slow over the next few quarters is a risk as their accounting practices. Yeah, a little bit suspect here, according to this Compass analyst. Also, it should be noted here that a Supreme Court decision with respect to student loan forgiveness is due either today or Tuesday. And this could materially affect the amount of people who are potential clients for SoFi. As if they rule against it, those will be people who may want to refinance their loans. So big next couple of days for SoFi and the entire sector.
It's worth noting on the daily chart here, outside of the initial red candle there on the way back down, volume has been super, super light the past couple of days here for SoFi. But that was a big move, guys, 6% plus.
yeah, Compass at least is in the right direction on this one. I'll give them that, down 7%. But this has been, it had been falling from $10 anyway. So it's like, okay, well, welcome to the party when it made the turn a week and a half ago, but that's fine. It broke $8, probably too early. I shouldn't say that. You know what? Probably should have had that 8 break, quite frankly. It was at 8:30. We could have taken it. Didn't do so. I feel like this should be an interesting line in the sand. You have a wick above it now, so I am on the offer trying to get some mid-90s here. I don't know how far I want to chase it, but if it breaks like 02, 03, I can probably just get out of this one at the open. Looking for the short underneath $8. There's just so much room to the downside were it to continue to fall. The obvious bounce levels like 750, SSR, short sell restriction would come before that. I think it's like 765 or something around that range would be 10% down. So I think you are looking for that as a potential bounce point for SoFi. But if it breaks back out above 8, I think it's an easy out. And then just sort of regroup maybe at yesterday's close, which is way too high up at 850 or at 825. I'll take a shot here at the open in front of $8. That's basically the only trade I had on SoFi was to play off of 8. If it had held the open, I think I wanted to defend the long. You can see it's already broken. So short underneath until it gets back above.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that. We had Lucid yesterday breaking that $6 mark, and that just cratered, and we got some great responses from that one. So, yeah, I really think that that's a good possibility there to continue to go to the downside on SoFi. So, yeah, I would stamp that one for sure. Another name that we always get asked about is Affirm. I don't know, everyone loving to trade this one. They were pumped up last couple days anyways based on, it was rated to here, Amazon and getting back onto that platform. But then, I don't know. I mean, it's like, you basically, a lot of these news, you have Upstart, you have Affirm, you have some of these things where these good news comes out and then it's like it can't really hold it. I mean, SoFi's tried to hold, but now it's down 20% off that $10 level. And this is the same thing, from 19 down 20% down to 15 again. So it's just like boom goes the dynamite on these names. And now maybe you're starting to find some areas to support it down here at $13 or $14. But again, Affirm for some reason only down 0.13 today, which is somewhat exciting because the market market is getting crushed. So yeah, Affirm maybe finds a footing down here at $14, so that could be something to look at. I do like that level for Affirm. We've talked about, just because we've talked about PacWest again in the last, with Michael Noss coming in, this is a very, very interesting name to me as well, because you've just made some downside moves. I think any sort of a bump up, maybe to 7, which is not much of one, that's where VWAP is. You could fade that, maybe get out up here 7.15. But I think that if you just look at yesterday, it was pretty, aggressive movements to the downside before leveling off. Sure, it did bump back up, but then there's the fade all afternoon, and we've just had some negative movement here on, PacWest and then the KRE in general, which we've talked about there with Michael Noss. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here today. This is below $40 now. Some of these regionals have really rolled over. You could look at WFC as well, but this is not, again, I don't know why we get this candle up there like that, but KRE is right down here. It's below $40 and trying to get through some of this resistance right now as well. So we'll wait for 38.50 right there at the bottom for KRE, but there it is right now, 37.5. Let's watch out for some regional banks here today.
We were just discussing Fisker's dual certification for selling their cars, both in Europe and North America. So good for them. Here's Fisker, 2.8%, light volume as well, trying to get back above 550, big levels here. Yeah, 22 deliveries in the U.S. So, hey, it's a start, I guess.
Not all at once now. Let's slow down there. No, but kidding aside, $68,992, the base price on this model. As the battery capacity goes up, so does the price. Randy's got one on order.
He's got a reservation.
Does he hold it, though?
That
That's
may or may not be for sale as well, if anyone's interested in buying a reservation.
True. Yeah.
Anyways, the rundown brought to you by TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and an extensive inventory of hard-to-borrow locates. Go to tradezero.co/tradertv.live to learn more. Is there a trade here today, guys?
In Fisker, if it gets to $5 maybe. They know how to take the reservation, but can they keep the reservation is always the more important question. That's what I want to know. But $5, we like even round numbers. It's a high or low. If it wants to put that in, I suppose there's a trade there. I'm not that excited when I see 300,000 shares of volume. That's kind of the problem here with Fisker. So Catalyst not really giving it extra volume. You juxtapose that with KidPick, KidPick, which has now tested 175 twice. I've done over 20 million shares in volume. It's got a 25-cent little range it's put in. There was no dip underneath 150. So this wants the top. I think it wants that $2. I saw the float as 300,000. That seems a little nuts to me, but if it's that small, I expect there could be some halt here on PIK. I'd look for like $2 as a break. Might seem a little bit too obvious, but sometimes you take an obvious breakout just because it's there. Oh, nice. You just showed you're going to show the imbalance one in a second. But the one at the top is underneath key level there, Palantir.
$14, yeah. I was just going to look at this because there's really nothing on here. I mean, there's not too many sells versus buys. I mean, I don't know if the sells are outweighing the buys. I mean, all the top ones are sells here, but they're all kind of as expected. They're Neo. We talked about Ford. Well, you didn't talk about Ford, but Ford under 14. That's another name that's under 14. And Palantir also under 14, as Neil just mentioned it as well. But there are some sell imbalances hitting the market right now. There's, like I said, remember, like a lot of these names, great runs off their latest reports, but have gotten faded out a little bit. And Palantir is one of those names. And then there is the support of $14. We talked about that yesterday. It held it pretty good. We did have one dip down yesterday to $13.90. Came back in, held 14 all afternoon. We were trying to wait for a trade, didn't come through. But right now, Palantir down to $13.70. Let's see if we can fade it, especially if it bumps back near that 14. I think that would be a short. With only 2 minutes to go, look at Amazon. Amazon's coming down now as well. The market is going, I feel like the market is going to hit this 15,000. We've talked about that, and it looks like Amazon wants to bounce off 129. But I don't know, man. I know we had Amazon as that long. We're going to watch it. I do have it up right here as well. AMD, maybe it's the short. I talked about 110 and getting some action on that. We had some action on that yesterday, right there, 110 bottom. We actually had the long, but then we had the short and lost the long. So we had the long, then we took the short somewhere around here, around 110.50, and lost it as it went back up to 111, then hit it at at the close on this imbalance reversal to the downside, if you guys remember that. So we actually did okay at the end, but that was more of a market function, not technically. So right there, 110 coming into play there for AMD. Let's maybe fade that pop if it does come through. But now we only have a minute to go. Cat's all in white today, so I don't know what that means exactly. Was thinking that there'd be a green or red day coming through today. So we'll see if it's going to be a little bit neutral. But Apple there apparently from TechCrunch and written all over our sticky note as well about this Apple Pay and Apple Card there in India. So I think that's going to be another huge move for Apple, sort of diversifying. We talked about them getting out of China. Well, not out of China, but into India for some of their production. So I like that, man. I think that's a huge, huge sort of tailwind for Apple getting into new places, especially the populous India. So watch out for that. Bitcoin bouncing off 30,000 as well, back to 30,100.
Under 30 seconds to go. Last one I want to get in. CarMax, big short float on that one. Decent short float on this. Breaking out, they beat on the top and bottom lines of their earnings. 82 and 85 are the key zones. Not a lot of liquidity in the pre-market, so I think you want to see this one settle itself down. But the countdown is on. It is the end of the week. Katrina's on the bell. She's locked and loaded and ready to go. The market is trying to make a test of the bottom in 2 and 1. Ring it.
All right, here we go. In a day where I think patience is going to be pretty key. Let's wait to see what happens here with the NASDAQ falling, not really falling right now, but we're watching it just dancing around 15.050 again right now. And here's Amazon dancing around 109 is AMD. It's Amazon bouncing around 130 down to 129 right now, looking to break that support level of Amazon 129.
Yeah, and Virgin Galactic, I do want to short a pop if I can get it. I thought we'd see something at least close to $5. Not really happening. It's at 75. SoFi, oh, come on, give me a break. SoFi popped, got right into the low 90s. That was me all over the offer, and now it's coming right back in here. Tesla's making a bit of a bounce. I don't want to chase that one too far. Tesla making a bit of a bounce to the upside. Looks like it's above. Now I get SoFi finally. But Tesla making a bounce off that 260 level, so it's looking pretty strong. Still like that 65 for a bit of a fade there on Tesla. Apple did not get to 185, so just SoFi for me off that $8 level.
Yeah, we took Amazon down there at 129.30, and we got some out at the 60 level right there. Let's see if it wants to work. We're going to take a little bit more here in the 20s where we sort of dip down into, and then just see if it wants to work. This is something against 129, that's all. So here it goes. Hopefully we can get it back into like 130-ish. Let's put an offer in the 80s, and then we'll go a little bit higher than 130. See if we can't make that dream work a little bit here for AMZN. We do have the other bid a little bit lower. Here comes 110. We talked about this. See what it wanted to do at 110, and here it goes. Nice move up for AMD off of that 109, but again, this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see some action here early. What does the NASDAQ want to do? It looks like it wants to go upside right now. So far so good. If you're looking longs, you've got it, and this was a good one for AMD. Really great off that level. Now we have to see where VWAP's going to be and what we're going to do with AMD. I mean, VWAP is already down here at 109.50. We've crushed it to the high side. Looks like AMD wants to continue to go. We said stay long the strong names, man. Well, we didn't say that, but if you're going to go long, NVIDIA with a $6 move straight from the high side. Yeah, for 422 up to 428 and still going. And there we go, our friend Amazon to take a line from my friend over there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Palantir making a run at that $14 level. I think this is, it's underneath that 14. I think you want to look for the fade. I'm just only in SoFi looking for the 14 test. It's at 75. That's not close enough. You got to be more patient than that. Apple did not give you 185. It just came down into like the 40s, now making a bit of a bounce. I think 87 is going to be a bit of a bounce zone. If you can get to 87, sort of rejection zone for Apple. I wanted to get over to Pick. Pick made a move to the upside, failed the high. Now it's going into a halt at 145. So it broke 150. This is now halt down on PIK. If it reopens and then catches a bit off the reopen, that could be an entry in front of a buck that can be worthy of it. But just probably a 5-minute halt here. Volatility halt on Kid Pick. PIK, very, very small flow, people. So just be careful with that. It was a relatively weak name yesterday. Just one more here. Intel could be breaking 32. 32 even bottom break potentially here on Intel. I have the 33 level marked for a short, but it's just SoFi for me right now. Just lining things up. I do think I'm going to take a shot at Pick if it tries to bounce off $1 though.
Okay, we tried AMD short, but it didn't work. And now we're going to wait until about 30s or so here on AMD. But look what is working, man. We got a big win right now on Amazon as that just continues to go. We just took out 130. We took some outs there as well. But here's AMD. We have that high here of, I mean, I'm not going to use that exact wick high, but right there, I just don't want to be in this for too long. 110.30 or so to be wrong on this. So if that's the case and we're wrong on it, we're wrong on it. It looks like we may be wrong on it. Again, here on AMD, as you know, I thought the market today, we talked about a free fall Friday. We didn't, I mean, I hate that terminology because it doesn't really matter. It's like, whoa, Wicked Wednesday. Okay, that's nice. But anyways, we'll see what happens right now as the NASDAQ's trying to make some moves back up to the upside. And there we go. Nice dip down here. What's up, Brendan? But it's a nice dip here on AMD. We've got to take advantage of that one. What's going on, Brendan?
Little one, IONQ, a few people mentioning this business consulting software firm here increased their guidance after the close yesterday. So big pop already, huge volume up 9% here for IONQ.
Yeah, big pop for INQ there to the upside. Pick is going to be open in just under 2 minutes. That's where I want to be focused when it does open. NVIDIA is absolutely flying right now.
Damn it.
So if you're not going to, I don't think we get to 420. Just didn't even come close to it. 435 is a pretty big zone up top. You're going to have to contend with 430 was the close price yesterday first. So 430 I think can be the first fade zone. My concern is going to be SoFi starting to pop. It's now into that $8 level. If it cannot hold on to 8, it actually just started to hold on to 8. So if it's going to be a curl, this is the only place I want to be adding, right in front of $8. And if it breaks 02s, then I want to get out. What is going on with Tesla? Okay, Tesla bouncing off 260, but I just got my reload on SoFi in front of $8. Tesla making a nice little bounce off 262.
Yeah, you want to get the biggest trade right now for me is going to be Amazon. Amazon now $1.50 in the money. We have 129.30. We just got out for $1.50 up there. We got 130.80s right there on the upside for Amazon. So wow, dreams come true today. But yeah, nice move upside there for AMZN as it's still trying to go. Unfortunately, AMD did have a huge move down there, and we didn't get enough out. We got a little bit out down there in the 50s and so on and so forth. We just get another fill at 80 and then another one there at 65. So let's see, man. AMD tried to flush a little. So we went short first, got out, went short again, trying to play off that level right now. But this seems to be a little bit of a danger zone right now. We need to stay patient, man. It's only 9:36. Look at the market right now. Made a move back up. You know, now I feel like the move could be back down here for this. So Amazon still, though, holding the bids. We want to make sure that we're long something in case this market does continue its move higher here today. And I think we got the right name in Amazon. We talked about why we liked it yesterday, or why we liked it today as opposed to yesterday. Broke through that 130, made that nice bottom at 129, and we're able to take advantage of that. So all is well on that front, but it looks like it's trying to drop a little bit here off of that 131. So let's just stay tuned with it and see if we can hold it. We did make some money here on AMD, but it looks like if we do take that 110.20 or so, we are going to get stopped out of that one. So AMD has been a great one for us lately on the short, but today you can see the NASDAQ does seem to want to go the other way here. So watch out. There we go. Ooh, we're almost out of AMD. Where is my trigger? Oh, it's in the 30s. Sorry, my trigger, not 20s. So AMD's, maybe we'll put a little bit of a reload on right now for this to see. So we'll take some 16s there, but 110.30 and we're out on this one. It's just that dramatic drop. We know there's sellers in AMD, but it seems like there's also buyers down here somewhere. Wow, look at that. We got 96s there. We'll take 20 cents on that reload, but was hoping for a little bit more there.
Yeah, it might have just been a wick out there on SoFi. We had the short in front of 8. It made the break. I gave it a couple of shekels above. I never want to have an even dollar stop in a situation like that, but it got above 5. There's no way I was holding it past there. I am back in off that wick high at 8 even. We'll let it settle down before I think about adding to it, but I like the short underneath. We're going to have the open on PIK, so I do want to go there very quickly. If it looks like it's 137, it's going to open, so not a huge down move. If it does make a hold anywhere off this support level, 115 to 120, I would look for like a dead cat bounce or a rebound bounce here on something like PIK. Very, very small float. I think this is a big time halt candidate several times today. It does not have to move very far. It's just like 15, 20%, and then it can go into a halt pretty easily. If it does test down, that's where I'm looking for the long. Regaining 150 would be a good sign. There's always a 150 breakout with a 145, which is a halt price stop. but I want it to settle down, maybe catch a bit of a bid here. Looks like it wants to go southbound almost right away. So this is probably going to come into the downside and give it to us. I'm not going to sit there and stare at it forever. Tesla's breaking 260 to the downside. It's got a higher low potential if it can hold above 260, but I still am not giving up on the notion that I wanted fades in most of the things in the market. Now SoFi wants to go. Sometimes you have to get wicked out, and then it'll come back in. But until this gets back down in like the 790, 785 range, I don't think that there's any kind of home runs to be hit yet on SoFi. Underneath 8, I think, is an obvious trade, but you want some actual follow through. 5 cents is not enough for me, and we should definitely already have Palantir. Whoops, that's PayPal. PLTR kind of set it up pretty nicely underneath that level. I think you can already be in this. It wicked up here to 85. I don't have a good reason for not being in this one, because if you look back, 1385 was the previous, like this was yesterday's low. So shorting it off that level actually makes some sense and not waiting for exactly at 14. It's going to give us a run at this high right now to be able to test. PIK kind of diddling in the middle.
So unfortunately, I took SoFi as well right now. We're short 96s. Let's wait to see if that works. Unfortunately, I didn't have too much faith in Amazon there because I saw our AMD trade absolutely collapse. So that's a big banger right there for sure. On that one. So, but Amazon right now also a big banging trade from 129, but we got some out there. I thought it was dipping through. So when it broke through 25, we take a 50, we take a 25, but we just went back up to 80. So we got to watch out for that one. But here we go, baby. This is what we're talking about right now. It's the money dance name, AMD again, but Amazon we made way more money on, but this is a nice one here for AMD. This SoFi, I don't know, I'm getting a little bit nervous. If this breaks through $8 again, taking out 803, then we got to stay away. But here it comes. Okay, nice move down again. Right there. Maybe we don't have to worry too much about this, but hey, let's just take out profit. We got a better fill up there. So let's just, I think it's fine as well. But let's make sure we take something out because we just got a 98 and it just scared me up there to 8. So let's wait to see on that one. It's SoFi. We're gonna try to get triggered out here at 803, but that's been the top. So I guess maybe it has to be 804 or so for an out there on SoFi. So we'll adjust. This is what I'm gonna do just so you guys can see 804 stop price out of everything. Push 100% on that one. But yeah, we are now $1. I mean, the two trades we have on so far today: $1.80 in the money on Amazon. Sorry, $1.40 in the money on Amazon. $1 now in the money on AMD, as that just cranking lower here as well. I'm at 109.19. I don't know why. We'll just let's just take this bid right now at 30 if we can get it, and there it is right there. So a nice bid for us on AMD with that downside move. Dollar Club already has 2 members, and it's the 2 stocks we've traded.
Yeah, Palantir is just going to give us, got my first fill in SoFi there. It just got to 791. Just got lows on Palantir. That just got to 1365. We have the short at 75 off 85. So 1-to-1 is at that first 10-cent mark for Palantir. What is going on with that? PIK it does not want to break down. At some point, if it doesn't break down, the 150 break is going to come into play. But SoFi now starting to accelerate a little bit. These are the ones I like for the short. Did get wicked out first, and we jump right back into it as long as it sets up. Tesla has broken the low. Looks like we want the bottom here on Tesla. So it's underneath 260. If it can't climb back above there, I think you're looking for shorts. I did like a Rivian short as well, but we already have a couple on that we like. Canva apparently is dumping as well. Thank you, Darwin, for pointing that one out. Of course, I mean Carvana. You guys know. We're just kind of making fun of Michael there. But through that 25 level, it's been key. Just watch out. This one had all kinds of support the last couple of days down at $23. So if it gets to 23, I think there's support. Underneath here, you have a bit of a flat bottom break happening. The short's still going. SoFi now at 85. I thought I had a bid at 85. Should have one every 5 cents. Don't know why I didn't. Let's get some more out there on the way to what I hope is $7.65, which would be SSR.
Yeah, we have, you can see what's happening with AMD right now. AMD is now down pretty huge, down $1 right now. And here's Amazon right now. We talked about that 129 fill down there as well. So far here, if you're going to go to the sticky note today, we talked about that a little bit anyways. And we had on the sticky note today, Amazon long and AMD short. And you can see right now what exactly the damage is doing here on all these names. But look at SoFi, man. This is a big win, man. We put on some shares on this one. one, man. We saw Lucid yesterday, and I was like, you know what? Like, we you know, you need to trade these names for sure. And yeah, there it is, man. Huge move to the downside. We are really banking today. This has been a great morning for Sticky Note Nation and for everybody here. So let's just continue with this, man. There goes AMD. We have it written down at 109. So there it is. Let's just make sure we get, sorry, at 110 short. We didn't get that 80 fill down there. So let's put a bid now at 03. Maybe we get something there. My best fill is only 20s now. So we need to get something else out here on the bottom, or that's going to look a little bit silly, especially because maybe 109 could be the bottom. We saw 110 bottom yesterday. The market's trying to get to 15. We talked about 15,000. It's right down there to 15,020 right now. So yeah, it looks like it wants to go back upside. Okay, we're going to have to let this one fade out a little bit. Great outs for us on SoFi, though, down there at 780.
Yeah, I'm still holding on to just over half of SoFi. I think the next half to me is underneath that 780 level. Just looking at Tesla start to crumble a little bit. Microsoft's also catching up. We're going to have a number coming up in a minute here, so kind of hold on to your butts. CarMax is back. It's trying to hold on to 85. That was the opening range. I wanted it above the 85 level. If it can start to show strength above there after the opening round, then I want this for the long side. But it's not really catching any bids. It's very thinly traded still. So I'll give it till the other side of 945 before we jump into it. Palantir also continues to head to the downside, but now giving an opportunity for a reload if we get back up into 1380. Underneath this lower high, 1385 off 14, I want to be reloading this. We'll get to Coinbase in a second, but let's go to Brendan.
All right, the S&P Services PMI, these are both preliminary or intra-period numbers here, but 10 seconds to go here. 54 on the services, 48.5 on the manufacturing expected here. We'll get the actual PMI numbers next week for the month-over-month period, but 54.1 on the services, 46.3 on the manufacturing, so lower than expected, about in line there for the services, guys.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to quickly mention Coinbase, as usual, rejects first resistance and then just tumbles like a dollar. That's what it does every single day. It seems like if it gets back up, that's 57.5.
Whoa,
I think you take a look at that 57.5 level. Also, 59 was big yesterday. What is going on? The market's
just flushing.
Yeah, the market's just flushing. Watch out, Apple 185 is going to come in here pretty quick.
Yeah, the market's at 15 right now.
So
this is the level here. This is what we're talking about, guys. Amazon just came in and just filled us. I wasn't even paying attention. I was watching SoFi there. Amazon just flushed in here, so we're gonna watch. There it is. So we're out. Amazon just completely took down 129 on that number. That was fine, and we again, load it up, come back in, fine for us on Amazon, but here it goes. Maybe it's going back up to the upside. Let's just watch, and I'm not gonna sit in here and drive myself crazy with Amazon. If it breaks even lower than this, it breaks. But let's just try it again at 129. Obviously, we get that number there, so, big influence on that. Let's see what happens now, down to 129. That was a level that supported it before. It's still early, it's only 9:45, so there's a lot of movement still to come here today, but we're down to 15,000 here on the NASDAQ, and it's right here right now. It's trying to bounce. So there it is, 15,000. We called that level, but it's quite an obvious one. So we'll have to wait to see what does happen. As right now, it's Tank City on AMD. Oh, wow. It looks like it's Tank City on Amazon now as well. But there goes AMD. Look at this, man. Now $1.50 in the money on that name. SoFi back down as well. Amazon just keeps breaking me out here, but I still want to get that long on Amazon. So we'll have to wait, be a little more patient on that one, because if this market, like I said, continues to the downside, we've got the bangers on board already, man. SoFi and AMD, huge trades. Let's just see where we go. But Amazon definitely just gave up that 129, and that wasn't that nice.
Yeah, Apple is very close to that 185. It's not there yet, but it just feels like it's a matter of time before we get there. I am looking initially for a bounce off this level, and we're at 15,000. So if we hold on to 15,000 on the NASDAQ, well, then Apple never even got to 185. So I want to give it that respect. Palantir, Palantir is at 1360 even. I got a bid down there. Try to grab some 61s. You want to make sure you're ringing the register on some of these names. I'm now down to half. Actually exactly half of SoFi, because if we bounce off 15,000, if you didn't take any profit down here, you're going to be hating yourself. It's an obvious level. I should have just got long at 20s maybe on Apple. If that was the bounce, that'll be frustrating. It felt like the market was weak enough that we're going to actually see 185. Instead, we're bouncing at 185.20. sometimes be a little bit patient, and patience gets the best of you when you're in front of a level like this.
Yeah, that's for sure. This
Oh,
is a tough
that was
game.
a good bounce.
This is a
That
tough
was a good
game.
bounce.
We're long. We got back long Amazon down there. We told you we could try to wait for this trade, and then there it is. It comes back in. We're long at 128.80, but the market just bounced off 15, so that was the sort of the trade that we wanted. So there it is. I told you about being a little more patient there. We weren't super patient with Amazon, which is kind of stupid, but we did get a beautiful AMD out right here as well. So 128.50 as that is now, or sorry, 108.50. This is $1.80 in the money when we took that fill, so that was all good. Amazon we just took again, long at 80. We just got a fill there at 18. Let's see if Amazon wants to work off of that level. Then Microsoft actually just held the bottom as well, at 334. So we hit that 334 early. Then we just held it right now. It only goes down as far as 334.26. So a name to look at right there. But here we go, man. Nice bump up off that number, 15. But then now it's coming back in a little bit here. So yeah, like that's why you take the profit where profit lies sometimes. And that's why we took something out there on Amazon. Let's see if it wants to work back out. I'm going to take another out here at 129 for another 20 cents. Same trade, but to see if we can take 20 cents. And then we're going to load this up and then get out if it breaks 128.50. I just think that if the market does bounce, there's 128.50 right there from yesterday afternoon. Let's just see if it holds that level. If not, man, it'll be another L for us on that trade right there. But you know what's no L right here is SoFi. SoFi just keeps on taking.
Keeps on trucking.
Yeah, it's kind of holding these levels though a little bit, but yeah, I agree with you, man.
We're
let's
at
punch,
support.
Yeah, let's punch some out at 780 and see where we go from here on SoFi.
Yeah, I just got the long. Now I get the long on Apple, right? So I get it at 11. End up waiting for it a little bit closer to 185 even. I don't want an even dollar stop. There's not a lot of size on the bid, so it's not a huge level down there. If it cannot hold on like 10 cents below, I think I just give it up. If it breaks 185, holds on immediately to the first like 10 cents and can get back above, and we can get back above 15,000, that would be a good place to add, but not the way the market is going down here. I don't think it's an add situation. Thank you, Fred, in the chat mentioning that this name is strong. Intel's not just green, it just turned green. So think about that. As the market is breaking the low, the NASDAQ's breaking the low, Intel went green and is now screaming to the upside. Now, I got a nice fancy line drawn here for a fade zone on Intel. Didn't think this would be happening with the market ripping. 33 would be that top. If it gets to 33, this would be fighting it a bit counter trend. But if it gets to 33, that's that line. I'm going to go for the short here. If it does a fail break at 33, one way or the other. That PIK, bit of a nothing burger. That's a disappointment. It is holding, but not breaking back out. If this gets back above 150, I think a 150 break with the previous hull price is an out is an easy trade. Like I'll just go long at 51.52 with a 7-cent stop and maybe moon.
Yeah, we can't catch this Amazon. We tried it again there at 50 and it just broke it. So the market's taking down 15,000. You saw that. Now it's below. So this could be that day, right? Down 1.4%. And here things are starting to go to the downside. We're taking advantage of SoFi. We're taking advantage of AMD, but we're not taking advantage of anything else because we've just been focusing on that Amazon trade. And that, again, was great early. Couple hits right there as we continue to watch it. But not much happening other than downside. I mean, there we go. Like, I want to try to catch this bounce on
Apple's
Amazon.
trying to bounce. There's a chance.
All right, let's just take less shares and see if we can hold it for a little bit more here. It'll watch. Now it will hold, but that's okay. We do take some share. I still think there's a big opportunity here for Amazon. I know we're fighting this trend, and I understand that as the market's here at 15,000. I just need to make sure because how strong Amazon was yesterday, I still feel like buyers can get right back into this name ASAP. I mean, I watched it yesterday make something very similar on Amazon, and then it absolutely just took off and just, unfortunately we have that bad wick there. It's gonna be hard to see, so we're gonna zoom out of that right now. But let's just see what it can do, man. We're back into this name. We're 25 cents in the money on SoFi. We're $1.80 in the money on AMD, and we're flat now on Amazon, but looking to pick up more at the bottom. Let's try to be patient and try to find a bottom, right? Once we see this market actually take 15,000 and hold it, maybe we'll punch something in. But for right now, we got some bottom wicks here on Amazon. So let's just watch out for it right there. That's that bottom wick at 28.
420 on NVIDIA is right here, right now. Apple's trying to go, but it can't go more than like 15 cents in the money. That's not enough if you're taking the shot there. Intel's at 33 simultaneously, so I might get that fail break at 33. NVIDIA's bouncing big off 420 here, Brendo.
A few things notably strong here. One of them, 3M, up on this 10.3 billion settlement over their forever claims legal battle that's been going on for a while. The one note in here, they did not admit to any kind of liability in this arrangement that they came up with. So 3M up 2.8% here.
So NVIDIA bounces off 420. Try to get 21s as it broke. It was at 421, like 80, pretty much right away. So that's, I don't think I'm going to get that, Phil. The good news is, if we're going to be bouncing, then Apple makes a nice bounce. So 185. I have 11s. It just got to 50s. I still think you want to ring the register on some of these because the market, while temporarily bouncing here at 15,000, it is trend to the upside. This is going to be so weird because the market's catching a bid. If we start to fail here, I mean, Intel's so darn strong, but it just did the wick above 33. So this is the setup. This is the way. That's me. Like fail break. I'm going to take the short here, give it to the high of the day.
What's up, Brandon?
Another one notably strong, guys, 17%. Nice breakout above that high. They reported beat after the market closed yesterday.
I did not know even. Shots fired.
What stock was that?
Smith & Wesson reported after market.
Yeah, oh, that's why shots fired. That's a good one.
Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's okay. We only do bad puns around here. That's kind of like it's a dad joke thing. We throw the bad puns when they're obvious. So I'm in an Intel short, which is hella weird as the market's trying to bounce off 15,000. But if it was counter trend before, when the market was tanking, then it failing 33 even, why wouldn't that work now? I've seen Intel go counter trend before. It never seems to last forever. Eventually it starts falling the market, but it feels like too much too fast there. And if we do get back underneath 15,000, like why wouldn't this fall into VWAP here? So I'm gonna get some bids out. SoFi is still fine. The one short that I think I gotta be concerned about, I missed the reload on Palantir. Oh, that sucks. As I was looking at Intel opportunity cost, right? Palantir comes and gives you the same entry at 75s where I was short before. It's been basically that 15-cent range we're able to capture. If it's trend down, I want to try to re-enter there, but as you see, might have just missed the reload opportunity on Palantir. Still been a good one. I'm not going to complain about it. Just like SoFi. Had to be in it a couple times. It did try to wick out. It wicked me out above 8. We just jumped right back in exactly at 8 even. It's still trending to the downside. So I'm not really concerned. I'm still holding to about a third of this. PIC's about to break down if it cannot hold this support. If it doesn't hold 130, I don't have a 150 breakout set up. It then starts getting down to a $1.
I don't mind holding on to Amazon here for the long, but we are starting to get out of it right now. I'm just watching SoFi. We do have some lower bids here, but the market is still below. It's well below VWAP. It just took out 15,000 again to the upside. Let's just see if it wants to hold. I mean, that's like here it goes. So we just take another 50 cents there on that. Okay. Now we're getting excited. Now you're starting to go upside a little bit. There it is. Yes, sir. We'll hit the bangs right now for Amazon. Shout out to my guy Prad back there as well. All right, watch this. Here we go to the upside right now. But nice moves here. Let's see where Amazon goes. We don't have any more bids on this name. We're just going to wait. Well, we have bids, but we don't have any more offers. Let's wait to see where it goes right now. We talked about getting some out there on SoFi. I'm looking for a reload on AMD for sure to the short side. But as this market continues to go upside here, you're starting to break. So, that 110. Maybe AMD is broken now. I mean, if you're going to short it, I think you got to wait. You got to wait for this 110.27 or so. That's exactly where we're short. So we'll put another offer up there at 110.20 and see if we can get something. But for right now, let's just continue to do what we're doing. And then I wanted to look at Google as well because this is a pretty key area right now, 121.60. So let's go on Google. I think we could try this short here on this name, especially if we do make that move down. Seems like it's not super aggressive here, but we could start to trend down a little bit here on Google, I feel like.
Possible.
So let's just wait to see if that is possible. And there it is. We now take the short. We're short at 49 here on Google. I was just trying to give this, I don't know. I mean, the market, I'd hate for this to bounce off 15,000 and I'm sitting here and I just get a little rinsed on some of these shorts.
Well, I just got the same feeling.
Yeah.
Because I was just about to celebrate the fact that Intel made another charge at 33. It got to 98 here. I was able to get my average to 95 and was getting filled right at 82. We're like, okay, we'll take first profits, headed down, snaps right back up to the top. So Intel might be running the top here. I have taken some out. I don't want to reload this a third time unless it fails the local high at 33.09. I was pointing out NVIDIA at 420. It just made a bounce off 421, so still some potential higher lows being put in here for NVIDIA. If this starts to go, I mean, it has a way of dragging the market with it. 15,000 holds after a move down like this, and NVIDIA holds on to 420. I think you want long. I think you've missed a chance on a couple of these on initial bounces. Tesla, it's random 253 to me. I was looking at 250 even, or at least closer to it. Now it's trying to hold 255. I don't want to rush into the longs. Apple was a long that set up and held the initial level we're looking at. 185 was all we liked, so we were able to get it at 185 and then try to hold on to it. I don't want to rush into NVIDIA and try to catch a falling knife, nor Tesla. And wow, Intel is strong.
Yeah.
Intel, yeah, it was looking like that was going to be, an easy reversal into VWAP, and the second we got one fill, right back up and testing the high. Now it's wicking the high again. If it doesn't break the top, I'll go for that reload, but I want to be pretty patient with this. The other shorts have been, like Palantir and SoFi have been easier. I don't want to be fighting anything too hard here at 958.
No, I would think that would be right, but there's some money coming down here for Google as we'll take out some 38s right now. We're short 50. We actually have three offers there, all got filled there. I liked it a lot when I saw it, so I put on another position there at 50. So hopefully this can drop down. I was looking for something in the 20s, but again, the market just doing its own dance right now. So I feel like patience is the key. Is there anything else you guys want us to look at? I have Oracle written down on the sticky notes, so we can have a look at that quickly. As this market right now getting excited again. I mean, look at Amazon. Amazon right back to 109 again. Where is this? Oh my God, now you're 129. Sorry, I keep saying 109 because that's of AMD. 129. Let's put an offer right there to see if Amazon does want to rip higher and higher and higher. So it's a good thing we got some out here on Google, but look what's happening right now. It is making that move higher again here for Google, so watch out. I said on Google we'd use this 121.80. I think I'm pretty confident with doing that, so let's put some more offers there around 70 and then see what happens, man. And then we're going to use 121.80 as our out there as, yeah, good day so far today, just a little bit mixed on what I'm trying to do. Like, we're long on Amazon, but short on Google, and short on AMD and short on SoFi. So we've got good names here short. We just took a 77 out there on SoFi. I hope that was a pretty good idea. And then AMD, we only have 10% left. So I'm not even worried about AMD. The position that I'm most worried about is Amazon. And then now with our newest reload here, oh yeah. We're reloaded. Because you didn't know, I like that one. We'll wait for it. We'll put a bid in the mid-50s, mid-40s here, see if we get a fill on this. But yeah, right now, little danger zone here, Brendo, as we bounce off of 15,000. Let's go over to the big desk. What's happening now?
Still pretty right, guys. Yeah, right at that 15,000 mark. It is the NASDAQ down here leading the way as far as decliners are concerned. 1.1, 1.2 there for the composite and the 100. All three, Russell, 1, 2, 3,000 negative as well again today. It's the 2,000 leading the way, almost a full percent at this point, 0.5%, 0.7 there. Meanwhile, for the Dow and the S&P as we get to 10 o'clock. A few things from the pre-market. If you joined us this morning, we were discussing that initiation on SoFi from Compass Point at a sell rating. Fisker, yeah, 22. Oceans delivered in the U.S. market. Earnings beat for CarMax. We didn't get to that one, but KMX was up pre-market. Still a 20+% short float on this one. Not really doing much, though. Trying to get back to the upside right now, guys.
So very quickly, still up and still strong. Intel here up 1.5%. It broke out that, it broke out that top. It got to yesterday's high and wicked it 33.25. I'm not holding the 33s to that level. To me, that's going to be a separate trade. If it gets back up there, I think that could be a wick top. I just got to reload in Apple because we're testing back down here. So if I'm wicked out and we get to another level, then I'm just not afraid to put the trade back on. We did it with SoFi at the same price, but Intel, we're going to end up taking it off of yesterday's high at 33.25. As I mentioned, Apple just got right back down into 185 here. So we got it once, 185 to the half. We've reloaded it. It continues to hold on to this line as 15,000 just goes back and forth. This was the long that we liked. So 15,000 holds, I feel like Apple should be okay. That said, this market is doing everything it can to test the bottoms. NVIDIA, it doesn't seem to want to get back to 420. So higher low again at 421. If you're looking for the bottom on NVIDIA, at this point, it feels like you got to play off 121. It levitated away from it when I tried to get it the first time. Maybe we can get a shot at that 21 level. I don't want to hold all the way to 420. I feel like if we get to 420 again, you're probably breaking the level at that point.
I mean, I'm still in the AMD, so I'm kind of with you on that one. But yeah, I'm going to just wait. I think that we have to do, man. Just be patient. I mean, we've definitely made. Yeah, we got to just cheer right now to some extent because you know what? I'll put another. As I say that, let's put another bid here. Get some more out on Google. But Google dropped out, man. We got those 20 fills, like we said. We got the 30 fills. We got some 28s and so on and so forth. So as we wait, we'll scalp it out, man. Take a little bit of. See, here it comes back in again. Take a little bit of profit as we go. We're still waiting on that Amazon. Amazon, we got some 129s there, but we didn't get that high spot. We were waiting at 129.29, and it went to 129.27, so that's crazy that happened. But hopefully on another move to the upside, we'll be able to get some more shares on that. SoFi, Amazon. What I kept mentioning was Oracle, and I got away from it. So because Google started to tank, so I was like, okay, I got to address that. But Oracle, right there it is. We talked about this on the sticky note at that 120 level. It basically hit it off the open and then tanked. So that would have been something that we should have had, and now we'd be $1.30 in the money. And Oracle right now trying to break even lower right now. So I think you could probably go short against 119 here on Oracle, but we're already short Google. And I don't know, again, like if we bounce off 15,000, which we're doing, we don't need to be loaded into these shorts. That seems a little foolish to do that, especially if we are bouncing off of that level. But Oracle, again, 119, a decent level there to go short against. So we could probably start that. If we do get a bump up to 119, let's put on some shorts there on Oracle against that 119.20. We like it. It dipped off 120 there, so we'll take this short if it does come in. But for right now, focused on Google, and probably should have reloaded that. If it comes back up into the 50s again, we will try a reload there on Google because it just made that move to 52 or 53 there. Let's see if that happens again, and we'll dare it to happen again, and then we'll grab the reload as AMD back down right now. Boom. Nice move there. Could have reshorted that one, but AMD, hopefully that goes down. Hey, if the short prints today, man, we're going to be gold. So let's see what's happening. Yeah, where is Free Fall Friday exactly? Maybe it's coming, maybe it's not, but we're here right now.
If 15,000 holds on it, really.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? You got to wait for 15,000, and if you're always looking down for Free Fall Friday, then you've gotten your ass handed.
I can hear Brad. He's like, but the market's down 1%. I know it's down 1%, but here's the thing. If Apple holds on to 185, the NASDAQ holds on to 15,000, where's it going to go from here? Like it kind of stalls the move out. And as I say that, Apple continues to struggle at that half mark. It could still happen. You're only at 10 o'clock right now. The only long I have liked at least, that we'll be able to get here is going to be Apple. I maybe am looking a gift horse in the mouth by not taking it out more aggressively in front of VWAP, so we'll go for that now to get another leg out in front of 185 half. It is only giving you that range, so you might as well take it. I got the reload on Intel off that lower high. I do want to look at NVIDIA. You know, I did not get every time I decide I want $1 higher in NVIDIA, it's the $1 higher than that. So I went from 420 like, yeah, 421 looks like it's the long, and now all of a sudden it can't seem to break down underneath 422. So rather than chase NVIDIA at this point, I think I'll just calm down. Apple seems like it's okay. I do have Intel short, which I said would be weird, but it's at a resistance level. That PIK, I told you guys I wanted to break out. I'm no longer taking the breakout. It's just gliding to the downside here. This one could be a little bit dead. As you can see across the board, everything is weak and down. Apple's holding on for dear life. We haven't even talked about Microsoft. It's putting in a higher low as well. This is what could give the market a bit of a bounce. Higher low on Softy. If this breaks out, Apple holds, 15,000 holds. This is what a bounce play would look like. I'm still mostly short because I think that's the trend, but I don't think you want to sell out that it's going to be an automatic free fall.
You know, we've talked about it. Just chill, man. Chill. Exactly. We'll get what we need. We'll get what we need. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing guaranteed. The market's actually been pretty disappointing today because we hit 15,000 and it's just dancing around it. So if you've been long off 15,000, you're pretty good because you only had to dip down 20 handles or 15 handles. It only went to 85 right there. But look what happened on Amazon right now. Let's ring the cash registers again and again and again on Amazon because that was a good idea. Yeah, nice trade. We just got out at 30s there off of this. So we just get another dollar there, close enough there on Amazon. But look what happened here. This was another one. I'm going to keep doing this because I'm pretty happy with what just happened with ourselves on Google. Look at that, man. A bunch of reloads up there at 55, like we said, then all out in the 30s and 20s. So that was great. Let's just see if it can continue to fall down here with Google. But we do have to probably adjust our stop right now because we were at 80 on Google. But now you can see this has come back in a little bit. So now that's 70 where VWAP is. So I just want to keep respecting that, man. I mean, it's been working for us, so we'll watch out for that. I mean, VWAP is 70, so it means I think our out at 80 is still probably valid. You never want to get out at the very, very penny or anything like that, where these things, well, you could. It doesn't matter. I mean, just because I'm looking at VWAP doesn't mean anybody else is, right? And sometimes if you rip up through VWAP, sometimes you'll get marketable orders that go. So often, if you don't take that first print, you'll still get stopped out at 80 because it will just rip through that level, and then momentum will carry it higher, right? So watch out for that. But I'm going to put my stop. I just looked at it again. If it's going to be 70, let's still put our stop at 80. So you're going to see me right here, 121. 81 or so. We'll put a stop price on that one. Yeah, we better get out. Well, we can get out at 75% of it maybe, just in case we're wrong on that move. So, okay, so that's the plan of action. It just came back up. I'm not going to reload anything on this name until we get a little bit higher than where we are right now. So that's what we're going to try to do here on Google. Try to go short, but be very, very aware, like Neil was mentioning and like I've been mentioning too. Wow, first of all, there's the dollar club right now. Face slap ourselves on Amazon. There it is, $1 right back to VWAP as well. We'll see if this one can run. But remember, be cautious here in the face of this 15,000. So that's all.
I mean, exactly. We're still above it. We're bouncing. I just got stopped out of Intel, so I've taken 2 swings at it. Both have been misses, and that's that short, right? Like at the end of the day, it's a pretty strong stock. It's counter trend in the market, but it was counter trend. Now the market is bouncing off 15,000 and it's continuing to go. So I don't think you want to consider it counter trend anymore. Palantir has been okay for most of the morning. I just reloaded it. That first short off 75 did give you down to 60s. If this starts breaking out, you could have like wipeout bottoms and then a breakout at 14 even. I want to give it to this to 1385, treat 14 as its own level, but this is definitely setting up that you have some wipeout bottoms here and a potential break at the tops. Apple long looks okay. Nvidia's starting to go as well. This is now 23s to the upside. Probably should have just chased Nvidia. I'm going to take another leg out of SoFi in the low 80s. Just to make sure I'm continuing to trim it. I'll have down to 20% of that name if I get the next fill. Apple is now above VWAP. This turns into a hold, and then look to see where it establishes consolidation next. And if we're trend up, let's see where Apple decides it wants to calm down. Maybe it's just an out off 186, or we're trying to add to this position above VWAP, but that looks like a strong one. Almog in the chat saying Carvana for the long wicking on the 5-minute. So I don't have a 5-minute up, but we can definitely look at some Carvana. Oh, wow, that's still heading to the downside. Pretty weak start to the day for Carvana. Did not get down to the support. I was saying 23. Could have been a nice little bottom. You got some wicks down here. This hasn't really curled yet. This is my 15-minute chart. I think you want to let it maybe drop a little further before I would be all systems go on that one.
Okay, yeah, wow. Carvana, that has been pretty interesting the last couple of days.
Canva, you mean?
Yeah, off that 25. I don't want to throw shade at Michael Noss.
Oh, it's fine. Michael, he's our friend.
He's our friend.
We can say
sure.
whatever.
Maybe not any longer. I know.
He's fine.
Yeah, he meant Carvana there. But right there, 130.30. Great move up there for Amazon. Let's just see the market's really bouncing there off of 15,000, sort of as we mentioned. So we knew that there would be some problem areas here, especially not like Jake Paul problem child areas, but this one right now, Amazon up to 130, but we knew 15,000 was going to hit. So there it is right now. And the position that I'm obviously dug into right now, we've talked about this, is Google. So Google with another upside move. I might also get a little bit more now. I'm still waiting here at 70. Let me cancel that because it came up there pretty quickly. Let's take a 64, 65, and then we'll wait for a little bit more as we get a little bit here above 70. That's right where VWAP is. So we're going to average into this position. There it is. So now we've got a decent size on here, hoping for the best in this trade. But we'll see, man. We'll see. I like the short. It's still not much. It was redder than the market. But now that the market's made that that move back up. Google's trying to go green possibly, and it has to get above this 122.20 area. But here we go, man. There's the fills. This could be the last straw, last stop out here for us on Google as it is making its move back up here. I don't know why we picked this one particularly to short, but we did break below that 122. So that's really what was interesting here for me on Google. It's not, again, like we're still under VWAP. It's one of those names that's still under, so we got to be able to watch out for that. But I guess we can give it a little bit more room, but I don't want to give it much more because if we want to get going here, Google's going to get going. So let's squash ourselves out here if it takes 80s. There it is. Now we've got shares on Google. So ready to rock and roll on this name. It looks like it does want to get higher here.
So another one of the shorts just came out. Got to have an out for me. I was taking the same entry on Palantir a second time. We ended up going 1 for 2, so it'll be flat for me on Palantir because we didn't really get probably enough shares out at the bottom, quite frankly. So when we reload, didn't get any profit out, couldn't quite break 1365 downside. Now you're breaking up. 14 is still a level. If it gets to 14 and rejects, I might go back to looking at the short trade. But for now, we have to accept the fact that we've bounced off 15,000. That leaves SoFi for me as an available short. There's a good question in the chat. Why isn't Tesla on the big tech? Well, because quite frankly, we tend to have Tesla. When we do the rundown, it's always its own. It never seems to be lumped in with big tech because it usually has its own catalyst and stands out as very, very unique. But you could definitely include it in that if you wanted to.
It's too
Brendo?
stressful.
It's on the EV board. We'll get to that in a sec, though. But anyway, Tesla is. Canopy, guys, weed. Basically all-time lows right now. They've raised going concern doubts. So they reported, first of all, wider quarterly loss, and then they raised doubts about the ability to continue as a going concern for weed today.
Good. I mean,
Going concern.
We've been talking about lighting those on fire now for about 2 years. So anybody that's watched us here on Cannabis Names, hopefully you have not invested any of your hard-earned money into that space. Not. I mean, I've already lost all of mine, so do not lose all of yours as well. I hate that sector, obviously, but we'll wait to see there. I mean, I don't know why we put money in that in the first place when you could just plant a seed and then grow your profits. It doesn't make any sense. So, you know, that's obviously a space that needs either some consolidation, which Tilray bought Hexo and then now Hexo gone. Like some of these things have just been disastrous.
Need them federals, son.
Yeah, we need the federales to show up and do something. Whoopsies about all that. Okay, right now Google does make that move back down. But yeah, we cashed out a little bit. Let's just wait to see. We do have a big position here on Google, and it's going to need to go southbound. We are bouncing off VWAP on the market, so that's nice. So hopefully we do. Okay, here it goes. Now back into the 50s. I got to put some bids out here as whatever, I had 1,000 shares up there. So hopefully this can come back down in, and we'll see what happens now with Google. So nice move, but we're going to cash some out as we're still above 15,000. Hopefully this market can tank, and then we'll have something there. But let's just take out couple shares at a time here on the way down and hold for a much bigger move. AMD, we also got reloaded, so that's going to be a good one. That went right to our levels. But again, there we go. Okay, good. Good short here on Advanced Micro. Hopefully that will pay off for us. Here we go into the 80s now as well. Yes, sir. Holy shit. That's a good little bit of money right there. I didn't even realize it. I was too focused on Google. We talked about having a little bit of shares there, but there it is, man. The pay dirt is on AMD. Yes, sir. Boom. Day's high for me right here on that move to the downside for Advanced Micro. So again, be patient and it will always pay off. Always.
That's what you got to do. There was no $5 for me on Virgin Galactic, so I was never able to take the trade there. It just broke down again, so you had a 450 hold. Always wait for it. I only wanted short after the offering, so it made a nice consolidation. I'm now shorting it into VWAP here. Was able to get 42s. I'll add if I can get 45s. I think $4 is a possibility. They even said there was an offering on the stock, and they even said they're looking to raise another, I think it was 300 or 400 million in the future. So they could slap another one anytime the stock goes up. So what goes up must come down, especially when they have the ability to slap a shelf on you at any given moment. If we see $4, I think we want to get out of it. To be sure, Tesla just rejected 56 a little bit. At the same time, have a look at Meta. We haven't really talked about this name, but it is a bit of a double bottom. You look at it yesterday. It has a chance to break out. This could be a name where if we can take out some fresh highs, it's setting up for a breakout. I think Meta, 282.5. So this one, nice little wipeout bottom, higher low. Meta looking somewhat breakout-ish, but it is still down 1%. I still believe Apple is the safer of all the names. It held on to 185 like an absolute champion. If we roll back over, I think it is going to be that 186 level. Hasn't settled down enough for a reload, but the long here, you could be green on this at 187.
Whoa,
if it gets to 187, I had that as resistance. I'm probably a seller in front of 187. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Hopefully we've added to the long at some point. Coin wins in court, Bob W. just said. I have not seen any news on Coinbase, but I'll check it out just in case.
Yeah, I don't know what that would be all about.
That
but,
seems, I mean, they just had this.
But cool. Okay, I can't.
No, I got
talking,
it.
but
I'll read it right here for you guys. We have U.S. Supreme Court rules for Coinbase in its bid to halt court proceedings as they seek to move customer litigation into yada, yada, yada. So it seems a little more procedural than anything else.
Okay, good. Thanks for that. And thanks for that to the chat again.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks for bringing
Good
that
luck.
one up. Amazon right now joins the $1 club. Obviously, it's joined the $2 club right now, so we're going to go awesome. We're going to go cooking up some profits here as Amazon up to 130.40. Just trying to see about those highs again here on Amazon. Google obviously dipped down. We've been getting some out because it's not breaking 50. We have a huge windfall if it does break. We talked about that, so hopefully that can come back in and take that out. I will reload this around VWAP again at 75 here or so, but for right now, need this to go down. We don't need it to go down. We've already gotten some of our money out here, but we're only out of 40%, so hopefully that can come back down a little bit right now. Yeah, good call on that one. What's up to Jade, New Jersey? Let's have a quick look here at there. Here comes. By the way, Google. So watch out here as the market's going to take VWAP again and probably head back up to the upside. Wow,
strong.
I was going to say, look at Lucid. Lucid, yeah, big time
What
movement.
an easy short.
You guys are right about that one. We had that one yesterday, and of course, not today, as Lucid makes that big move again down to the downside. We talked about shorting SoFi, which was been good. I mean, we took money on SoFi, but now it's all the way back to 790. I only have about a little bit more, about 15% left on this name. So we're done. We've done well on it getting out, but there it is. Let's see if we can get some more outs here on Google off that reload at 74.75. It just went into the 60s there, and we only got a piece out. Hopefully it can fall back and give us another out there in the 60s. As it's trying to go higher here, Google. So I feel like this is going to take that 80. So let's get out now, regroup some of these shorts as we've taken 15,000, bounced off there pretty strongly. So now I feel like you got to let the market settle down and pick a direction because still down that 1%, but here we go. Some of these levels starting to crack a little bit higher right now. So I feel like the longs are much, much safer.
Yeah, you know what? Let's take a step back and look at the NASDAQ for just a quick second here because I'm looking at C3AI for something, but 15.1 was where we broke down. So you look at yesterday, okay, afternoon support before we made the fresh high was at 15.1. That was the breakdown level. This is where you could run into resistance. Now that you're really holding 15 even, I think you want to look at that 30 handles from here. If we continue the upside through that level, you know it's super strong. I think that's where you look for a reload on shorting opportunities. I just got the first leg out in space. If I'm going to trade this stock, every 5 cents is a profit center. But C3AI could be breaking back out here. Wipe out bottom. I want to say it got to 10% down, but I don't want to do the dirty math on that. Maybe it didn't get to 10% down, but it got pretty darn close. Bouncing off at 33.5. This gets back above VWAP. You could see a bit of a squeeze to the upside on C3AI. But as that's going
AMD,
possibly up, SoFi, I'm still holding on to a piece of this. I did jettison more shares here at 84 when it looked like it was going to break higher. I do not want to be reloading this anywhere but a test of 8 even. It broke 8 even, got up to 808, and then came back down. So I think looking at this only for a reload at $8 is going to be the key for me. Ooh. So watch out for that SoFi. It definitely has a chance. Tesla just rolled over a little bit here.
Yeah, AMD did too.
Yeah, so Tesla, maybe not as strong as some other names. I thought it was making a nice bounce, right back to 255. Still down 3.5%. I don't know if you want to short that one off 256. Nvidia is starting to roll over. That 420 level could come right back into play here. I never got the long there, so I'll slap a fail on myself. You can like a level, but you still got to be able to get in there at that bottom. I only got Apple at the low. Should have had Nvidia at 420. That one's definitely on me. AI did hit 10% down. Okay, Jason, yeah, so if it goes SSR, just understand once a stock gets short sell restricted, that means you can't hit the bid without an uptick. Oftentimes, if it's a squeezable name, and bounces from that point on, it can be a good long, just because it's a little more difficult for the shorts to aggressively short it. Given that it's bounced off SSR, I typically am looking for longs on the stock above that price. So if we get anything close to 33.5, I'm going to be looking for a curl and a bounce on C3AI.
So we talked about the strategy there of getting out on Google, right, and what we were trying to do there. And that was hold a little bit in case that break was one of those fregaze breaks where we just ran up to VWAP and then stopped. So the thing is, we also had the market stopping there as well. So the market was also at VWAP. So that was the plan. And so we were able to short more there against that 122, right? And so that's so far so good here on the reload. But we did get stopped out of the bigger position. But you guys know that we didn't have the whole thing on board. So that was pretty good, though. That was pretty good on Google so far today. But we did get stopped out, and we're not trying to hide anything about that trade because that was a stop out. And the one trade that I'm not going to hide at all, look, I mean, this just keeps on working for us. Look at AMD. Down goes AMD. A nice little move. Let's take another 37 bid if we can get that. I am more focused on Google because I do have more shares on that name. But down goes Google. SoFi still doing nothing. Amazon should have taken that one out, baby. So 130.50. Let's put an offer at 130.50. You never know if you're going to get them or not. So we'll put a 130.45 or so. We'll put a bid on that one and see if it comes through on Amazon. It doesn't look like it. But there goes Google. Again, I know I'm focusing on a lot of the same names here, but that's because reasons. Disney right now, $88, which came up on the scanner right there. Some size at 88. Looks like it wants to take it down. Those of you that say go woke and go broke might be right with this Disney trade, as it's been really getting hit here off that 94 rate to the downside and trying to find some support. This is where we recently bought it, man. 87. We were lucky to get it at 87, 88, bring our average price to like 94. Remember, we bought some 97, then some 87s, but this trade not working out at all as Disney continues to move down. Holy Google, come on, man, snap. Like, my net is going up here, but we need this to snap to the downside. Looks like we missed that AMD bid at 37. Now, that sucks. Hopefully that comes in as well. So far, so good. What a good day it's been here today. Lots of action, and we have the action man himself over there at the big board. And it's a big desk.
A little bit quiet, guys, as far as small caps are concerned. I'll give you a few here, 3 of them, in fact, that are still higher on the day, but kind of fading out the initial move to the upside. PIK, Disney headline this morning. So Kid Pick teaming up with Disney on World's Best film coming through from Reuters this morning. So a big move up, but you can see we're kind of leaking back to the downside here. 120 coming into play right now. This CF Conformis, this is a buyout, so a heads up on that. A few people talking about that, wondering there was a buyout offer issued for Conformis, so CFMS up huge on that. And then this KITT, a robotics company coming through with a contract from the energy sector from Petrobras. Same story, gap to the upside, already right back to where we were yesterday, guys.
So I got trailed out of Apple. At some point, you got to take profit everywhere. Congratulations! Still holding on to this because it hit 186. I put my trail on when it did these see these wick highs above 186. I'm like, yeah, I'll put my trail out underneath 75. Just got out there. Then it proceeds to bounce just in front of where we got out. I guess it wants to hold on to VWAP. There's always a chance to be able to get more. If it holds this consolidation and breaks out the high, there's going to be a couple of ways to get in. Either at VWAP, which has not really tested, or maybe out through 186 even could be a bit of a play. I still think C3AI's got a good chance here. Putting in a higher low as we speak, and maybe I want to wet the beak in front of 34 before trying to long off 33.5. I'm sitting in the front of 33.5, but I feel as if this wants to hold, I want to take more than one shot at it after the SSR bounce. If you had the lower high the first time, it was good. If it puts another one in here and holds that local high, then you could be above VWAP, and then a potential squeeze play for C3AI. Virgin Galactic and SoFi, those are okay for the short side at this point. But that Apple, if we're going to go long again, I think Apple, outside of a squeeze play, is going to be the one. I just want to be patient getting back in.
That's a bad Apple?
Well, not yet, it's not.
No, I mean, I still like Apple.
You guys were talking about Apples this morning, but
190 or so on Apple. So, yeah, okay. Nice downside moves here, man. Google's starting to go a little bit. AMD, we did get that, so we'll spend the money for AMD. And we'll also go bang right there because, hey, 110.20. If you look at the AMD trading, It's been retirement mode. If you took the couple of AMD trades that we had 119 short, we had 114 short, and we've been really crushing these names here live for you on the show. So yeah, really happy with our AMD performance as of late, needless to say. But we are entering the building now with Google as that's making another move to the downside here off some reloads at 122. So far so good. We did not take that last reload though on Google, which kind of, not my bad or anything like that. I was waiting for 122, but we didn't get that last one. We could have had it, but we didn't take it. Now is the downside move. Let's hold on to that as we're almost at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. So all good. We did have a lot more money because we had more shares up there. Now we have a good position still on Google, but it's just too many fills. Let's wait to see if it does push down. Let's be patient and wait for 15,000 again. So let's put some bids back into the 30s for Google. That'll be my next position out. We have something in the mid 40s, and then we'll wait for 30s as the market's coming back in here, hopefully dramatically back down to 15,000. That's the take. That's the take that we want, man. We want that 15,000 take. Let's see if we can get it. So, so far so good, but yeah.
Here comes Tesla.
Tesla's to the downside? Okay, good.
Tesla broke the low
Yeah.
and is now trying to bounce above it. So this is kind of like that over-under trade. To me, this has been trending to the downside, down 4%. It's coming back into 255 here. If we're going to head back into the lows, 255 looks like a bit of a level. If you had VWAP in 56, that was never a level I wanted to play off of, but it's making a nice bounce off the bottom. I'm going to try to get in here 55 or in front of 55 and then give it back into that local high. I have a bid to try to get more out of Virgin Galactic. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But Tesla, down 4% and looking relatively weak. It just got in there at 54.67. Give it to local high that's just under $1. Do want to cover some in front of 253 if we head back to the low. But I got a line. I have two lines drawn. One of them we'll never see. I shouldn't say that. It's very unlikely. But 250 I think could be in play today if Tesla wants to continue this trend to the downside. For now, it is another short here. I do have that C3AI. That's more of a SSR bounce play. Just taking a shot with that. And oh, that's right. I knew I forgot about something. Yeah, remember Rivian failing at 14?
Yes.
That wicked 14, got to 14.10, and is now at 13.65. That wasn't that difficult. Rivian and Lucid were actually pretty easy trades to have not been looking at them this morning. It is what it is. You can always look back and congratulations to anybody. Congratulations! It just said, why not short the two weaker of the EV names, I should say. But Tesla, I'm in at 55 here. Let's see if it makes another bounce off this level. Rejection, I should say.
I mean, we didn't get into Oracle. I don't know if we want to short or not at this point. It's 10:30. We've already made a lot of trades today. There's no doubt about that, man. We have 70 fills on Google, which is ridiculous. But here it comes right back up to the upside. We just take another short right there. I mean, this is why we have so many fills. Just keeps on printing us. We get the move up, we take the shares, comes back down, we get out. But let's see if that's the case now, as the market is once again bouncing off 15,000, right back up to test VWAP. But the scary part about this is Google's going higher and higher on all these different tests, right? So that's the scary part about what Google's doing right now. So I'm going to give it to this 120.20 area upside here, and if it breaks that, then we can easily get out of it. So would still be sucky, but we haven't really loaded back in until just right now. And we got that at 85. So we don't nearly have the shares that we had the first time, but we're watching out for that 122.25 area up here for Google. So that's right there. We got a great fill on AMD and we took advantage of that one. Let's see if we could do something similar here on Google and grab a fill while this is moving upside. So that's what we're going to try to do for this name. Grab that fill on the upside. I mean, right now it's at 122, so we just missed it. Always going to take something when we get up there, but then the bigger position, maybe around 122.10, something like that, just in case, this move does fly a little bit higher here. We'll watch out for that, but there it is. We just missed that reload at 122 because we were waiting for a little bit higher. Let's see if we can get it again. But here we go, right back into the money. Well, close enough to in the money now as we're short 86s here on Google. Should have had a little bit more. Let's see if the market fails at VWAP. When we get back from Brendan, then there'll be a different story to tell for sure. So let's go over there, throw it over to the big guy. And I'm going to say small cap recap. Yes, looks like
Crypto.
Crypto at 10:30 there. Yes, crypto. Good one. I said that to you the other day. Remember, I was like, oh, the only one I'll never forget is crypto because it's 10:30. But there it is. Let's go back over to crypto with Brendan.
Hey guys, this 30 minutes brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the international organization, the Royal Court of East Breffni O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. Overall, pretty quiet day for crypto, as we saw that headline came across for Coinbase winning that Supreme Court ruling. Right back down already for the actual stock itself. Nothing else in the way of significant headlines this morning coming through for crypto, but you can see Bitcoin, this is a daily chart, back to inside days, it would appear anyways, trying to hold 30,000 anyways, but constructive after that huge move earlier in the week back to 30,004. BTC, there is coin now negative once again. It did go positive there briefly, but gave it all back and then some on pretty heavy volume. It's worth noting. Dead flat so far for BTC, Ethereum, a little bit red, pretty quiet to end the week, guys.
Yeah, Tesla got spicy. Tesla broke out. It kind of took out that 56 area. So I'm out of Tesla. Maybe it gives you that. When it goes to VWAP, I usually like playing VWAP by taking fills above it if I like to short. I know that sounds weird sometimes, but I feel like if you're shorting underneath, it can be a little bit trickier because you're looking for that rollover. That would have been a better entry here instead of taking it the front end. But if we get to VWAP, you could always break, fail to get above 57, and then that can sometimes be an easier short. We'll see what happens. I will be probably very frustrated with Apple. If we end up breaking out and I don't catch a bit of a dip here off of VWAP, I'm looking for it to make a bit of a base. If it can do that, fine, then we'll get away from only going long at 185. C3AI is actually starting to work here. We actually just rang the register a little bit in front of VWAP, getting some in front of 34. It just got 34.50. If it breaks VWAP, I want to get it out there and then look for a 35 break. If 35 goes, then I want to hang on and just see what happens. Maybe it's 36. AI is capable of a lot of things. Now that it's short sell restricted, there is always a better chance at a squeeze once you've hit that 10% down marker. NVIDIA, kind of weird NVIDIA here. So it's hanging on now to 422. Can't seem to break back out. If the market wants to hold on to 15,000, there's a long somewhere here in NVIDIA. Every single one I've been missing, by the way. So 425 for a breakout is what is setting up next on NVIDIA, with the market looking strong. Typically speaking, when NVIDIA makes a bottom, you just want to find your way long until it gets to the top. It's a weird thing to say because it felt like it was going to be a free fall Friday. It's down 1.5%, but we've seen this story play out before on NVIDIA where it makes the bottom. And what does it do? It just goes all the way, right? It goes all the way. We are still $10 away from yesterday's high. So if there's a long to be had, I don't mind the notion of a 25 break as long as the NASDAQ's still going.
That's the thing. The
That
NASDAQ
should be long
rate,
21.
The
That's the
NASDAQ right
problem.
now is doing absolutely nothing. The NASDAQ's been doing nothing for some reason for over 45 minutes right now. It's just
True.
It's just back and forth and doing absolutely nothing, which is why I'm pretty happy with our current positioning because nothing's happening in the stocks we're in either, and we keep shorting tops and getting out and doing a whole bunch of different things. So let's just wait to see, man. I mean, I don't want to get squashed on this Google trade, but I only have bids. Like I'm getting out at like 75, 76. I just put another bid at 73. You might have heard me hit the key there. Hoping for a downside push, but the problem with Google right now is VWAP is right here at 70. So it's like all these shorts sure are paying out, but they're not really moving. And that's why I look at the NASDAQ and say, yeah, that's why they're not moving. We're going to need some dips back. And if any of these shorts are going to work. So, and the longs too. I mean, the longs need to work as well, the same way. We did take something out there on SoFi at 85, I guess, as that seems to join the barcode club right now. Hopefully it can make a move down for me, but if you guys are long, it's looking pretty good. It's holding through 80 right there. This has been like we dipped down there for a bit. We sort of accumulated and then busted higher. So for right now, SoFi down here at 780 looks like it wants to do something, and we'll wait to see what exactly that dance is. But for right now, pretty blasé on that one.
You say blasé.
Yeah.
I have not heard that one in a while.
Yeah, well,
Blasé. Even Sharif's got the little chuckle there because he's around our age cohort. He knows what's up with that.
Yeah.
But as you say, barcoding.
Yeah.
So this is like I had a bid at 430 on Virgin Galactic, and it hit 432, and for the next 10 minutes has had a 2-cent range. So, okay, fine, in the money, but do something. So I'm just going to get on the bid here, try to take my next fill in front of the low of the day. at this point, you want to let the market make a move for you. If you're in the money, great, that's fine. You can kind of just work positions at this point. But adding to a position, entering a position, I don't know if we're setting up for that. I heard saw a good point, Saw a good point in the chat, like look at what's going on in the higher time frames in the market. So this is the NASDAQ. We just go right into yesterday's bottom at 15,000. We wick it, and we're in the midst of a green candle on the 60-minute. If you look at the 15, it's been all green since we wicked underneath that 15,000 and just slightly trending to the upside. So I do think you'll want to be looking for some longs in here because it feels like a bit of a trend reversal. We have not been able to punch through the top. That could be the lack of volume that we're seeing today. So struggling to punch through the top because you're not having a ton of volume at that bottom. We are eking up. I think you want to look for some longs. I know NVIDIA's setting up for 25 break or at least a 420 long. Tesla, I suppose I could have reversed that one. But that wasn't the look I was going for. I wanted to short it in front of VWAP. And even if it fails VWAP here, it still might give that opportunity. But yeah, you're getting some signs of a breakout here. All I have is C3AI after giving up on Apple. And Apple holding VWAP as well. This might be an entry for me off Apple. Apple now making a higher low bounce off of VWAP, 185.75. Maybe something tighter to 185.5 is what I'd be looking for.
Everything's trying to break. Like here's another name that we haven't looked at in a while. Alibaba trying to go through 85. Again, maybe there goes Tesla.
Up through 85?
Up. You're trying to go. Well, I mean that's the level. I mean whether or not it's trying to go up or not. I mean. This is probably a good short as well, down 2.34%. Maybe this is better than Google, but I don't know. It's not. Nothing's happening. This is a 1-minute chart, but I mean, you could play it off that. I wonder that if we do continue to go higher, do we want to be sitting in these shorts? We have Amazon, which is a great move, northbound right now, so that's good. This is another one. I feel like Alibaba can be shorted here against 85.10, but the market's breaking now VWAP again. So I don't, we're trying it right there. Another name, Tesla. I mean, if you guys want to look at Tesla, right now just taking VWAP as well and breaking out through 256.50. There you go, Tesla. So again, another banger there. If you take the long at that bottom, did we talk about I feel like we talked about 250, 253 when we did the rundown earlier today. Wow, good bottom there. Huge move up. Now up $4 from that bottom as Tesla also taking out VWAP and looking to go higher right now. Okay, so in what's been a boring trade, there it is again. We take an 87 short there on Google. We'll just because we're not because we're bored, but because we do this, we'll put out 10% of that trade down here at 77. Hopefully that will fill out as well. But it's 1040 right now, and honestly, the market just got to decide, and I'm down with whatever way it goes.
NVIDIA broke.
Okay, good. So that's good or bad. I don't know. We have AMD short still. But there goes Amazon. We're still waiting here at 130.50. If we get 130.45, actually. So if we get that, then we'll be out of Amazon and we'll regroup it from there. But looks like the market finally trying to make a move here. So all is well, man. It looks like we may get busted out of our Google trade here, but I'm still waiting for that 122.25. So not a big position yet, waiting for more shares up north side of 122, giving it to that 122.25.
Yeah, let's go upside here. We'll go Kincaid spike because we haven't hit it. That's probably more for AI, but I got a great fill on the break of NVIDIA. Edge A for the win. Thank you very much for that. I love that stop. It's been actually great lately, but we get out a piece, a third in front of 425.50 on the break. I do want to give it a little bit of room, but not forever. Oh, it doesn't want to hold, There it goes. So it just failed that breakout a little bit. We're able to get 50 cents for a third and then a quarter. It just pulled back in. I think VWAP's going to be in play. I'm kind of done with let's just hold on to the breakout forever. Now, the breakout either works right away or it doesn't. And if it starts holding a bit above 25, we can just try jumping back in. We can get VWAP. I'm now thinking this is a trend up on NVIDIA, and I want to take shots at the long. Before we go to sector watch, kind of the reason for the Kincaid spike was VWAP, which I'm celebrating too early on C3AI. How about we get an out in front of VWAP before we start celebrating there? C3AI off that 34 level, now getting up into VWAP. It went SSR. Thank you very much in the chat for pointing out that it had crossed 10% down and was bouncing. As we go to Brendan for sector watch already. That actually wasn't that good of a break.
Yeah, morning flying by here. Let's go. Red, S&P 500 to look at right now, 0.6 to the downside overall. Pretty widespread, as you can see, selling right across the entire board. CarMax down here, KMX having a nice day. as we mentioned, 20+% on the short side of things for KMX, but otherwise consumer discretionary names as a group, pretty red, including, another 4% downside here for Tesla today, pretty ugly. GM and Ford down there following suit. Tech shares, the entire group outside. Intel on a bounce, 1.7 to the upside for Intel. Everything else downside in a big way. PayPal, ouch, 3.5 downside already for PayPal. Some of the software-related fintech names getting hit today. Industrials then, healthcare, energy, material, communication stocks, all red as well. There's a little bit of strength down here. Consumer staples and utility stocks, but nothing to write home about. Overall, 0.6 for the S&P, guys.
And that caught us off guard.
Why
there.
isn't Sharif short 67 on PayPal? That is a flat bottom break if I've ever seen one. No, I'm not. I'm being facetious there, Sharif.
Is that the word of the day?
You don't think so?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's a good word.
While we're stealing things from Sharif over
it's
there.
a good word.
I don't know, whatever, man. It's just, but look at the break on. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like you go through all the stocks, you have your setups all out there. SoFi ended up being good. Probably should have had Lucid, if we're being honest with ourselves, which we try to be. Lucid was a big miss. If a stock was good to you the day before, was like your best stock, your second best stock, it behooves you to try to be more active in trading it. I had offers to get
behooves is a better word, I feel like.
You think behooves is better?
I think that's a better word of the day. But yeah, to each their own.
I had to throw something else in there because you guys were disappointed with that last one. But I should, 67, flat bottom break, it's clean, it's $1. The green candles only come in after it fails at 66. Like on a 15-minute chart, it's just all red until it goes $1. Like that's what you're looking for, man. That is exactly what you're looking for. Anyways, we don't have it. I'm not going to dwell too much on it. I did get my fill on C3AI eventually. It's trying to go, like I said, SSR. If it breaks 35, I think I want to hold till 36. That said, if that were to happen, unlike last time at VWAP, I'm going to get an order out there. I'm going to sit up there out in front of 36. That way, if it goes crazy, makes a big move, and then retraces too fast, I hopefully catch a bit of a fill. So AI more of a squeeze play. I do think this can be a long forming up here. Oh yeah, Meta's what I wanted to talk about because someone was saying, you called that setup on Meta.
We call lots of setups.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like you're trading a pocket of names, whatever ends up setting up right away. And quite frankly, you get a bit of a VWAP dip, then you get a breakout on Meta. What was I doing at that moment? Taking a breakout on NVIDIA. So am I mad because NVIDIA kind of ends up a flat trade? We get profit, and then we get the next third out. So we take 50 cents on the first third, and then we lose 25 cents in the rest. So it's pretty much a flat trade. And it's a pretty clean trade in Meta on the break, but you got to pick. I'm not taking two breaks simultaneously. You got to pick one. I picked NVIDIA because usually it's a fantastic long. And the Meta break ends up better. You just got to live with those apples as you take them. Yeah, it'd be frustrating, but I do have a sell zone up here. If we get above 284, I think 85 is a fade on Meta. I've been waiting for that one all morning long. Looks like the long is in for Meta, though. Congratulations if you happen to have it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the whole point, right? I mean, it's all good until something breaks, and I think that's a great call on Meta. I mean, we gotta, we're here to make calls and shot callers and ballers and all that kind of stuff. But right
I
now,
wish I was a little bit taller.
Yeah, I know. I really feel like Baba right there. We waited for something to happen. So right now we're 10 cents in the money. We shorted 90s. I wasn't on it, or else we should be short 85 on the breakthrough. But we just went up there on that move in the futures, and the futures is still going up right now. But we did go upside, and then we stopped basically right at this level. We stopped at 85.05 or so, and that level right there was 11. So I want to get some more short if we do. I mean, I'm still trying to get some 80s here. It won't even fill me at 80. But yeah, 80 right there, 85.11 is what we're looking at right there on Alibaba. Hopefully, if it does make that move back up, that's where we want to get more short. We're waiting for some more at 85 flat, I believe, yes. And then we'll wait to see here about that price. So that's kind of where we want it, especially if this market does fade back out a little bit. I like this name. It's down 2.3%, but we know that this name can also barcode as we head into the afternoon. So watch out for that. Like as if, man, like we just get a 122 fill. Okay, we'll take, I mean, can I even get an 88 fill? Like we'll there it goes. Okay, we got it. Well, again, we'll just take, we got 122 on Google. Yeah, we got exactly 121.98. So, Oh, we just got to fill again at 84 there. So let's see if Google wants to make that move down. It's crazy that I can't get this bid at 80 on Alibaba, so maybe that's not great, but we're fine. We'll sit here, watch these stocks, and see what happens. So right now, Alibaba's there. Google, we just take some out a little bit. AMD, we took some out. That was a great out for us on AMD as it came all the way back in from this 120. So that's another dollar club winner there.
Oh my God.
Join the club on that one for AMD as that continues to make the move down. And here we go. Maybe now Google can push a little bit, but the market's not going. If this ever retraces to VWAP, then man, are we going to have a banger here on Google. But for now, we don't. So
Watch out SoFi here.
we're going to wait. SoFi's making the move. Yeah, so
It's at 95 now, that's all.
yeah, we don't have very many shares, so that is good that SoFi is going back up. Thanks for bringing that up. But 785, we just took basically our last piece out. We're holding a little bit here, but we still have that out at 803. I think we'll leave it alone. We're already short a lot of names. We're happy with SoFi. Let's just see where it goes.
Yeah, I think SoFi probably sets up again at $8. That's the alert for me. At $8 is going to be the level we're going to trade at. If it pops above 8 and gives a failure above 8 again, I think it can be a re-entry point off of that level. It's the only one I want to be trading. It's the only level I want to be trading. There's lots of other stocks out there, no question about it. Here's another run at VWAP for C3AI. This is the time it needs to punch through. I got a crazy wick up there, so there we go, zoom back in. We got that over under VWAP. I had to take some out. I should have taken some out above VWAP, but it didn't quite fill me up there. Now I want to see it hold VWAP. It's been higher lows all the way since it went short sell restricted.
Ooh,
I'm looking for a squeeze to the upside on this name. Palantir, by the way, is also moving as well. The high, 99, it hit 98s. No, it hit 99s. Damn it. Okay, remember we talked about 14 even? Well, it just hit 99 and starting to turn back. So before it can be a breakout, it has to break 14 even, which means, for me, get back into the short.
All right, finally, man.
Money.
There it is, man. Alibaba right now, nice win for us, man. I mean, I say that because we talked about this and we had it against ourselves. Did we? I don't know, but we had it basically as we wanted it right there at VWAP. We talked about this trade. So like you guys mentioned about talking about the Meta setup, talking about Google setups and all this, we talked about BABA. We took it there. It gave us that opportunity. Sometimes we talk about these things and the opportunities don't come, but that was a good one for Alibaba. So again, here we go. Yes, sir. Big trade right there for Alibaba as we'll cook up some profits here on that one as it's starting to fade out a little bit. Wow, can we actually end the show at our highest spot today for once? That'd be nice. Normally we crush the open and give it back as it comes through. So right now the market is sort of doing what we thought it would do and hang out, and we're taking shares at the right price. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to get at right now, because if you could see here, Google off that 122, we just got a 75 fill, I believe, there as we waited for it. Yes, we did. So that was a good trade right there at 75 as we continue to watch out for some of these names. That's funny because we were at 45 on Amazon. It went to 35. Let's just cancel that, scratch that, go back up. Amazon's highs just keep getting a little bit lower. So we'll wait at 130.25 this time, right? If it comes through, it comes through. But right now we are really watching out for Alibaba downside, which is now 25 cents in the money. We're watching out for Google. AMD still that dollar club, and that's making new low. Not new lows right now, but trying to break through 109 again. It's 10:50, man. We only have 10 more minutes left before the midday show, which is going to be another banger. Max ain't here today, so I think is it Prad the whole way? Obi then Prad. So that's great. So we get Obi again. So that's fantastic. So Obi Trice coming through again here today. That should be a lot of fun for you guys. So Obi, then Prad, then me and this guy again back for the close.
This guy and I.
This guy and I.
Actually, that sounds weird.
Right now as we go. So yeah, it should be a fun day here at Trader TV Live. And again, thank you to everybody for watching and enjoying the program. Make sure you hit the like button though.
Make sure you do it. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to hit this one even though I don't think it's that great. That's me doing way too many faces.
A lot of faces.
Like I said, Fabian, we're going to reshoot that at some point if he's listening to me. So Virgin Galactic, we did reload. Every single lower high, I think, is going to be a reload for me on this stock. So we just got to reload in 38s. Going to try to get some out in front of the low of the day. This is what, I mean, sometimes it just be like this. In Palantir, it just hit 14. I offer 96s. It actually plunged 10 cents in the next 30 seconds. It is what it is. If it gets back up to the high, 14 is the level at this point. So short in front, upward trend, breakout at 14 if it can even get there. But what a missed opportunity. If I just crossed down on Palantir, I actually get it instead of, I try to bat midpoint, believe it or not, so that was not aggressive enough. Let's go to Brendan because I think we have money talks.
Yes.
Hey guys, a bit of a bounce today for the dollar as we head into the weekend. Yields on a bounce as well, both the 10 and 2-year back to the upside. So we're seeing some strength here, 0.5% for the DXY as a daily chart, 2 in a row now, back higher. If you go out to a higher time frame, you can see we're still just kind of grinding in this back and forth kind of range here around this 104, 102.5 up to about 105.5, 106 on the top end, but still within the range for the dollar index. But lots of red on this board. 0.5% move again for the DXY, 0.7 downside for the euro. Got almost to 109 late in the day yesterday, so back to 108.80. Canadian dollar 0.75. 8 there, down 0.3 on the day. The pound negative 0.3 as well, 127 coming back into play, 0.4 there for the yen. It's been a wild week, more volatility for the yen after what happened last week. 1.25 for Australia, New Zealand also pretty weak. So red top to bottom outside of Bitcoin, still holding on to a gain today, guys.
All right.
Yeah, Bitcoin is strong, actually. That's a good point.
Yeah, 30,300 right now for
It's breaking out.
BTC. But right now, guys, we got some good ideas going on. We've got the money coming through. We've got, hopefully, Google flushing down here a little bit as we take some profits there. So like we said, man, this is going to be the #1 name here today, Google, followed by AMD, followed by SoFi, and then Alibaba. It's not really doing too much here, but let's go Google. We're bidding 50s right now. I actually got a 51 bid. Hopefully that will fill. It just bounced off 53. There we go. Now a little bit more down. We're at 51. Let's go Google. Maybe we can get a fill right here. This would be big. I mean, we're doing quite well today on this name, and we are going to finish. Finally, today we will finish at the highest spot we've been at all morning right now at 11 o'clock. So if you followed all these trades, hopefully you're Bank City right now because it's been a good one, that is for sure. But thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. I know Fabian's been super busy, but I would love to get something made for what's for lunch, because today we'll find out what's for lunch, and here we go. Is it going to be chicken? We could just use this one maybe, but I feel like something opening up some sort of thing, but we're going to figure this one out. But what's for lunch today? If you guess chicken today, you'd be wrong. Today is traditional triple A beef bolognese. Okay, so we get a little bit of Italian action going on here. Some beef bolognese today coming through with farfalle. So good. I had farfalle at my wedding as well. We will see what happens with that today as, yeah.
I think it'll be so-so. That's my
It's
call.
not, yeah, I mean, of course it's going to be so-so, but it's nice to not be. So we had Wednesday was roasted chili salmon. That was a little strange. I never had any of that, but maybe I should have. Yesterday was herb grilled chicken breast with country potato salad.
The potato salad was on point.
Yeah, I don't like chicken breast. For me is the worst. Cut there for chicken.
It's healthy.
What it does? Yeah, that's fine.
That's all.
Traditional, and then today again you get the beef bolognese farfalle. So nice one there. Shout out to all the chefs that are out there, and shout out to our caterer as well, doing a bang up job. Of course, I don't get any of that. I just get the salad. So and
Brad calls it all prison food, regardless, because he complains about everything.
Yeah, he's a complainer. But the whole point about the prison food, or sorry, yesterday my wife, I wonder what's going to be on our salad. I like when we have the salad and they put a protein on it. But last night my wife made egg salad lettuce wraps. So we had lettuce wraps last night with egg salad after we were done. Where my boy, he got an assist in soccer, but they wound up winning yesterday 5-2. So that was fun. I haven't been to many of his soccer games because baseball always gets in the way, but that was really nice to see him there yesterday. So, but anyways, that is. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls. What's for lunch?
Yes, sir. And with only 4 minutes to go, watch out. SoFi is going to test that 8 even right now. Remember, it broke 8 before. Couldn't get past 810, so it can still be a rollover off that level. I want to update C3AI because it wicked VWAP again. So wick VWAP again. The first time it did it, I took some out. The second time it did it, I take some out. It's still trying to put in some lower highs. This is all about it being SSR. I know it's trend down, but it's a short sell restricted name now, and I want to respect that for some longs off that bottom. We're getting the short on Virgin Galactic every single time it tries to pop, and try is the active word there. NVIDIA has given it the ghost. Well, not all of the way. But NVIDIA could be retesting 420. It's back under VWAP. I had the 25 break, kind of done with the notion of, well, it's breaking out. You're just going to hold it onto it forever. No, it either works or it doesn't. Pretty binary for me. Still a chance to hold a higher low. Still a chance to hold 420. I'm not sticking a fork in that long, but temporarily, I think that one's kind of kaputs, at least for now, till it gets to that low of the day. I think some re-entries are going to be there. Steven, is it time for an Oxy long? My setup for Oxy was longs underneath 55. It just never broke, right? Like on the daily chart, underneath 55, in the mid 53, 52 area, somewhere around there. That's where I wanted the long. It just never happened. It has to set up first. The support in the daily is there. It just has not really gone down far enough for me to say go into the long. It just didn't move at all, actually, Oxy. So you don't have to trade something. Energy was in focus, but the setup never came for me on Occidental, so I didn't have to trade it.
All right, only 3 more minutes. We're ringing some more registers, obviously, on Google as we're getting out more at 50 here. We'll see if it goes into the downside. I'm going to hold now for that 15,000 break. I actually don't have any more bids at all on Google, which is a little bit silly. We should have something down here in the 20s. I don't know if it's going to get there. We'll put something in the 30s and then something in the 20s, and then we'll just wait. And if you guys see Google going to the downside, you'll know that I'm in that name, and we will see what happens. There goes SoFi, man. That one, we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on the last 6% of what we had, and we discussed that, man. We saw it coiling up down there, and we talked about that. And then when it came back in, very good to get out there at 85 because there's the SoFi break. Congratulations to anybody that barbecued up that long because you done well with that. So good job on SoFi today for anybody that has that. AMD continues to push lower. We've been really beasting on AMD the last couple of days. I mean, I could just go through my Twitter timeline, you'll see what that's been all about, and then today as well. Although we are wrong on the 129 level right there for Amazon, but we were, I mean, it depends. We're not wrong. It's still above 129, but it did dip down as we took down 15,000. We did have the long back in there, but again, just a couple many shares dropped out at bad prices there as we just danced around 129 too much and we didn't have enough for this. And then I've missed the top every time it's popped up. So I haven't been super pleased with the executions here on Amazon today because we should have had it there and we should have had it there. We missed it by 5 cents both times. So hopefully this time we're at 25. We're not even here at the top. We're right here in the middle. So hopefully we can get that at 25 right now. But yeah. Thanks again for the show. I'm going to do a quick little look here on the likes because it's only at, where are we? I don't even see the like button. 1.2K. Okay, we'll take that. That's not bad right now. 6,200 people watching. So if you guys haven't hit the like button, please do it. I mean, who's watching that hasn't hit the like? I know it's tough to do it because you got to find it there on your mobile if you're doing it. But if you are watching, please hit the like button. As Neil and I definitely, been putting in the work today. And you see Kat behind us.
If you hit it,
like and subscribe today.
What I was going to say is if you hit it, Beyond Meat goes to $13. Apparently.
Perfect.
So if you're always looking for relative strength and weakness, I'm going to leave you with this one because you got put in the chat there. I'm like, oh yeah, Beyond Meat's up 3% today. I had C3I, which is weak and caught a downgrade, but it's an SSR play. But this is bouncing off the 50 period, is a very slight and gentle uptrend that it's trying to form here. That's the best I'm going to be able to give you because it's not a very good looking stock on the daily chart. But it's above the 50 period moving average. As a matter of fact, closing above it just barely yesterday. And this is what happened at 13 last time. I know it kind of rejected a 13 break twice. Sometimes the third time is a charm. So rejected 13 flush, rejected 13, held a higher low. This time, if it gets through $13, maybe it finishes the job and goes squeeze. Volume only light right now, but that's a key level upcoming we should see this afternoon. As we mentioned, it is going to be Max away today. It'll be the Professor and Obi.
And thanks for the likes,
Obi
man. We just
Trice.
got 20% more likes.
There we go. More likes out there. We crossed that 1,000 early, which is fantastic. Thank you guys for that. But let's head to the midday. We're back at 2, but let's send it to the Professor and Obi Trice.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Ovi. I'm Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Use the code TTV for 10% off. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. TGIF, question mark, or TGAF? Traders, they have that, the weekend.
Yeah, it's
tough time for some of us.
I mean,
How's it going?
it's a bittersweet.
Yeah.
I'm doing well. I'm doing all right. Bit of a sauce got sauce in the market in the morning.
Okay.
But yeah, no, the weekend is not going to be too bad. Going fishing again. We've been on a roll.
Went with your dad last week.
Yep, went with my dad last week, Father's Day, and then we're going again this week, and then we went the week before as well. So the summer's coming along pretty well.
It'll be less known than it was last time because it was supposed to be the spot, right?
Oh yeah. That spot. I think we talked about it. 200
we did.
meters line to line, like fishermen. Oh
Unreal.
yeah, it was high probability. Talk about high probability. Yeah.
there you go.
It's wild.
How
but yeah.
are the trades?
The
we been
trades
doing?
are a little tough. Not necessarily on my A game today, but we managed some mischief.
Managed. I love that expression. I managed some mischief.
Some drive on Amazon out the open. I had 130 as a key area that I liked, and yesterday as well. The action was so crazy. You saw that we just closed near highs during the end of the day. So I was looking for that continued move. It was there initially, but then it kind of slowed down around this key area here. But that's where I kind of got caught. Didn't really react fast enough to that tape slowing down. When it came back down, I tried adding, and then it kind of failed. That was not really not the best trade, but I kind of managed it here as well. And I just went to straight to like tape scalping, like scalping off the tape. Because I was like, that's kind of what I really like. So I caught a couple turns here. And I also traded some Tesla. Let's pull up some Tesla. Now Tesla was a wild one as well. This one kind of saved me a little bit. But yeah, I was looking for, like yesterday, I like that we closed down below significant levels. I was looking for the fade, but coming in this morning, it had already faded pre-market. So I was like, some of the best prices, they're probably not going to give it to you that easy, right? So like most of the move already happened out in the pre-market. So coming out, I'm looking for the other way, right? Because that move that I was kind of expecting, a fade off of the 260, happened already. So it comes in out the open, and then starts to slow down under the 255. So I take that long, and then just a little bit of scalp. Nothing too crazy, right? I'm just trying to keep a level head. It is Friday. Not on my A game, so waiting patiently for the right things to come up. Now this 130 I really like. We see that we've made a couple of tops here, but the price is kind of compressing. We have this opening range, and then we're kind of consolidating within the edges of that range here. So I like the 130 look, kind of making lower highs off of that. I think I could have came back here again for the short on 130, but wasn't there for it. But that's what I'll be watching out for on Amazon.
Okay. Yeah, the Amazon Whisper, Obi. I'm looking here at the future to see how we get bought up at these levels. And now we dipped down. We made a bit of a newer high. Let's bring in the NQ and chat a little bit about the NQ in here, what it's been doing. So looking to go long. The Qs already have a trade on this, red on this name. Have to be careful, but looking to see how we trade around here. So we make a lower low here, get bought up. We kind of come right back into that same level, and now we're right back down there, but we're at a higher low. So how do we trade around here? 1,500 is the level we've all had our eye on, right? 1,550 also an important level. So what's the trade? We'll see. We'll see how we trade around this area here. I front ran it up here. Sorry, do I have my... I didn't put the ticker. Sorry about that. NQ, and this is September 2023. Go. So we'll see how we trade in and around here. This may consolidate. It looks like it may be kind of a consolidative day. It is a counter trend trade, so there's a riskier trade. Therefore, I have smaller size. We're down 1%, but we're kind of at the lower end of this range, having made a higher low. So we'll see. Stop real close, and size also taking that into consideration. So we see how we trade. Some other names that were on my radar today. PIK had a good trade on this one. Some bamboozlement, though. I was able to take some through resting orders. I'll show you the chart there in a second, but having a look here at the 5-minute, you get that big bull move off the headline at 8:30, 173 high, but technically in the pre-market, it got a little bit above that, I believe 177 or so. Yeah, has had a lot of trouble breaking through VWAP. All the VWAP wicks retraced, and all the closing prints have been at or below VWAP. So look for this one to kind of do its dance with VWAP right now, making higher lows. There is a slope to the high side. So you wonder if it curls back into that 140 area to break that 150. I was able to get out here. No, I'll be able to show you some before the fake out breakout. And that's exactly what this was, a fake out breakout. I get in initially here on the break of this peak. I get in at 136. It does a momentary retracement. I add a little bit to adjust my cost basis. It makes higher lows, higher lows, higher lows all throughout, right? All the dips are getting bought up. So you like what you're seeing. This candle right here is a dark print. So this didn't actually happen. This was a top wick. So I literally had a resting order sitting at 49's front running 50 because I knew there would be resistance at 50. And I got the wick. And then look at that. Huadunk, bamboozlement, right back down. I get out right at my entry. Actually, I got a couple of pennies there. I front ran my entry by a bit. But good thing I didn't hold it because it's been stair-stepping down. But look, you know, this one has potential to go, especially given the floatage. Yeah, bamboozlement on the market. We're up, we're down. Look at that. A lot of volatility on the future at the moment. A lot of indecision. Look at this ugly reversal candle brewing here. That's not what you want to see on the 5-minute chart. This is not a 1-minute chart. This is a 5-minute look right here. We come right back up to VWAP. Is this VWAP? Yes, it is VWAP on the NQ. 15,060 rejection. Right back down below 50s. A lot of indecision happening right now, OB, on the market.
Yeah, man, that 1500 bounce in the morning, that was pretty crazy, and I think that's a significant level to keep an eye on as well. Because like a couple days ago we were testing like 15.3 and we kind of faded off. Last week we had a bit of a double top and bled off of that. And this week we're kind of coming back into the 15, and really the 15 is gonna, I think, be a little directional, right? It's like if we're above or below, that could give some direction into the coming weeks. Now the market has been pretty strong for the past couple of months, right? And we did experience a kind of a slowdown after we pushed past that 15. So yeah, we're wicking off that 15 right now. Let's see if we can hold it by the end of the day. Let's see if we can close this week above or below 15. And I think that 15 will stay key to as like an indicator or like as a level to base your trades off of on the NQ. Now ES as well, like it's kind of not as a significant level as the NQ15, but like yeah, it's also kind of following a similar type of pattern here. Now I did get long a little bit of Amazon there. We're getting a bit of higher lows, right? And you see this range consolidation. So all I'm doing is I'm just trying to take a piece off of this consolidation here. Like I said, I like this 130. This 130 is kind of a key area, and I kind of expect it to recycle this area a little bit. So just trying to be really conservative until a true range break kind of shows up, if we even get one, right? This market is pretty choppy, so I kind of want to just be wary,
Apple
right?
at highs, though, has to be said here, Obi. 186.39 high a day. It's technically down 1/3%, no question about it, but it has now retraced off lows and is looking to go green, question mark. Green would come through a 187 break. That's where we closed yesterday. So we'd have to go about 60 pennies off our high days. Obviously, don't put that past Apple. Now, here's the thing. Apple spent the majority of the day yesterday lower than the current price action that we're at right now. So, you know, we are definitely with higher lows. Look at yesterday's price action. Look at this morning's price action. So it's still a bullish trend, despite the fact that I'd say we're low on the day. So let's see how we go here. We haven't broke yesterday's lows by any means. That would come through a 183.25 break. So still some potential strength on these markets here, though. Now, we do have some housekeeping to attend to, Obi. We got to look at the timetable because there is stuff to be concerned about today. Allow me just one moment to pull it up here. I got to put up with these ads, man. Jeez.
No worries.
All right. So FOMC Mester speaking 1:40 p.m. Loretta Mester, second time around today on the mic for her. So she'll be speaking, and then nothing till, basically we have some U.S. Baker Hughes oil rig count at 1 o'clock. So in a couple of hours, those are 2 bulls out of 3. So, and we will also keep an eye out for that because oil has been quite weak. Let's have a look at the CL contract. Pardon me. It has been quite weak, down 1.5% today. Let me see. Do I have the ticker for this one written here, or do I have to write it again? Oh boy. Okay, so let's look at the 5-minute real quick, and let's add that in. So CL oil. And this is the continuous contract. Yesterday we closed at 69.50. High basically today is 69.65, but that was done on really light volume. The after the market high was the 68.80 that we just rejected off of. Kind of retracing off those lows. Look, there's no question about it. That 67 is a bottom. It's a bottom on the daily. We talked about it yesterday on the show. There's intraday volatility. Look how deep these wicks get, but look how all the daily candles show a close above 67. So buyers have been basically stepping in at that 67 level. We speculated, Max and I, that the U.S. government's buying it up at those levels because they have to replenish the strategic stockpile. So that seems like an interesting, obviously tin hat conversation. Maybe there is foundation for it. We'll have to look into it. But in any event, it has been a level. It's down now. It's kind of a drag a little bit on the ES. The ES seems, even though the ES is down only 0.75%, seems a bit more weak at the moment than the NQ, I feel, because the oil drag to the downside.
Yeah, definitely. Bit of a pullback there on the ES. Kind of coincided with some size showing up on top of 130 there. So got out in the 90s. Nothing too crazy. The trade wasn't there anymore. The size wasn't there on the way up, and suddenly you had 100 lots show up at 130 and then started chasing it down a little bit.
Bro.
And yeah, now look at that. Like, we're 40 cents down off of that price action. So great reason to sell. I was long, so I didn't get in the short, but I got out of the long there. But yeah, no, let's see. We're still kind of like inside this opening range, right? So like, I just want to try to be as nimble as I can. Which I wasn't in the morning, so trying to learn lessons from this morning and try to be as nimble as I can.
Yeah.
Trying to respect the tape in the chart here. The move could still very well continue. That could just be like a lick grab. Look at that, like 50 cents down and then wipes right back up.
Yeah. There's a lot of indecision.
It's just
today.
like, let's see what it is, because like this is a little difficult here.
It's crazy, man. Hey, we're going for the ride. I've sized in accordingly. So, I'm able to give myself the appropriate amount of room because you're definitely going to need it. Look at this volatility. So I like it. So we're in it. Whatever way it resolves, it resolves. Having a look at some of these big cappers, what's moving right now. Meta curling towards high day, 283.47. It is curling now towards that 283 level, knocking on the door at that 282.90-ish area. Nice curl and bottoming tail candle here on Meta. Been kind of anemic lately. It hasn't been a mover. Yesterday it didn't have much of a day. So, showing some signs there. We talked about Apple already. Microsoft, bit of a dud, to be fair. $4 range for Microsoft isn't saying much. 337 high and 333.5 low. Amazon also really kind of is the picture of what the market is today. Down 0.2, essentially flat. Very close to yesterday's close at 130.14. It's at 129.80. So we are in a range, Obi.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That was we go again.
You get sauced on both sides, right? Long or short. But yeah, you gotta really stay nimble here.
Unreal.
I was Tesla was looking like it was about to break out this these tops from earlier today. And kind of fails. Double top right here, 258. Tesla, let's see if there is any follow through on these sellers here. The sellers kind of showed up again, or maybe we build up into the 258. Let's see. But yeah, this 253 hold was pretty convincing, right? Like, you take the consolidation, you wipe that, and then you rip it right back up, and then take the price on for a ride. So like this action could continue here. But yeah, I'm looking at like a 255. 256 over under type of deal here on Tesla, and I think if we close above this 257 area, that might be an interesting price going into next week if the closing print does happen over this 256 on Tesla.
All right. What else is on your radar? What else has been on your radar? What's been looking at lately?
I guess AMD. I had an idea for AMD this morning, like the 110 short, but I never really. I guess I wasn't really looking at it. Too busy getting sauced on Amazon.
Stop saying that.
But yeah, that 110 short was definitely there this morning on AMD. Now AMD, I have it down as like potential backside move after we've had that kind of pop over the past couple of weeks, right? So you have this double top 130s. Start to come down, you break the bottom, the consolidation at 120, and then yeah, yesterday I know some of the guys on the floor, they had the 114 short, that was pretty solid. You can see that consolidation from the day before, and then out the open, you rip and you can't really make it, and yeah, that 114 short was great, and today we're looking like we're getting some follow through on that short. The backside looks like it's in here, but looking left, we're falling into some of these supports that we were kind of consolidated on before that rip up. So we could find some resistance here in the 105, this 106 area. But yeah, no, the 110 short and even the 114 yesterday, if you're swinging it, I think that's a solid look. On AMD, this name's kind of starting to cool off of that AI hype. So that was the other name I had my eye on. Didn't really execute on it. Was kind of busy with other names. But the trade was definitely there.
Lately, yeah.
But yeah, we could see more continuation on this. But yeah, maybe a retest up into this consolidation could provide with a good entry. This pre-market low 109, if we can kind of push back into there, make like a lower high, we'd get that kind of downtrend being printed there on AMD. So that's a look. What about you? What are some of the names you have on?
Just looking at the future, I mean, I think it's just kind of sideways action. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of indecision. I don't know how anybody else feels about this, but a lot of back and forth, but it's obviously a down day. I mean, the trend is down.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming off that. Like here, let's look a little left on this NQ chart here. I want to point out this some of this action that we had last week. Pull this up.
We're gonna have to get out of this.
Load. It's loading. It's loading. I think this was it right here. Yeah, this 15.5 kind of test, right? We try to push into the 15.5, don't really make it. 15.450 rejects. You make lower highs. Yesterday we push off 15.3, and now we're just continuing to make lower highs, right? So today I had the idea of like if we can kind of print back above 15.3, we're still solid in that uptrend, but it's starting to look like the trend is broken temporarily. So let's see how far we pull back. 15 again going to be very key, and we're bouncing off of that right now. But yeah, let's see if we break down the 15. Yeah, we could definitely have some shorts on the board. Free Fall Friday on the board for that, and we could just be kind of like accumulating in the morning to take it down in the evening as well if the 15 does break. So just keeping everything in mind, like a larger picture.
Yeah, I'm about to get out of this trade. If we break 25s on 15.025 on the NQ, I will be out of this trade. We're dancing at those levels now. I got to draw a line somewhere, so we shall see. But yeah, looking like big cappers, except for Meta, man. Meta is curling up and curling up aggressively here. Look at, we were just talking about this one, looking towards high of day 283.47. Right at 283.24 now. So a lot of strength coming into Meta, a bit of secular move as these big cappers continue head to the downside, though. We shall see.
Look at what is trending while the whole market kind of what is it, quadunks. While the whole market quadunks, we've got someone like Mara pushing up into the top of that consolidation. Now, why is that? Now, I'm sure you guys know, but Bitcoin might be making a little bit of a move here. We're pushing back above into this 38 area. That was a high of that push, like where we pushed back through 30 for the first time in a while, right? We were dipping down. I was telling my friends this. I was just like, man, I was really waiting for like a dip down into 15, like and that never came. Like this consolidation here, like it never came over here. And then we kind of hold above 25, and now we're pushing highs again. Now looking left, like where have we been before? Like you guys know, this thing was at almost 66K over the past few years. We can, oh, that's a month. 1 second. Where am I looking? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come out
So
of this
right
trade.
there. So these tops at 66, 69, kind of a 70 reject, and we're starting to push back up into that consolidation that we had testing all-time highs on Bitcoin, right? So like the low of this consolidation is 3,100, and that's where we're kind of pushing into here with this 3,800 test. And if we can kind of get back into this range, like all of these, I think all of this price is fair game. If we hop back into this consolidation, like we hold above this 2017 high, which was around that like 15 area. That's kind of what I was looking for it to come back in, but it never came back in after was it November 2022? Yeah, we never really looked back after that. For now.
15,000 possibly incoming here on the NQ as we break down through and make newer recent lows, but the general low on the day is still holding, which is that. Oh, that's the ES. My bad. Let me bring the NQ over. Big mo. Oh, so much bamboozlement. My goodness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
sure it's an area of key interest. Like, there's definitely a lot of players looking at that level. So I think we can expect a decent level of chop, fugazi, whatever you want to call it. Like players getting
wait
trapped.
For the back end, right? Like Neil says.
Yeah,
wait
I mean,
for it to curl.
I think the backside was
you.
off the 15.5 fill, and we're kind of showing the follow through now. So like, yeah, the confirmation will come in if we break and hold below 15. But yeah, I think that 15.5 might have looked a little exhaustive. So
who do you have in a boxing match? Elon or Zuckerberg? The chat wants to know.
Yeah, I saw about that. They're calling each other out, right? He was like, he asked for a location. He was like, let me know where or something like that. In the recent tweet, I don't know, man. I would say Elon. I might be a little biased, but yeah, he seems like kind of a bigger guy. I don't know.
So much chop.
The thing about fighting is like, it could be like
so who's
pure
been training
technique
like? Does
well,
Elon
right?
train in martial arts?
I have no idea. That's the thing,
We
right?
know
Like having that
Zuckerberg
data would
having that data would be interesting.
would be a little bit of an edge if you're trying to take some bets on that fight. But yeah, who knows? Are there if they actually go down? Like, I'm sure that there's people going to be taking bets. On
no
that
question.
Fight, right?
And so we were talking about this. We were like, do you think it's good for their brand if they do this? And so there was like two, different arguments. One was, they would hurt their brand. They'd be taken less seriously in the corporate world. Another one would be that they connect more with the masses, right? Like,
yeah, of course.
Right?
I think I think people will have things to say on both sides, but the fact of the matter is, like, the guys just want to have fun, right? So
no, I don't think this one's about fun, bro. I really don't think. I think
it's
this
like
is
some real beef?
These guys are really competitive.
Oh, yeah?
You don't get to the top like that, especially these two top guys, without being uber competitive. These guys are gonna want blood. I think they're gonna train really hard. I think
they're not gonna come out with like a 24-ounce gloves, like,
I don't know. I think it might be floppy, but I think they'll try. Like, they'll be taking it
I think
seriously.
it'll be definitely a good look. It'd be interesting to see if, like, whoever wins, how that kind of affects like Meta versus Tesla, to see if like one or the other wins. You have a sell-off on one, and then the other one just starts getting bid up. I think that would be pretty funny.
An exclusive broadcast in the metaverse.
Yeah.
Where like some super camera set up so that people with like an Oculus could get like a different view.
Maybe that's where they can have it.
And they stream it on Twitter, obviously.
They could have it in the metaverse, and that could be like the marketing.
It'd be a pay-per-view event on Twitter.
Yeah,
right?
I think.
Or I don't know. It'd probably be two things: Facebook and Twitter, and Instagram, and everything. All right, guys. Enough about that. Let's talk a little bit about oil, which is finding about a bit of a base here at 68.30. That's in the area of VWAP. So higher lows here coming on my 5-minute chart for oil. Let's pull up the CL contracts. You guys can see that real quick here. The 1 minute. Yeah, there we go. Bounce back off these lows on the contract. Still down 1.15% on the day, but definitely at local highs. So if you're looking at some of these oil names, keep an eye on that. What are you giggling about? What did someone say in the chat?
Yeah, Richard Fan was like, Elon will tie Zuck to his Starship and send him off. I was like, yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, no, man. I mean, it'd be great.
Yeah,
AI boxing glove, says Picky Eater. I don't know what that is. Why not look for opportunities in Lyft and mega pump stocks from yesterday? Well, let's have a look at Lyft. What's Lyft up to? future, obviously, but let's look at Lyft. Lyft was moving yesterday for some reason. Here we go. Here's a headline: Lyft shares are trading higher, not seeing a clear catalyst. That comes.
Oh yeah.
That comes yesterday at 2:20, and so
Same
that
with
was,
Uber.
yeah.
Both Lyft and Uber are.
Lyft was higher.
Yeah. So was it on news? Did one of them have news, or did? Let's
I actually
see.
don't know.
Uber
No.
Green will be
Well, this one
available for
said
passengers traveling to and from Mumbai Airport. I don't think that's. Yeah. Okay,
AI apparently is
interesting.
moving now. Let's look at AI. What is this one up to? Oh, it's
Oh,
moving
wow.
negatively. Yes, very much
at
so.
that, yeah.
11.2% to the downside at day's low. Right now is C3AI. Let's put in the AI ticker there.
Can't catch everything, man. I even wrote down a couple of days ago, like AI looking like the backside is in off of that 45 kind of failure,
look at
and
the
look at the
15.
flush coming in off of this break. Look at the. Sorry, let me pull my chart onto my main screen. Yeah, look at this 15-minute. Let's go to the hour.
Yeah, the hour is a good look.
Oh
too.
yeah, look at that, man. Damn.
Yeah, that's a Head and Shoulders. Look at that. That's a beauty.
Exactly. Like you have a price, you try to break, that price rejects again on the right side, and
beauty.
then just fails. Oh
Continuation.
yeah.
Oh, I
Look at
love
that.
it.
Double top, 46.
Sean is $3 in the money on AMD. I guess he had 110s because it is Huadum.
You had the 110 short?
To the downside,
Beautiful.
breaking
Nice.
108. The microchips taking it on the chin today, baby. All I'm seeing is red here on my watch list on microchips.
I mean, that backside looks like it's in for now.
Yeah,
Whether
well,
it's temporary or not, like it's
Yeah, I'm
it's
not
coming
touching
in.
these futures to the long side anyway. Not trying anything long right now. As we go all the way down to 15,000, 15,013, we're dancing at now. Woo.
Wow, yeah, we're really starting to accelerate
Google
down. ES is about to
dancing
test this like
Apple
low.
off highs, everything curling.
Yeah. So yeah, we might actually get that range break that we're looking for here. ES is tumbling down to its day lows here. Around, I have 4384. There's a wick around there, and then some candle closes around 4385.
Holy cow, bro.
So yeah, we're kind of teetering on top of that 4385 on the ES, and same thing with we're still on the 15. Still on the 15 on NQ, but yeah, like Amazon here, a great reason to sell over there with the size, but didn't really follow through after getting out on the long for the short. But yeah, I'm going to reassess here to see if the longs kind of pick up and we kind of consolidate and kind of range here like we have been doing all morning after printing this initial reaction range. The Hayes Records saying solely going to trade Amazon options till I hit 50K. Nice.
It's a page out of your book right there, man.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, not
I was,
the
I was
options
looking at
part,
some of the
but-
options flow yesterday. There's some interesting flow going on yesterday. Some unusual volume. But yeah, that was an interesting look yesterday. Yesterday, definitely Amazon outlier move. That's crazy. I think the ATR is like around 3.4, and it did way more than that yesterday. It did almost double, which kind of makes sense. It's doing like almost double RVOL as well. So I think we can expect it to push its ATR a little bit when it does that.
All right. Okay. Where are we at? We're still dancing with that 15,011. ONCY, another good mover on the day. This one having a lot of success today to the high side with that 250 start. Now we're knocking on the door of 340 up. What are we at? 31% today. 7.8 million shares of volume on Oncologics Biotech. This one catching an upgrade today from Canaccord. Does it have anything else? No, just Canaccord upgrade, maintaining it as a buy with a $5 price target. So it is benefiting from that today. Company profile, float 58.2 million shares, but this one's not really that volatile. So ONCY up 30%. The future continuing to head down as we look here at the NQ. It is now making closer and closer attempts to that $15,000 point level. Last time around, it was immediately bought up, despite the fact that it was breached. 14,985 and a quarter is where we got low, and then you had that retracement through VWAP, the bamboozlement for the fake out breakout, and then down. But yeah, you know what? There was a double top. It was an obvious double top here. Sometimes you miss that. Here we go. some, there's been buying on the way down. It's just the selling's been overwhelming the buying. So
yeah,
see what we
definitely
do
strong sellers on the tape. Again, it's a Friday. Like we are coming off of some stronger levels overall in the past couple of weeks. And again, this was a short week as well, right? So it will. I think we can expect some profit taking going into this short week here. And I think that's what we're looking at right now with this price action, like literally in front of us. That kind of profit taking is being printed here. Again, that 15 gonna stay key. Over under for I'm gonna be looking at that for directions on the larger caps. Not really seeing anything too crazy right now.
What do you think about AI? Because AI keeps continuing to go down. So looking at the 1 hour here on AI, where do we find support? Because we just breached 33, got breached. We got down to 32.63. So what do you think about this 31 level? There seems to be a lot of action around 31 over here as a possible support area, even possibly for a swing. This 31 is interesting.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well here. This 31 kind of double bottom. We have that. These levels kind of tested in the pre-market after hours in May and June. This 31, yeah, I think that's a great look. I still remember when we broke back above 20. That was a crazy move, and like we were day trading that. And bigger picture, that was probably a great place to get long, kind of re-entering back into this range that we had in early 2003, right?
Yeah.
Earlier this year. So
2003.
Sorry, 23.
Yo, bro.
Yeah.
I was in Cancun right now in 2003. June 2003, I was in Cancun. I remember.
I don't even remember. Yeah, when's
That's funny.
Yeah, Cancun. I don't think I've ever been to Cancun, but
Sean says he went to Cancun for spring break. What in university? Yeah, in 2003. 2002. Yeah, same thing. Bang, Laurier alum. Nice. Okay, Laurier is a nice school, but it is like the smallest university in Ontario, one of the smallest. There was 7,000 people in user. I think it's like double that now, though. Oh yeah, it's like 14. Oh, shots fired.
Selective.
The Katina man saying they only allow in the elite.
Yeah.
And he shrugs that off. I love it. I like this angle. This is fantastic. Randy.
Which one?
Randy's so creative. Yeah, he doesn't mess around, bro. Randy is on his A game. Randy on the ones and twos right now, as Fabian is doing some creative stuff there on the other computer.
I'm liking this look on Amazon here. A bit of a green candle, right? Back where we had kind of buyers come in at the 129.20, they kind of show up again. Single candle right now. Yeah, sure, potential trade for getting in on the right side of the V, risking this area here. But seeing as how we're kind of real close to this 15, like I want to see that kind of pick up to take this long. Yeah, I might not get the best price there, but like if I guess I'm realizing that sometimes to kind of have the risk within a manageable place, you have to pay for that with not as good of a price. But yeah, we're not trying to catch tops and bottoms. I'm just trying to catch the momentum. I'm starting to realize, like, for me personally, like some of the better trades are just straight up like tape scalps, not even like off the chart or like level. It's just like something's very clear on the tape. And I think I might think about just starting to stick to that a little bit more than some of the other trades I'm trying to take and learn here. Because I think it's when you scalp on tape, I think it's very clear right away when you're right or wrong. I think whether you respect that or not, that's a different story. I'm working on that as well.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I mean, having the discipline.
You can definitely see it, is what I'm saying,
exactly.
right? It's like the direct, like you're either if you take the momentum, you either ride it right away or it's gonna stop. So you know right away whether you're right or wrong. So I kind of like that look. Instead of kind of building into it, not being too sure whether bidders or sellers have stepped up or down, and kind of building into that intraday position type of move. Now we are getting this bounce off of that 15 that kind of coincides with this bounce on Amazon. So yeah, we can try this again and see if we can scalp a little bit here off off of Amazon on that 15 bounce on the NQ here. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at the NQ as well, but look, 0-2 on the NQ so far today, so I can't keep taking too many shots here. Need confirmation, so definitely need to wait for the A+ setup. If that means giving up some of the move, then I got to give it up. But waiting for confirmation, but so far, getting bought up in front of 15 is the NQ, no question about that. The dips are getting bought up when they are near that area, but we need confirmation direction of the trend, much like we had at the kind of 950 period, 950 to around 1040. We were been a bit of an uptrend coming from that low of day all the way to the peak at 15.081 or so, 15.080. Yeah, anyway, finding some support now, likewise with the ES, so keeping my eye on that, seeing how we trade.
Yeah, printing a bit of a green candle
also
there.
kind of gave up the ghost. It was retracing.
Oh, did you trade that name
I
today?
did. I was actually profitable on this one. I had good entries. I had entries at 130, got out at 149, right? I was front running the size, knowing full well that there'd likely be resistance at 150, simply for the sake of the bamboo. And immediately,
was it a level on the chart or like psychological?
No,
what were you thinking?
no. The levels on the chart on these ones are, you really got to take them with a grain of salt. It's really the price action in the moment.
Right.
So here we are. I had a resting order. Where is it? Let me show you. We're getting a nice curl here on the
Yeah, a bit of a curl there. So that did come in, right? Again, like we just talked about, not the best prices on Amazon, but like we're taking it for the scalp until a decisive move really comes in.
Nice.
But yeah, let's see if there's any real follow through on this 15 bounce in the markets, and we can kind of get a retest to the top of this range on Amazon with that. Keeping an eye on Apple as well. Apple's pushing some highs on the day. What is this, 186 area-ish. Got some out 75s there on Amazon, and let's see if we can test back into the 130, which I'm not really expecting a full test to 130. If we get it, we might get a little lucky there, but yeah, let's see. That would really require the NQ to kind of push through, and that coincide with some buyers on Amazon to really come in and push into the 130 there. But yeah, quick scalp from the, what is it, the 40s into the 70s, and then I caught another piece in the 50s. So let's see where I can take the second piece here, potentially into the 130, but we are starting to slow down a bit off of that bounce.
A lot of bamboozlement, that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
I'm watching
bamboozle
as well, yeah. Taking a little piece there as well. Let's see, Apple just made a new high day, 186.45. A lot of strength on the largest capped company in the world.
Oh yeah.
Right? The big boy of them all.
Making
Apple.
all-time highs, right? Like, or it's in that area.
Range.
So,
my man's keys are flying. That means he be scalping.
yeah, it kind of slowed down a little too much. I didn't like it, so I just got out. Whatever. We take that scalp. Again, trying to be conservative as possible. We see that the range is kind of like this. It is price compression, and you can see that each range kind of tightens up. So that's why I wasn't expecting it to get to 130. And like I said, like if we get to 130, a little lucky on that because we do see that compression coming in. So I want to respect that tape kind of slowing down into that. ES as well, not really a follow through on that candle. Looking at this 15, not yet at least, right? So. Let's see how much we got. About 5 minutes to those candle finishes to print. So yeah, maybe the second, if we can get a second green, that could be some real follow through on this kind of range we're making on the NQ here. But yeah, I'm out of that Amazon long for now. Like I said, this price is really compressing. So like I will be looking for a potential move either way to come through on. When this price really starts to compress and gets a little stiff, right?
There we go.
So
good. Okay, so I see a bit of a double bottom here on our friend NVIDIA. Yes, it is a counter trend trade because we are down 1 2/3, but this looks quite nice. We're at an inflection point, I would say, VWAP wise. Well, yeah, it's not price action inflection point. That 4 1/4, I would say, that's really okay. We've broken out of the lows, and we may test yesterday's close at 430 if the market gets going. That's if the market gets going. But there we go. A nice little pattern brewing there, but wait for confirmation. It's a super choppy name, as we know, and dangerous to trade. is NVIDIA. So we'll continue to see how that one does. Still dancing at these levels, man. So much bamboozlement.
Josh Plays asking if SPCE will drop to $4 today. Now, I know some of us have traded this in the past couple of days, right? So, what was the news on it again?
They're raising money, about 400 million through an offering, but I think they have their launch window June 27th to June 30th. You know how they give themselves like a window.
So it was a commercial launch.
So they're doing it before the launch. So the thing is, like, do you do it before or after? It's like there's obviously
they're trying to strategize
decision
around that
here to be made.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I think down to the four is a decent look. We have that consolidation lows on that, and the move kind of gave up everything that it did. And this is again, SPC is a repeat offender, and it does this. If you look left, it'll have like these high R-vol days, which I know for a fact that like swing shorts are definitely get their mouths a little watering on those days. So and we are following through on the failure to follow through, right? So we tried to break above the 6, didn't really come in, and we're pushing back into the consolidation as if nothing happened, as if that news never existed, right? So yeah, kind of the high R-vol move getting taken back in and correcting itself on SPCE. So yeah, I think the 4 is a great look, but yeah, potential bounce off of this because this is where the buyers kind of came in off that catalyst. So you could get some sort of think about it as like a short. What are some places to cover if you shorted like the 5 and the 6, right? Maybe this consolidation.
Coin is at 60.
Coin's at 60. Okay,
Coin's at 60. So this is an interesting level. I remember Neil always talking about 60 on coin. Wow. I don't know if he's still looking at that. Neil, are you looking at
this? Bitcoin as well, probably.
Oh, okay. So he's already. Yeah, he's been in it. Put it that way.
Nice.
Here we go. We're at it. 60.15 HOD on coin, up 4 1/3. I'm looking here. Bitcoin is up 2 1/3 at 30,000, almost 100. 30,945 is BTC. So Bitcoin moving. The NQ seems to be moving as well. We'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, that Coinbase now 4 1/4, 4 1/3, whatever. Where are the levels? The levels are as follows. Yesterday's close on coin, 57.5. We're quite a ways away from that. The only consolidation area I see here is this 59 area, 59 to 59.5. We danced in and around that area before continuing north. There's this peak here. Price action 58. You want to say in 3/4. So we'll see what is the issue there on coin and how this resolves. But this huge trade that we're in, 362.19, we're now into 362.60s as we move up here. But important note, we are at VWAP on the NQ. I know it may not be that important for some people. The price action may be more important. The price action takes us to make a new high. We really need to, on the 5-minute, we need to make a new high above this 15.085. That's what I'd say a new high comes in. But yeah, at VWAP at the moment.
Yeah, people calling us out in the chat saying that we're kind of missing all the moves on crypto. I'm like, yeah, I mean, me personally, I have it on watch, and like I said before, like it's yeah, we are missing out on this, but I have eyes on some other things as well. But I'm looking for more of like a backside on some of this crypto move. I know we've been running yesterday and today, and yesterday I thought it was in, but not really. We kind of wiped that move, so. That's what I'm looking for. This 60, yeah. If you're going long on Coinbase with sympathy on Bitcoin, Bitcoin's about to test that 3,100. So yeah, we could easily get like a 60 break if we can really push through that 3,100 on BTC. That could come in real hot.
There we go, baby. We're moving up on the futures. I like calling it that, the futures.
Yeah, the future, second
it's
15
a hell of a move on coin, man. What do you want
green
me to
candle
I mean, you
printing.
can't trade everything, but yeah, absolutely, it's fantastic. The mining names are doing great. Mara up 7%, Riot up 5. You got Beto 2.5, Coin up. We said 4 1/4. MicroStrategy is a little lagging there, 1 3/4. But yeah, Bitcoin itself up 2.15. ETH kind of lagging. Yeah, it's lagging though, Sean. Up only like 0.57. But yeah, 1900 critical level. Sean bringing it up. Sean is short Coinbase at 60 there, so he's involved in that. Sean throwing his hat into the Coinbase short ring. So we'll see how that one does. We'll keep an eye on Coin. In fact, I'm going to put it up on my side chart here. And what am I going to replace? I'm going to replace CarMax, even though it's been good. Didn't talk about this one. Up 10%. That's no slouch. CarMax, the online car retailer. Coin, apparently, let's look at Coin. Coin now retracing 59.67 on our friend Coin. We got the Katina man involved in this one. 60.50 high.
Yeah, a bit of a wick off
high.
the 13.1 on, 31 on Bitcoin. I think that's a good look. The 60 short off of that, kind of wicking on Bitcoin itself.
Yeah,
is that what you were looking at? You were looking at like
critical
Bitcoin
level
wicking the 31?
I like 60. I was watching Bitcoin.
Yeah.
He's looking at Bitstonk as well.
Nice.
Yeah, anyway. Well, we'll see how this resolves. Yeah, there's a lot of bamboozlement today, Obi.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
This is a bit of a follow through on that second
moving.
candle on ES.
Yep.
They're printing green or starting to print green there. I might be fighting the trend here. I started getting a little short on Amazon, but again, like I said, kind of lower highs. That's what we're looking for, and we might get that here potentially. So let's see. My average is 77, but yeah, let's see if we can get that kind of pull back in and continue this trend. Now, if that's broken, then I think it'll be very clear that this position is wrong. But for now, I think this is not too bad. Kind of coming into this trend here on Amazon.
I'm bet. All right, here we go. The fuge. Let's go NQ, baby. NQ. Do we see 15.1? Oh, baby. No, we got to break through that 15.08 first if we really want to. We need those higher highs. Okay, so some of the names leading us through this charge here on tech. What's wrong with my charts? Meta almost going to go green here. So Meta very strong. We've been noting Meta as the the one really leading the charge here to the high side. 284.90. It goes green essentially a 285 take. We're close to that 284.5 here on Meta. Apple high day 186.68. There may be platinum Prad very soon. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, if Apple hits $190.
Oh yeah.
Pradley will dye his hair platinum, or he'll bleach it, whatever. 187 is yesterday's close on Apple. We're knocking on the door. We're printing new highs right now, 186.69. Microsoft, Google, yeah, okay. They're down 1%, bouncing a little bit here, a bit of a double bottom forming on both, but definitely lagging in effort. Tesla, yeah, it was another downgrade today, in case you're just joining us. I think the third for Tesla. It's got a close of essentially 265 with a low of 252. Now curling maybe to test that 260 level soon. Higher lows throughout this consolidation bottom here at 255 on Tesla. So good look on some of these big tech names, whether we get continuity or not. Your guess as good as mine, but I'm involved in this long, and so far it's paying unless it decides that it doesn't want to make a newer high on the NQ and we turn right back around. That's obviously a possibility, Obi.
Yeah, definitely. I was looking at that 258 consolidation. Remember, we were like, oh, kind of double top pushing back down. And yeah, look at that break. That break was really clean with that kind of market continuation there. That 130 look, I'm still watching that, how we deal with that 130. But yeah, like I said before, the second 15-minute candle after the first green here is starting to print. And we kind of opened up above the previous one. So a bit of strength there, but again, like a bit of a chop on the markets. We do have resistance overhead. We have 51, 58, 15,100 and 1580 as well. So let's see how we deal with that kind of consolidation range here. But the look on the 15 bounce, I think that was pretty nice. We caught a piece of that, and let's see if we can kind of catch a piece of that range formation back down if that's the case here on the futures here.
The fuge. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. The other name that is continuing to go today
Bitcoin.
is
Bitcoin 31 testing right now.
Go.
I mean, I'm just watching
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
but
It's a clear top here on
31
your friend
came
Bitcoin.
in real hot off of that. Wipes
Here it
back
is.
back up off the 3,800. So yeah, definitely we're gonna watch that 60 on Coinbase to see if that pushes through on that pressure there.
Yeah, what is Coinbase at? Let's have a look at Coin real quick. 59.90. Let's have a look. The correlation between the two, it's going to be there. But yeah, I'm not even looking at the tape. I have a feeling some people are looking at the tape back there. Do you have the tape up on Coin?
I do not.
Are you in a trade? Yeah, you're a short Amazon. Okay,
Yeah,
so we'll let you concentrate
No
on that.
worries.
I'm in my future, but that's just going to work itself. So let's have a look at another screen here on the tape on Coin. I want to see what it looks like here. Oh, jeez. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll fix that. Coinbase. There we go. As we dance back down into the 80s here, but accumulation here with a higher low so far holding that support level. It's going to really depend on the price action, I think, of Bitcoin and whether it can break through 31. I don't know what 142 coins means, but I don't really monitor the average daily volume of Bitcoin. That's the amount of coins that have been traded today, 142. Here we go, 60 back in focus. 60.10 I'm seeing on the book. What is the HOD? 15s is the HOD. We haven't got there yet, but there's the dance between buyers and sellers. How does this resolve? My eye is on Bitcoin as well, as it is on the door of 31,000 accumulating now, looking to go 2.5% on the day. OB, oh baby.
Oh yeah, that 60 came in, but was there size on the level? I didn't really check. I didn't catch it, but yeah, it's holding that 60. We're watching that right here.
The book doesn't reflect it. You don't see that.
Yeah, it's not.
It's the action.
Yeah,
it's not the book.
True. Yeah, there wasn't. I didn't really catch anything there, but yeah, I'm just trying to manage this Amazon position. There's some strength coming in right here.
There is strength,
Quick
and that's
push
why
into the 30 there. But yeah, let's see. Let's see if there's any real follow through. And we basically wicked the 130. So
we haven't made
I like
any
that.
higher
I like
highs
that
here.
look. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see if there's any.
Coinbase is pumping to the high side now as 6.25 comes and goes. Oh baby, here comes 650. 5% to the good now is Coinbase, having done over 11 million shares. The squeeze is on, I guess. I don't know. We'll watch this and see how it resolves. But, we're not really that far removed from 60 as of yet. How is the market going? 31,000 is gone on the on Bitcoin. Let's have a look at that. Huge break to the high side. Look at that. And so I was saying 160 coins. What was I saying? 160 coins, right? So now we have 161 coins traded. So I guess that's one coin can move it up. But that 31,000 top gets broken, and we go up to 31.43, kind of trading in the range now. Is there continuity? Bitcoin now up 3.5% on the day, and we got the follow through there on Coinbase. But here comes Coinbase right back down into 60. How does this resolve? Do we get continuity, or are we going to get that beautiful short that a lot of guys I know are looking for? What are you seeing over there?
Seeing that kind of that 130 on Amazon did show itself in terms of some selling there, pushing back into the 80s and 70s. So let's see if there's any real follow through. Kind of coinciding with ES and NQ, wicks on their 15s. So the ES just went green to red on its 15 real quick, and then the NQ made a top wick. So let's see if there's any follow through. The selling kind of comes in and draws the rest of this range out. But yeah, keeping an eye on Coinbase as well, kind of teetering on top of that 60. There was no real follow through there. We tested 50 cents ish to almost 60.50, and then came right back in. So Bitcoin. Yeah, that 3,100 rips into 31.5. Look at this. What is a high there? Yeah, pretty much a 31,443 test, right? And then wicks back down. So yeah, I think Bitcoin, when it starts running, it can really start teleporting, right? And yeah, if we start seeing that, you can expect to see a serious move on some of the crypto-related tickers like Mara, Riot, Coin, and we're seeing that kind of follow through coming in here. 60s holding. Going to keep an eye on that. But my trade right now is Amazon. Let's see if we can kind of push back into the bottom of this range here. What do you think? Do you think this is kind of setting up as like a flat bottom break here? This piece of consolidation.
Well, I feel it's more of a compression pattern because I'm kind of looking. Well, then it wouldn't be a flat bottom break, right? But here's how I see it. Here's the 5-minute on Amazon. Let's go ahead and chart this. Do you see it as a downward channel, possibly, or no?
Potentially, it's more sideways than anything, right? But
Right,
yeah.
But here's the thing.
The top end of
The
that
closes,
is down,
the closing prints, there's lower lows on the close, right? So even though the wicks aren't really breaking this 129.20, you can tell that there's a buyer definitely stepping in at 20s. No question about that. 129.20 has been bought up several times. First time at 10.25, second time around at 11.30. So I didn't see the tape, but definitely stepping in there. Yeah, it looks like a bit of a range trade. Oh, I don't know. You want to look at the screen? Yeah, definitely playing off those levels. Very interesting there. So we'll see how Amazon resolves. But I think you got to assume it's subject a little bit to the general market, a little bit, even though it can run secularly. And now we are, who knows how we resolve, but we're curling up here. Amazon headed right back down. So happy for you on that. Contrary to that, though, Meta very much near highs. Apple very much near highs, as those guys stand out as the stronger of the bunch, despite the fact they're both down. Apple down a 1/4 point, Meta down 0.1 now. Meta very close to going green. So the Coinbase trade, oh baby, Coinbase heads to the high side. Coinbase is squeezing up 5% now. What I'm seeing is a succession of higher lows. Higher lows on this one and higher highs. This is I wouldn't stand in front of this at 60. Look, let it, like Neil says, let it curl back down. Prove to you that 60 is rejected, and then maybe ride that trade instead of trying to. Yeah, I don't know. Coinbase looking strong. Who knows how this one goes? Where is Bitcoin? Still no high, no new high. 31,433.5. Still the high a day, but still above 31,000. What's the future look like? Where are we here on the future trade? We're dancing in the 60s.
Yeah, coin looks like it's holding some sort of moving average. What do you think?
What?
Coin looks like it's holding some sort of moving average. What do you think?
Coin,
right?
Yeah,
like you can throw up like an EMA on there, and I'm sure like you can find a place to kind of risk
if you are playing the trend. No? On my 5-minute chart, it's
maybe on like a 15, right?
If I only have the 50 and the 200 in VWAP. I took away the 7.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely need a tighter one, like an 8 or an 8 or a 9 or at least a 21. Yeah, because like when the trend is like really accelerating like this, the shorter period EMAs work well to recognize the trend.
Of course, no question about that. Yeah. Especially with small caps. I just stopped trading small caps so for such a while that I took them off my trade. Yeah, but absolutely for small caps, especially the first and second pullbacks on and after the breakout. The initial breakout or whatever news catalyst came out, those are always good to enter the 7 EMA is what I typically use. Cases, yeah, but not much happening here as we continue to move sideways on the future. But coin continuing to knock on the door of that 60.5. That's high a day, higher highs, higher lows. Coin continuing to accumulate possibly here for a continued break. What is the 4-hour look on coin? So where should we expect levels? Let's have a look here. I know you're coming to your overtime. Obi, we'll just have a look real quick here. So there's clearly a top at 62.5. There's a lot of closing prints in and around 62.5, and it runs through that around here as well. So 62.5, an obvious level, and then the peak of, the top of this peak, that's 65, an obvious level. I would say 62.5, you'll probably encounter a bit resistance. Maybe not so much 62.5, maybe there'll be exuberance for 65. Anyway, 62.5, 65 looks for me, and then obviously higher up we go. We'll need to chart those for today, but thanks for being on, brother, covering for Max, the mad one.
Thanks for having me. You guys have a good weekend. Take care. We'll see you around.
Thank you, Obi.
Brad is coming on.
Yes, sir. As Coinbase continues to pump to the high side, 60, 65, high a day,
This one accumulating and going. The buying coming in fast and furious now. The volume is, I believe, 12 million shares. Yes, I see 12 million shares. And Bitcoin not creating newer highs at the moment, but definitely still strong. Coinbase continuing to squeeze through the $0.50, and here comes 61 possibly as we see 80 prints incoming. There is a bit of a seller at 80. In fact, there it goes. There goes the seller. Anyway, we'll continue to watch that. We continue to trend higher, I guess. Question mark here on the NQ. We're at local highs. I think we need to continue to break this top, but we are encountering resistance here. Meta, Apple, the strongest of the bunch. Nvidia showed me a possible double bottom. Hasn't really materialized at the moment. Microsoft, Google, kind of weak, to be honest. You saw Obi in that Amazon short. He was looking to take that one south, but I think the market is headed up here as we continue to move up. 15,075 incoming on the NQ. To get above, though, I think we really need to make a local high break on the NQ September contract to really change the trend here. Otherwise, I think we'll continue to have resistance. It's a stay above this, it's 15.1 essentially, obviously, but the price action showing us it's around that 1580, 1590 level. So let's get above there and continue to print as we make a higher low here on the future. No doubt about that. There is a higher low. We just need that higher high. Has not been incoming. We're continuing to hold our position now. You guys can't see it reflected on the board because Pradley, he's got his beautiful face up on there now. And when it refreshes, Pradley, it removes the position. So once I take profit on this trade, if I take profit on this trade, then you shall see it. Until then, I will remind you of it. Meta has just gone green on the day. 285.15. Meta's pumping to the high side. Apple's not far behind. It's only now 0.16 south. Apple continuing to print newer highs. Stresla's woken up. It's looking to knock on the door of 260 as the market heads up. What is Loretta Mester saying over there, man? What time would she start talking again? No, she started talking at 140. We're blaming her for no reason. Nothing coming in yet. Let me look at oil. What's oil up to? It's not at day's highs, but it's close to day's highs. So good strength on these markets. Let's knock on the door here of 15,075. Euthanasia, use your muscles to lift the markets. They be ripping on their own, baby. 285 break, says Veli Sven. Yes, absolutely. 285.24 HOD on Meta. 186.79 HOD on Apple. As we bring in the man, the myth, the legend.
How's everyone doing?
How are you doing, Sharif?
I'm good, bro. Everyone knows how I'm doing. They want to know about you.
Awesome. Yeah, life's good. We woke up today. We're here on the show. We're ready to entertain. We're ready to take some trades. Life is great, my friend. Life is great. Hopefully everyone in the chat can say the same. People in the chat already mentioning the shirt. Snoop Doggy Dogg. Indeed, baby. We got Snoop D-O-double-G on the chest today. And he helped us make some profits, put some coin in our bank. Talking about coin, I heard, coin's been moving a lot today. I didn't actually trade that one. If we can go to my screen, we can show you that what I traded today. I traded actually Amazon, AMD, and APLD. Not sure what APLD even is. It just popped up on my scanner. It looked good as a trade. I jumped in and I made some profits. I'll show you that trade too. Here's Amazon. Market already starting down 1.2, 1.3% in pre-market. I was looking for a possible area to short Amazon. It was actually 129 break short. Happened to be pre-market lows. That 129 break did not show up off the open, and Amazon starts ripping to the north side, almost turning profitable on the day. So I start shorting it around the pre-market highs, looking for the tape to see if we see a lot of buying coming in or weakness. I see weakness every time we push up and not a lot of buying, so that allowed me to hold on to my initial entry on the way down to 130. I added on the break of 130. I added on the break of 129, and then, I was like, okay, I'll keep adding on every single even dollar break as long as they keep showing me weakness over here. But the market is exactly around 15,000. The NASDAQ market that I'm talking about was around 15,000. And we see buyers step up in all tech positions across the board. AMD, Apple, NVIDIA, Amazon. So that's when I start scaling out harder and harder on this trade. I try to get back into that 130 short again. I get stopped out. Then once again later in the day, I get back into the 130 trade. But over here, I don't try to hold it for that dream, that bigger dream potential move. I get out at the lower end of this range at the pre-market low areas one more time. And I'm okay with that profit. Number one trade on the day. Very happy with how I traded Amazon. And even yesterday, Amazon was my number one, number two stock on the trade on the board. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We are absolutely enjoying the market today. Let's also show you my other positions. AMD. AMD short around 110, easy short, also added on the 109 area, but this is something that I did yesterday. My executions won't show up. Our executions used to show up. Not sure what happened on that one, but my executions won't show up from yesterday over here. AMD 110 break started short around that area when we come back through 110. Add on the break of 109, pre-market low breaks. Try to see if we can get a bigger dream out of it. That dream does not end up happening, so I just take my profits. I'm out of this trade. Later on, though, that dream did play out. If you got back into that trade at that double top short, I was too busy trying to make APLD work for me, which recently stopped me out right before coming onto the show. This was a trade right here, APLD, man. We got in on the back through of 10, added on the break of 11. Look for that possible break of pre-market highs. Pre-market highs not breaking, and then coming back down. Try to add on 11 over here. We get stopped out on the back through. I think now APLD's game is over. We're not looking for longs here anymore. We did enjoy some of the free fall that the market gave us on this beautiful Friday. But let's see if we do get that 15K break later on, which allows us to short 420 on NVIDIA, allows us to short Apple 185, and maybe even wet our beak, as Sharif and Neil keep saying. We need a wet our beak emoji.
Oh, we need so many. We have so many sayings like Huadunk, needs.
But yeah, wet our beak on Tesla is what I was going to say. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about that 260 level coming in on Stressla, even though it's been weak. Probably 3 downgrades for your friend Elon today. I mean, this week, sorry. He's got the worst end of the analyst stick. Maybe a product of his own success, much like Palantir and SoFi, where they were up big and then, got downgraded because they were up too much. Price to perfection, according to the analysts. Meta continues to pump north. Now up 0.2 on the day, 285, 53, excuse me, the high of day on Meta. This continues to go. Meta very strong. Likewise with Apple looking to come in on high days again, 10 pennies removed from there. I want to say that the NQ maybe failed 15.075 again. Like, look how many touches we have in and around this area. They're all failures, and this one's the most pronounced of which. So I think if, I think we're very indecisive, very consolidated, very range bound today. We may see this fail here and come back down into 15.050.
What am I doing shorting coin?
No. I think that there's, I think that that's a tough trade today, Bradley, shorting coin.
Oh, I'm in it right now.
You are, okay. So 60.99 HOD, essentially 61.
Yeah, I'm in it right now. 61, basically high day. There's not a lot of size on 61. There's like about a 200 lots on there, not too much size on the 61 area. I don't even know what I'm doing shorting Coinbase right now. I'll be honest with you. I guess I'm just playing that risk to reward setup. I just jumped in blindly looking at this high a day price on Coinbase. We've seen the 60 area act as a barrier before. Now it's going to be maybe 61 on this intraday position. Already in a winner, so not going to complain about that one. Mainly why I'm questioning that is because look at Bitcoin, man. Bitcoin right at that line that we drew not too long ago, a couple of days ago, I believe, at 31,300, 31,400 area. The fact that we're up 4 or 5% over here, Coinbase just recently had a positive catalyst that made it, absolutely take off to the north side, hit 5-6% up on the day today. But we have a short on the board right now, double top short in front of 61.
30 cents in the money off that short right now. Can we profit on this and ride it more to the downside? Come on, Coinbase. Is VWAP a possibility? Maybe 60 is a possibility. We could see 60 coming into play, and then buyers at 60 could possibly show up. Right now, those 60-60, which was a previous support area coming in on the 1-minute chart here, once again, holding the stock up from not letting it go too much to the downside. Usually what I like to do when I'm trading Coinbase is to take a look at where is this the website? That's the one I use. I haven't used these websites in a long time. No, it's aggr.trade. aggr.trade. Let's go to the aggr real quick. Pop out the time of sales. Pop out the, nope, that's not popping out the time of sales. Popping out the time of sales. I forget which button that is. I'll figure it out later. But what we're trying to do is look at the time of sales for Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin time of sales can help us figure out what Coinbase might do most likely. If Bitcoin is getting sold off hard, right now there's a lot of greens with a lot of volume. Look at that, 1 million worth of coins getting bought up on Bitcoin right now, trying to pump it back up above to 31,400. But we want to see mainly reds if we're short. Coinbase already pushing to the downside, so obviously we are in the money, but Bitcoin looks like it wants to have a fight around these areas. Be careful if you are in the Coinbase short along with me, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, never mind. Don't be careful. We're making money. Ride those shorts to the downside. This could be a possibility all the way back to, the 100-period EMA. This is like around 59 or so. 50-period EMA right in front of 60. Rejection.
Another rejection of 15.075 on the NQ. How many times is this area going to reject? Setting up for a possible short again, like Proudly said, but the confirmation for me is a newer low. But yeah, definitely a lot of bamboozlement. The longs have been anemic until they're not, I guess. So we'll continue to see and hold. We're still long. The triple Q is a big, huge buffer from where we're at. I'm long 19s. We're at 75. So any move down, I'll see coming. But yeah, that's not what we're in this for. We're not in this to scalp a couple of pennies. We want a couple of bucks on these Q trades. So, Dan, finally, where you been, Dan? This area on the NQ 15.090 was a big breakdown in pre-market when you compare it to yesterday's pivot, says Dan. Yeah, I can tell you, I just feel the pressure, not even having seen the chart. Let's have a look here at what he's talking about. Let's go to the 15, get a better picture. So 15.090, what was the price action in the pre? All right, where are we here in the pre? There we go. Okay, I see what you're saying. Right there. That was the breakdown area where it had been wicking down. Right there is, this is 445. You get a bunch of rejections off the 15.1 essentially, but it was wicking down to 15.09. But the level essentially was 15.1. You have to say. I mean, 15.09 is a rando level. But yeah, there it goes, a break. Anyway, so we'll see. Moving back into highs here on the NQ. Lots of bamboozlement, at least if from my perspective. Maybe I'm just not patient enough here, Proudly.
Yeah, we're enjoying this Coinbase short, 70 cents in the money or so. We are cashing out some of this profits already, but let's see if we can get a bigger move to the downside. That dream move, 60 coming into play. Missed out on that move. Okay, but some buying coming in front of 60 like we expected it, as you guys can see right here. Why is that chart still stuck on AMD? Can we go to Coinbase? Thank you. As you guys can see right around here, we previously struggled to take out 60, and then we take out 60 and run up to 61. So that 60 area could show us some buying, but on the 5-minute chart, which is what I usually use to trade, the 3 and the 5 is what I trade on. If we go to that chart, where are VWAPs? And that's quite a way down to the south side. So we got 58.40, 58.40 coming into play maybe not very soon, but eventually. I'm looking for that possible 59 exit for my last few exits on the shares size over here. I'll be happy with anywhere at the last top the stock made before going absolutely crazy, which was around $58.70, $59. So let's get that exit. Come on. At the same time, Sharif over here, yo, who took a bite of this, bro?
I broke it.
I'm joking.
I took a bite of that.
Sharif giving me a half bit in. I'm joking. No, he's just giving me a nice little protein bar, so I'm going to take a bite of this. This has got peanuts in it.
It does.
And the same thing that...
same thing.
So
But it's
let me-
got maple
no,
syrup.
I was gonna guess.
My bad.
Okay, maple syrup.
Maple
So
syrup.
I was gonna guess, yeah, maple syrup's in here. It's gonna be awesome. Thank you,
Low
Sharif.
sugar maple syrup, proudly.
Sharif's
'Cause
helping
it
me
is
maintain
summertime.
my health
Sorry.
and my protein intake. Thank you, Sharif.
There
You're
you
the
go.
best.
All right. Back at critical levels on the NQ. Do we get continuation? Question mark. Let's go. We're almost $1 in the monies on these Qs, baby. But we need that continuation to run. We're long 362.19. We're at now 363.29. Let's go to the north side. The NQ flying to the north side. Pumped about this, but we need continuity.
Yeah, I'm out.
It's not good enough to get up here. We need that 15-1 continuation. You know, I'm not taking profits here. I don't care, right? Let it run. If I has to go back, has to go back. Sugar, the kryptonite of the bean, Sharif. That's hilarious. No,
You
it's
guys see
not.
this guy? Look at this guy looking so fly. Ladies, I think he's single. If you want this guy's number, let us know. Parsa on the trading floor looking extra fly today.
There you go. Not only are we a trading show, but we are now in a model fashion show, baby. This man looking fly. As good as the NQ is, 15-1 incoming, almost $1.50 in the money. That quickly, proudly. These NQs, but we need continuation.
Oh, so much for my free fall Friday. Hey, like I said, it was free fall off the open. I enjoyed it, but now the markets are ripping to the upside. We are getting a nice range break coming in on the market.
Baby.
Whoa, markets are going
baby.
up. UVXY.
Oh, baby.
Taking out the low days low around $20. So volatility going lower, markets going higher. Let's see what happens. Are there any trade opportunities that we can find over here, maybe for the long side? I mean, I already can't think of a stock that we can possibly go long on and print. That's possibly Intel, because this stock was ridiculously strong when the market was selling off the open, that I got burnt on the shorts. My worst stock on the day was Intel, but now that the market's moving the way it is, where can we find a way to build into an Intel long? And I know one man who loves trading Intel. Maybe we can ask him for his input really quick, but he's eating, so we'll leave him alone. You can enjoy your food. Destroying Intel? Long right now or not? Long? Okay, say less. Punch, 10,000 million shares right now. But I do like the idea, though. You know, market's taking off to the upside. Intel was ridiculously strong. It is down now, sadly. But let's see if we can build into a long here somewhere on the market.
We have to be aware of the fact that we are at 15-1 on a down day. On a day where the NQ is down 0.75 of a point. So, you know, this could be a resistance level. There's no question about it. So let's see how we trade around here. This was a level in the pre-market. This is the psychological level. It's the 100-point level. What kind of resolution do we get around here? Concurrently, proudly.
Tesla 260 breaking.
Aren't you interested in the fact that we are concurrently at 44 hundos?
At 44 hundos.
On the ES. Oof. So 15-1 and 44 hundo. Conflating right now. There we go. Good continuity, but nothing to write home about yet through 15-1 and through 44 hundo on the futures. But we need to get away from these levels. And no question about it. We could still retrace from here. These are perfunctory breaks. Okay, let's see what we got moving in small cap world, so we don't keep eyeing these futures here and make dumb decisions. BTBT, surprise. The digital asset name, BIT Digital, up 10% since the open, getting that big boost from Bitcoin, now up 3 1/3. BTBT up and to the right, Neil, up to 460 over here. But yeah, that's basically my look here, Brad.
Let's go take a look at the #1 watch list out there. Obviously, Trader TV Live watch list is the #1 watch list. But alongside with it is a Trader TV Sean's watch list over here. Sticky note. Sticky note. This is a pretty new format. How long you been doing this?
Today, first day.
This is sick. This is sick. I love this. I've been asking for this digitized format for so long,
What if the
Sean.
people revolt,
This is
Sean?
lit.
They are revolting.
we got to read the comments after.
You know,
but yeah, the people are revolting.
Here. They want
apparently.
the authentic. Oh, what? Come on, guys. You can finally read the messages now. You can read the text on there. Way more legible, right? Amazon, Oracle, Tesla, AMD key level 110. We shorted that one. Amazon, what was it? 131. We shorted that one too. 126 off the break. 129. Oracle. That stock burned me on earnings day that I just stopped looking at it every single day after that. So let's actually take a look at Oracle today. Oracle down 1%, possibly gave you some good shorts. I mean, look at yesterday's level break, that 120 break short. I'm guessing Sean had the 120 break short. ORCL on New York. Let's go see how that stock's looking. High day 122, low 188. Currently trading at 119. 6 million shares traded on the day. That looks good. I don't know if you would have even been able to get short exactly on the break of 120 back through, but maybe if you were close enough to 120 and took that short fill, you were able to write it down somewhere off the open or pre-market or so. But yeah, Oracle once again weak on the day today. Market obviously weak. It's turning back to the south side right now. I was getting ready to punch for get into some long positions, but looks like we might have to just get into shorts over here because AMD right back to VWAP on just above 109. So if market returns back south side over here, AMD gets back below VWAP, gets back below 109, we could see another move back to 108. And we had fun shorting AMD all day around 110. If AMD goes back to 110, gives us a triple top, that's a way better short, obviously. It's also on that watch list that Sean mentioned. So if it does go back to 110 and we see a triple top, way better short. But we could look for a possible short here around VWAP on AMD. It's also near the 100 period and the 50 period EMA on the on the 3-minute chart.
All right, I'm out of my fuge. Took $1.50 on that move. I'm just worried about the 15-1 resistance in the face of a down day. I probably will cut this later, but look, I can get back into it. So if it really retakes 15-1 here and starts trending higher, I don't mind getting back into it. So there we go. Taking profits, calling it a day on this fuge trade. But there it is. We get through there and right there. Where are we at here? Apple at a critical resistance level. No question about it. Yesterday's close on Apple now 187. We're at 186.99, 187.10. The high of day on Apple, but really hasn't claimed this level quite yet, but we are at the level. A lot of strength. I mean, look at this. You get a bit of a pullback here, but Apple's been strong off these bottoms. Yeah, gap down on the day, but otherwise from 9:45 onwards, it's been up. So good day for Apple, good day for Meta. Tesla also at 260. That's an important level for this stock. It had issues breaking through that level earlier in the day on the opening range breakout. Stair stepping up now back into that 260 level. Let's see if we get confirmation. The fuge looking to head to the high side, though 15-1 reclaimed here. As yeah, we'll continue to watch what these guys do. If Apple really kind of goes green, Apple starts going nuts, maybe Microsoft joins party. Google, I want to mention quickly, is breaking through local highs here. Google almost at day's high. So Google waking up, even though it's down 2/3. What's up?
Coinbase with the nasty pullback after breaking 61, goes up to 61.20, and instantly, this is the 3-minute candle you're looking at. It's not yet closed, but it is absolutely to the downside. That was probably the short right there. If you got that short, congratulations, because this stock is now dropping like it's hot, baby. 60 is about to break over here. There we go. 60 is breaking. We're most likely going to see a whole VWAP retracement over here, or at least a retracement back below 59, because that was a failed break. The backside that we always talk about, or at least myself, we're waiting for 61 to break, and then showing us the failed break, the lack of buyers pushing the stock higher than 61, and then the reverse, the complete reversement coming in over here. Ooh wee, 60 actually holding at the moment, a little bit of a buying coming in, but I do believe the stock could easily drop down to VWAP over here after that failed break. Man, monster short. Congratulations to anyone who took part in that one. I wasn't watching it. I saw someone in the chat mention goodbye coin, and then I pulled it up, and that's how I noticed it. If I had Coinbase up, I would have probably taken that short back through 61. But let's see if we can find some opportunities here to Dip by longs here? I don't know. I'm still waiting to see what I want to do here with Coinbase moving forward. Lots of activity happening on the stock today. Obviously, there is a news catalyst on this position with the court, with SEC, with Bitcoin moving around, possible BlackRock ETF catalyst coming in very soon. So many things happening in the cryptocurrency space. It's the 60 level is holding, ladies and gentlemen. If you see that 60 area right now, lots of selling being pushed into 60, but we're actually holding that area. Can we see some, again, we're back above 60. We're back above 60 and look at the buying coming in. Let's actually filter the tape for 99 shares or more. So we want to see 100 shares. That way anyone with less than 100 shares, we get filter them out at the time of sales. But let's see. Does 60 still hold? Do buyers step in? Or is it time for them to step away from the trade? The demand is no longer there and the supply is opening up, taking this position back down to VWAP as I was calling it earlier.
Yeah, right back into 60. Good call. That's it's an interesting look there. We're still at these local highs here on the future. So let's see how 15-1 does, and then I'm probably, if we get continuity here, I'm going to get back into this triple Q's position. But let's just give it some time so that we're not bamboozled. Let me see. Coinbase wins Supreme Court ruling as CEO Armstrong continues share liquidation. Did you mention that?
Which one?
No. Okay, so I don't think you did. Let's have a look here. Coinbase wins one for the team, says this article. What is this? In a 5-4 ruling. In a 5-4 ruling issued Friday morning, the U.S. Supreme Court reversed a lower court decision allowing arbitration disputes to proceed while the defendant appeals the lower. All right, Coinbase. Okay, so it's something to do with the SEC lawsuit. I'll have a read through this as proudly trades. But yeah, interesting look. I don't know if that's going to affect the price action. It's already breaking. This obviously has to do with the move, right?
Yeah, Coinbase had a catalyst. That was the catalyst earlier today,
okay.
and that was the catalyst.
I thought it was just Bitcoin breaking out.
No, that was the catalyst, the court catalyst that came in that allowed it to take out to the north side.
Okay.
Beautiful move coming in for overall cryptocurrencies in general. I mean, let's go take a look at MARA. For those of you who tuned in to the 4 o'clock show last night, we were talking about cryptocurrencies. We were even talking about the oil sector, so we can go take a look at that one later. A little bit of a sell-off coming in on Mara too. Obviously, sympathy trade off of Coinbase. Coinbase selling off, Mara selling off too. Man, I wish I listened to my own advice and put Mara on my watch list, because that $12 break was monstrous. Look at that $12 break. I mean, the first time it did trap you and then pull back all the way to $11.50, but the second time through 12, we see 13 coming into play. The stock is up 6% on the day. Did not have it on my watch list, missed out. I was more focused on AMZ and Amazon and AMD, because these stocks were in kind of new ranges. AMD breaking down, closing that gap below. We were talking about that gap close trade on the 4 o'clock show, I believe 2-3 days ago. So make sure you tune in. Tonight's 4 o'clock show might be a little spicy because we don't know what we're going to do on there. Sean, you want to jump on the 4 o'clock show today? Have a little conversations after 4, open a beer? You should be able to, he says. So look, we're gonna try and set up a little bit of a podcasting session today. So come hang out, right? And if you have any questions, make sure you send them to either Bears versus Bull or myself. You can't send it to me through our Google chat. So send them through like Bears versus Bull and Bears versus Bull. If you can do me that favor of taking those questions and sending to my DMs on Twitter or something. We can ask those questions to Neil, Sean, Brendan, whoever shows up at that 4 o'clock show. That'd be amazing. Now, getting back to the market, S&P 500 and NASDAQ keeps pumping to the north side. We're not really seeing that slowdown coming in. AMD is still above 109. I actually had an order to take a fill on AMD back through 109, but I don't know where that order went. So let's throw that order back out there. 10, bang, 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 bang. And I also have my stop ready just in case it does push back through, so we'll have that stop ready. Bang, I have my stop ready to go. But look, the market's not looking to come back down just yet. S&P 500 still negative on the day, but moving north side above 4,400, and NASDAQ now above 15,000, 1,100, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a pretty 1,100? No, 100.
Yeah, I'm just
100, 1,100. I'm not sure because I only see 1.11, so I'm guessing 1,100. I'll send you a big smooch, says Gabriel. I'll take it. Thank you.
I like it. Okay. The NQ is pumping, and I think, you know, we may be headed to the high side here. Here we go, 15-1 holds. Looking for now, at least like 15-1's going to hold. Do we get back into this proudly? Questions and decisions. It looks good. I mean, we're getting continuation, but you'd rather have a better price. So you'd want to, you know, ideally dip back down into 15-1, and it for the buyers to step in there, and then for you to get a better cost basis. So that may be a pipe dream, though. So we'll have to wait and see what we do here. But yeah, it looks like it's getting away from us now. It's running away. The NQ, strong. But Apple finding a bit of an issue at day's high here, which was yesterday's close as well. This 187 level, 187.10, day's highs, finding a bit of resistance now. But I think we may be headed to the high side here, proudly, on these futures. And we're missing out on this move, man. So we better start looking at getting in. Just want a better cost base. Do we bamboozle here? Do we break 15-1, then create a topping tail candle and break down? That's not what you want to see on these kind of names. But it is a down day. That's the thing. That's what keeps me worried, that we are still 2/3 to the bad, not to the good on the NQ.
Yeah, not sure what the market really wants here, Sharif. Dog. I have no clue what the market wants, because clearly I started off with the big bearish mindset. I thought it would completely crumble to the downside, break that 15K. We did break 15K at one point, but now we're seeing 15K hold. As you can see, though, I am currently long UVXY, which is going long the volatility ETF at the moment, trying to see if the market can pull back down, taking the volatility ETF back through 20 to the north side, and I'm just risking the lower day. If the lower day doesn't break on the volatility ETF over here, with the market going higher and higher, when the market does pull back, the volatility ETF is bound to retrace back to VWAP, giving me some money over here. If not VWAP, at least back to the 100-period EMA on the 3-minute chart or the 50-period EMA on the 3-minute chart for a tight risk of 5-6 cents over here. Maybe I do get 20-30 cents. So those are the type of risk to reward setups that I always try to look for. We are seeing the market continuously march to the north side over here, but the ETF is not really going too much to the downside, so that gives me a little bit more confidence. But hey, my stop sent out. I don't have to worry about this position. We'll come back to it later on. People in the chat saying Tesla 261 blast off, insane.
Yeah,
I was actually debating to get long 260, but the tape around 260 was a little fugazi, so I didn't punch into that 260 long. But now look at this position above 260, near 261, still down 1.3% on the day. We're nowhere close to the pre-market high. The pre-market highs are 263. Now, if I'm looking to short Tesla, those would be the areas that I'll be looking to short. And look at the stock clear off the high sides. We are not stopping. This market does not want to stop. We are going, ladies and gentlemen. AMD also moving, apparently. People are saying, yeah, look at that. I still have my order to get short, and we are now 60 cents away from that order. I could possibly remove that order right now and just get ready to short above 110, because like I said, if we do get the possibility to short 110 or higher, that's a way easier short on the position. Looks like market's not stopping. UVXY did stop me out. We did lose on that position. Very slight 6 cent, 4 cent hit on that. So wow, we're back above 20 on UVXY. That's amazing. But yeah, UVXY is just teetering around that 20 area. Market's launching. AMD is also launching with it. Let's quickly go see what SOXX is doing. SOXX, which was down on the day. Are you back to being flat? No, you're still down on the day. Back above VWAP, though. Down 1.54% over here on SOXX. AMD, I want to short it. Where do we get in?
Oh, my God.
And as Sharif goes, this one I'm stealing from Sean, obviously. Sharif.
Yeah. What? I'm upset that I'm not participating in this move. No, I have a dip trade. I wanted to get a better cost basis on the MNQs. And, well, let's see. Do we make our way back to 15-1 and defend it? Right? Like, that's a look I want, because I'm not going to chase it. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know where. So let's see if we defend 15-1. I'm sitting here with a dip trade. So let's see what we do. Apple at a critical level, not able to break out through that 187. You think it may be keeping it tops on this breakout for now. As we retrace a little bit, I'm sitting here in a dip trade. I'll be looking to defend 15-1, right? Hoping that this isn't a fake out breakout. and here comes the dip, and I get filled. So let's see what transpires now. We'll have to defend 15-1, but it's always a possibility that this is the fake out breakout, and you don't trade long enough at 15-1 to see if the buyers are there. So if you front run the side, if you just jump in, like I'm doing right now, you don't know if the buyers are going to be there. So we shall see. We'll have to defend this level. But yeah, topping tail candle looks really ugly right now. It's not what you want to see from a charting perspective on the NQ September contract as we retrace off that 15-125, coming back down. Let's see if 15-1 holds, Bradley.
All right, you guys can see now we have 3 positions on board. We are looking for a market retracement back to the south side over here. If I get stopped out, I'm most likely just done for the day. I would like to keep my profits. We're nice and green on the day today, but we're looking for that retracement. So we're short Apple, we're short AMD, and we're long UVXY. Let's see if this one's working out. At the end of the day, we're basically all 3 trades in the same direction, even though one of them is long. We're longing the volatility. Let's see if volatility can get back up there. This would be shot number dos. Numero dos shots coming out on UVXY over here. And you guys know my rule. If I lose 3 times, I walk away from that position. I don't try to fight that more. So I'm going to stick to that setup on UVXY. I might try it one more time if I lose on this position. But let's see where that one ends up going to. AMD flat at the moment. Apple in the money, but flat. We're not going to consider that in the money at the moment. And same for UVXY. Markets playing around this 15,100 area. S&P 500 already showing us a little bit of a pullback. U23 with the backslash. Yeah, that is right. So U23 pulling into the south side over here. Look at that move to the south side coming in on the S&P 500. I'm expecting something. Hey, Prad, learn to type on this keyboard. Come on. It's a Friday. I try not to bring my backpack on Fridays because obviously, it's get loose Fridays. So I don't like to carry a backpack and everything back home all the way 2 hours back home. So I have to today use this keyboard. But yeah, coming back down over here, NASDAQ a little bit from the highs that we just made around 15,125 or so. Come on, give me a little bit of a bigger drop, an extended move to the south side, a VWAP retracement so I could bank some moves over here on AMD and Apple. Also, Amazon could be around one of those levels that I've shorted it before. Yeah, 130.60, 130.50 coming back into play. I think I'm going to leave this one alone. I'm gonna just worry about my Apple, AMD, and UVXY at the moment.
Yeah, let's see what we do back here at 15-1 on these futures. Do we get defended at these levels? Do the buyers step up? Or is this a fake out breakout? Because that looks like one hell of a reversal candle there on my 5-minute chart. But we'll see how this pans out. Meta continuing to head to the high side. It doesn't care about this pullback here on the future. Looking to make new highs, 286.87. Wow, we are almost at highs. That 287 level coming into view. Apple finding resistance like we talked about at 187, not able to break through that yesterday close. And now Tesla finding a bit of a top as well, possibly here at that 261, but it continues to fight. Google woke up off that double bottom, much in the same way that NVIDIA did. We'll talk about that in a sec. Consolidating here at 122.5. Let's see if this one continues its ascent upward. Yeah, it's interesting here. Look on the futures. Does 15-1 get bought up? So far, it's getting bought up. We dipped down into 15-1. The buyer stepped up, but that was an ugly not reversal candle, but it's just an ugly looking candle, period. Okay, that's all. Let's see if we get continuity here through 15-1. I know it doesn't show it on the positions board for whatever reason. Futures are supposed to show now on the positions board, but I'm long the future 15,107.5. As you can see here on my chart. Come to my chart if you're able to, guys. Long here. Let's see if we get continuity through and we defend this 15,100 level. Let's see how we do today. Who knows how this will transpire? Maybe there'll be bamboozlement on the way. What else is moving here? Space finding a bit of a bottom at that $4-ish level. 411 was the low, kind of curled. Now looking to maybe come back into, just broke VWAP actually. So interesting. Down though, big 16.5% off the news that they were raising.
PCE, not a joke. That company, man. Like I said, yo, watch out
How
for
do you
this
really
company.
feel
The
about
second
it?
it goes to the north side, it's gonna come out with some sort of an offering or some sort of a news catalyst that, hey, we're postponing our launches. And look what happens on this position, though. Although me talking about smack about this company, look what I try to do today. I try to go long over here because I'm trying to catch the SSR bounce on it. I try to do around pre-market areas. I try to do around 450. I get burned both times. I say, I am done with this trade and I walk away from it. UVXY broke the lows again. Are you joking? Okay, you know what? I'm just done trading UVXY. We're not going to bother with it. We're just going to manage our Apple and AMD shorts. Let's see if those ones work out. If they do, awesome. But right now, the market, NASDAQ, when I'm talking about the market, trying to go back up north and trying to take out the previous high that we just made. Let's see if that one ends up being the trade over there. Wow, okay. That one ends up being the trade over there for you know, most likely to the upside. The market clearly holding 15,000, ladies and gentlemen. So for those of you who are wondering what that looks on the QQQ, because you know we often mention futures levels. What does that mean on the QQQ? That ends up being around 361.50, let's say 361.50 areas. Ends up holding on the QQQ, taking us back to 364. Yeah, I had a QQQ short in the day too. That was a little profitable trade. That puts QQQ at the 4th best trade on the day for me. But yeah, right now, man, only down 0.63% on the day. Monster reversal. I mean, come on. We're seeing this almost every Friday. So we're not, it's not too surprising now, right? Every Friday, we see the market kind of start lower and then just reverse back up to the north side. I think if I remember correctly, last Friday or the Friday before that, it was an insane reversal. So just be ready for it. These markets looks like they are still in a bull run, and they don't want to really sell off too much to the downside. Even with Papa Powell telling us how interest rates might need to be raised 2 more times going forward. So still lots of buyers coming in at previous levels. Once again, 1,500. Option contract spoofing. I mean, yeah, today is Friday. Option contracts do expire. We could see some not gamma squeezing, but some options pegging. So options pegging is basically the moves go up to those big volume contract open interest volume. So they always go near the open interest volumes and usually try to close around those prices. So that is a possibility. Market is moving up, baby. I hear Neil say, sorry, look at Meta. So let's go take a look at Meta. Right above 287, new high a day, 0.7% on the day. Wow, Meta. There's news for it? Oh, there's new. Yeah, and new.
Yeah, this futures trade is going well for us, guys. We're long 1507. We're looking for this 15,100 defend. So far, so good. We had a dip into 15.1.
That's a short.
It was bought up immediately.
No,
we created newer highs. We just need continuity now. Just hopefully bamboozlement doesn't come in this market. Fully cognizant of the fact this is a counter trend trade. We are down still 0.2% here on the NQ, but the trend right now is to the upside. There's no doubt about that, and we're going to ride that. Apple going green. Finally, you want to see this behemoth get going because it has an influence both on the S&P and NQ. Obviously, a lot more on the NQ. 187.10 now back at high days, reclaiming that 187 level that it closed out at yesterday. You want to see the break and hold above this level, and then, you know, we had some aftermarket action yesterday into the $0.25 level, 187 and a quarter. Let's go to the hourly. We talked about this. Okay, so back on the 22nd, we had an hour candle here make a high at the $0.25, 187.24, and then we got to go back to the 16th when we made that high a day. That was 187.50. So we are real close to all-time highs on our friend Apple, as we are like 50 pennies or so removed from that level, and we're only a few dollars removed from the man to my left over here having to go bond again.
Chill, bro. Chill. You saw Bogdanov come in the morning today and take the stock right back below 185. We're going to see it again happening. Don't stress. Bogdanov's the homie. He's got my back. And we're going to see it right back below 190, not coming before the end of the year. Just watch. Right now, though, Meta's around 287. We are short right in front of 287, giving it the high day risk. If the high day takes out, we're done. And that's what happened with Apple over here. Apple took out the high day, so we got stopped out. We're done with that trade. One and done, hit and run. We're not going to be worried with that trade anymore. We're out of this one. Very clear strength to the upside right now on the NASDAQ basket, on the S&P 500 basket too. We can come back with our bearish sentiment, with our shorts later on when the market's actually going to the downside. Yes, my friend.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
I think Brendo, he's got something for us. He's at the big desk. Oh, no, we're scratching that. It got called off. So we're all good there. Yeah, Pradley, we are strong on these names. Sorry to interrupt you. I was just getting a call in my ear.
You're good.
Continue, my friend.
I need to probably figure out how to connect these things back to this thing so I can have it's the sweet voice of Randy and Rob also in my ear. But right now I am lacking that. So thank you for interrupting me, because if we do need to go to the desk, that is way more important than whatever I have to say. Market's going back down. Guess who's getting back short on Apple? It's Praddy Daddy, baby. Let's go short back into Apple. One more attempt, and then I said one and done, hit and run, but we'll do two and done, hit and run.
Let's see. Do these dips get bought up? If you want to defend 15-1, you want to see the buyers really step up at 15-1, overwhelm sellers, and the dips get bought up immediately, or at least get defended. Maybe not bought up immediately, but get defended. So we'll continue to watch. The first dip got defended. We move back up into that 125, coming back down now. Let's see if we got continuity. We are at critical levels on Apple because we are quite close to all-time highs. 187.70 all-time high on that name as it dances with yesterday's close at 187. So critical levels on Apple. What else we got here? We've got Google continuing to stair step up, albeit slowly and a bit under the radar here as it finds a nice double bottom off that 121, now locking on the door of 122.5. To go green, Google's got to break through 123 by a few shekels. So 50 pennies or so removed off that. Yeah, continue to watch as these names can make moves. There was a nice double bottom that I looked at Sean. I'm like, double bottom in NVIDIA? I even told you guys earlier. Now we're getting a bit of a rejection on NVIDIA. But, this was a nice setup here off that 421.5, kind of a random level, 421-ish area. And then, yeah, coming back into the 200 period here on my 5-minute chart. Blue is 200. Several touches off the 200 and a rejection. So the microchip name trading.
The shorts were free. Yeah. Damn.
What's up, Bradley?
I'm just sad about why I didn't flip short on the stock. If I was so bullish off this 11 area, I should have probably been ready to short that 11 area when clearly the game was done. And I even said the game is over on this play now to the upside. And the shorts were free on our platform. So I could have been short APLD on the way back through VWAP, on the way back through 11. Multiple reasons to take that fill. And look at this position now, marching back down to the lower days near $10 or so. Meta shorts was in the money for us quite a bit, but now it looks like it has popped back slightly, but still in the money. Oh, now AMD's coming back to the downside too. AMD is in the money. Only thing that we need now is Apple to push back down. Market's still teetering around the same range that we just created on the higher end over here, but no breakout to the upside, no breakout to the downside. So this could just be a personal move coming in for some of these positions. They're just moving around their levels, so that could just be it. It's not like a market created move, but a market move to the downside would be awesome for myself. And if you are long, please be careful because I am expecting short. But Sharif would say, if you're long, don't worry because he's expecting long.
No, Bradley, I wouldn't say that. I would say I'm long 1507 on the MNQ, but I want to observe how we trade at 15-1, whether or not the bulls outpower the bears at that level, whether we get that level hold. It was clearly a level of resistance earlier. Do we claim it now as a level of support? I think a lot of it has to do with how the big tech names act here. Google showing us some good stuff. Microsoft continuing to curl. Apple at that dreaded 187 level, not giving us resolution one way or another. Tesla also curling back near highs, and Meta's just a print factory today after being a dud
all week. Now up 3/4 of a point, 0.75 to the high side. Meta on no
Trying
news.
to take out the high day right now.
Yes, sir. As we continue to dance. Yeah, so look, so far, I got to tell you, the dips into and around 15.1 are getting bought up. That's my observation.
Getting stopped.
Yeah, so the dips right now, they're getting bought up. Whether that continues and whether we see higher highs throughout, maybe touching 15.150 or not, we'll see. But we obviously have a bit of a gap to the high side just based on yesterday's close, whether we have enough buying to kind of get us up there. But the dips looking like they're getting bought up for now. Meta really heading higher. And Google really going now. Google at day's highs. This one's been a silent killer. It's been sneakily moving up all day. Now at day's highs, just made that 122.72 high.
Wow.
Google.
Wow, yeah, monster moves over here on the tech basket. As you guys can see, we are now out of a couple of our shorts because we got stopped out. Meta marching right back to the north side, taking out the high a day. Now at 287.30s or so on META. You guys saw Sharif mentioned Google just a minute ago. Our chats, we got Randy messaging our private chats over here saying, check out NIO. So let's go to NIO. This is going to be your Chinese EV stock. If Meta gets back under 287 over here, I'm going to be so annoyed. One more attempt. Let's see if we can get back about 287 so I can short. Now Meta's going to go to the downside, eh? Were you trying to short Meta?
I was short 287.
He was short with me. And look at where this one goes now, bro. Did you get back in? No, okay, he didn't get back in either. But clearly, look, if Sean's thinking the same way as I'm thinking, then I am even more confident on this trade. Are you kidding me right now?
Wow, what a move down. Okay. I think everyone's earpiece probably just flew off proudly. Come on, man. You know that there's intraday volatility. It's all good. Need a stonk. Mara up 8%. It certainly is. Mara up 8.5%. Overall with Bitcoin 31.3.
I got stop hunted. So did Sean.
Okay.
I think that's what happened over here. That's why I'm so frustrated. But hey, get back in the trade. If you want it that badly, get back in. Where's the next level? Where's the next trade? Where's the next entry for that down move that you're looking for? It's most likely back above 287, or we could possibly look for this 286 break, 285 break, 285.50 break over here. That could be a possible break to the downside that could take us back to VWAP, but that needs to coincide with the market breaking to the downside. If the market's not really pushing the downside and Meta's, just doing it by itself, I'm going to be a little scared, maybe taking less size. But that looks like a clear rejection once again of that 287 top on META. We might not be able to see that level coming back into play. At least that's my expectations of this area right now. Let's see if that ends up being true. Meta looks like it is now ready to give up the ghost like our friend Coinbase did not too long ago. There's now size on Meta at 289, I think, or sorry, 287. I saw about 300 lots right before I flipped the chart over to a different stock. So if that size gets tested and we chew through that size, then clearly there's still buyers hanging out over here. But my guesstimate, my estimate would be, a rejection now back down. Even there we go, 389 lots. 389 lots would be 38900 times 287. That would be about $11.1 million sitting on the ask right now. That came out of nowhere on this position. So here we are, pushing back up. Come on, Meta. Get back above a little bit more. I'm going to throw orders out just to get filled somewhere around in these areas. If I get filled, awesome. If not, we're walking away.
Yeah, well, we're still in the same position. One position only. Going to save that mental capital and focus on this future position. We're seeing how we do at 15.1. We're not really able to break above that 15.125. It's been a bit of a top going back, about half an hour or so. But we're creating higher lows and defending 15.1. So just got to exercise patience and let it resolve one way or the other. We're at critical levels on Apple, not really able to stay above this 187 for now. We're dancing with it. Do we turn down here? This is an interesting area,
nice.
Right? So some weakness coming into the market at the
Come on, Bogdanov. Come on, Bogdanov.
Who's Bogdanov?
Bogdanov, baby. Call him,
the guy
Sean.
you told me about yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. What's the EMOM workout of the day, bro? Every minute on the minute. That's what EMOM means.
Every minute.
I thought
on the
Imam is
minute.
like the priest in a mosque.
Imam, no,
Imam.
that's imam,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah, no. That's not what it means. Back down on the NQ, does 15-1 get defended? All right, here we go. Curling right back down. Let's see if the buyers can step in again. They've stepped in the last few times. How many times does this trick work out? And do buyers hang around and overwhelm sellers, or are we going to have
It's a wrap.
a 15-1 move at this point? So let's keep our eye on it. I'll just try not to have a bias either way.
It's a wrap. Go to the skewers, cut that shawarma down, put some lettuce in it, some cucumbers, tomatoes, onions, a little bit of coleslaw too if you're down for that. Some tahini, garlic sauce along with it. Some what? Ew. Beets? Ew. Ew. No pickled nothing. Ew. And then some tahini, some hot sauce, and
What do
call
you
that
mean,
a
these
wrap.
guys? I'm not agreeing with any of
That's
this.
what the wrap is coming in right now. The market going back down slightly. NASDAQ and S&P 500 going down slightly. So might not be a wrap just yet, but we're waiting for that wrap coming in. Come on, let's be a nice juicy shawarma wrap. I want that shorts to play out. As you guys can see, we're in 3 trades right now. Meta popping back above 287, exactly what we want to see. So we're getting those fills right above 287. And now, come on, market, dive back to the south side. Dive. And where's that down arrow? That's what we want to see.
All right. Anything else to add other than the fact that you just want the market to crash?
What else do I want to see? I want to see, is there any sports events happening? I think there's a F1 Austria event happening this weekend, if I remember correctly. Next weekend? So I don't even know if there's any good UFC fights this weekend. So it's pretty boring this weekend. I might just farm New World like crazy. For if anyone who wants to farm New World with me on server Valhalla, let me know. I'm going to be on there. What else is going on with the chat? What are you guys looking? They don't read except super chats. Well, I just read that, Calvin.
That's
wrong.
not true. Tag me. Put
That's
an
true.
at,
If you do
right?
tag us,
Yeah.
we see like here. I'll show you exactly what it looks like.
I know it's hard on the phones.
If anyone
People
tags
complain
at
about
Trader
that, yeah.
Prad, I'll see like a little bit of a orange color highlight coming up over here. That'll show me that you guys are trying to get in touch with us. Usually there's a lot happening that's moving on our screens. As you guys can see, we're actually trading with real money, so it's hard for us to focus on multiple things at once. Looking at the tape, looking at the chart, looking at the chat, doing all of those things at once is a little hard. Here's Meta taking out the high of day right now. Once again, trying to trap me on these shorts, trying to burn me on these shorts. I'm not sure what I want to do now, but Meta, lots of buying coming in. I mean, look, 1,000 shares being punched onto a liquid gateway over here on a K gateway. I forget what gateway K is, but Edge X, so very liquid gateway, Edge X gateway, they're punching long on that, but we're still seeing, barriers kind of, look at that barrier being put right back in on Meta, volume coming once again to the downside on the Edge X gateways, and it's a little bit of a dark pool gateways over there too, and look, they're battling, the battle is on, the fight is happening, we are part of this battle a little bit, I believe Sean is also involved in this battle. Now the question is, who is victorious, the longs or the shorts? We will find out maybe in the next 15 to 20 minutes here as the market's waiting to see what it wants to do.
Yes, sir. Nick, 23. Sharif. SoFi put. I don't know. A lot of downgrades this week. First SoFi, kind of a product of its own success. But I have to tell you, I haven't looked to see whether the Supreme Court released the decision that's going to impact SoFi. That has to do with the legality of the student loan forgiveness program instituted by the Biden administration. If it's deemed illegal, then it's basically a lot of that money is going to be due back. And yeah, they're probably going to refi with a company like SoFi. So, it stands to benefit from that. If anybody knows whether that decision was released, it was supposed to be released today or Tuesday. So keeping an eye on that, and that will have a huge implication on this stock. You have to assume one way or another. Just by how it's trading today, I can kind of feel like the decision hasn't come out, to be quite honest with you. Just by how it's trading, I'd expect it to huadunk or huaboom.
Okay.
Yeah, one way or the other there.
So we'll continue to watch and see what happens there. But yeah, I'm not sure I would take a position on SoFi one way or the other until that matter resolved itself, because it is a big deal for this company and for that industry in general. So be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. What else? Nick Patel, Meta hit demand. Basically, what are you trying to say? It's going to go up? Is this a demand zone? That's what that means? Yeah, we'll see. Okay, 280, 287.42. We'll see how it resolves. Tesla back at 261. It's got a 262.02 high, but that was made in the opening range breakout. The local high is 261.75. We've been in a bit of a range here, it has to be said, on these futures. And we can't really break above this 15.125, despite the fact that these dips into 15.1 have been bought up. But we're not getting the continuity that we need through 15.125. Probably a lot of it has to do with this Apple 187 level, I'm assuming. So we shall see if this resolves, right? Reason I care about this so much, I'm long over here. I'm long at 107s. So we need this one to continue. 20 points in the money on the NQ isn't the look here. We're looking for more. Here we go, coming back into 125. Do we get resolution and continue through that level, or are we going to get another rejection at 15.125 like we've been getting, I want to say, the last half an hour? So let's go. But yeah, I mean, it's still 1 o'clock. We just got to 1 o'clock. Who knows how we trade now? Apple back over 187 again as it does its thing, but we're looking for the future to continue here, man. The dips into 15.1 have been bought up. You cannot convince me otherwise. They have been. Now we need continuity. Dang it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Meta is still trying to push up the north side. There goes S&P NASDAQ taking out the high of day. We are still moving up, baby. Meta's still moving, and the markets are still moving. No shorts just yet. If you are trying to look for the shorts, patience will be something that would be you'll be looking for. There goes, he says, bang, show us screen. We're making money over here, baby.
Money. 20 points.
20 points. Let's see it.
Right there, man.
Moving up. Let's go. Futures moving back up to the north side for our friend Sharif. Burning us over here, sadly. Burning us.
The Katina, man. Give me that shakedown, baby.
Burning us, but we are waiting for our positions to maybe pay us. Look, this range has been absolute battle on the market right now. Still AMD nosedive right back, and Meta nosedive right back too. What's going on? I mean, maybe nosediving is a wrong term over here. They just dropped like 10, 15 cents, but they are still playing around these areas, man. We need to see what happens on the market. I still don't think volume has yet to come on any direction. We need to see a big volume spike on the upside or a big volume spike to the downside for me to really shake me out of my trades or to start taking profits on my trades. I'm not seeing any indications that's going to make me book my losses yet or take my profits yet. So just patience for myself. But it looks like some of the longs over here for my friend Sharif. Woo! Let's go, baby. Hit him with that Ric Flair. Woo! Awesome trade over there, my friend. Lucid at all-time lows, really? Okay, that's a pretty interesting area for a stock to be. So let's go check out LCID. Where's my chart? LCID, let's go to all-time. All-time low is 546, and we're at 552 right now. So yeah, you're not wrong. We were pretty much at all-time lows today, but a nice little pop coming in, a 10, 20 cent pop or so. Not too exciting over here for Lucid right now for me to get into the trade. I think that's going to be a hands-off for me on this one. If you see any other trades for me that you want me to take a look at, feel free to put it in the chat. People in the chat saying Meta moving down. It is indeed. We're now in the money on Meta. So like I said, I didn't really see anything. It could move right back up from here. Like anything could happen. I'm not too excited about this move right down on Meta because the market for me needs to get below 15,100 to really start smashing emojis and getting overly excited. It's not happening right now. Not happening. We will save that excitement for later on, but our positions are moving in the profit direction, so that's obviously a good thing. Apple short gonna pay, says Steven. Thank you, my friend. Trader Pride, SRPT down 10%. I was looking at that stock. I was looking at that stock earlier. This stock had a positive catalyst yesterday about some FDA news or something. It halted on that news catalyst, ripped up to the north side, but then immediately sold off, and now continuing to sell off. So it looks like the stock, even with that positive catalyst, getting hurt and not as positive as we thought as it would be. Market too quiet. Yeah, I wouldn't deny with that. Market is looking a little quiet.
Yeah. Dan, shout out Dan. Dan's like, yo, you took profit where I got short, man. So we both, and Dan and I did this yesterday, man. I made money and Dan made money on the same move. Yeah, I've seen the same thing. Ranges are ranges, baby. It just depends on where you take them, top or bottom, how it works. No question, 15.1 been defended. No question, 15.125 is a level. There's no question. We've been rejecting off there a whole bunch of times. One of your, someone was tagging you in this proudly. I know that they can't actually tag you because you got banned or something. You banned yourself. And it's a funny story. You can tell it later. But yeah, they're like, Prad, Sharif's hating on the shorts. I'm like, no, not even, man. I'm not hating on the shorts. I love the shorts. I'm just not good at shorting like Pradley. Pradley knows how to time these, right?
No, I don't.
Well, I don't know how to time them. Like, I can't, right? To me, it's
I just
hard.
punch and pray, baby.
No, I don't know about the punch and pray business. But yeah, Pradley, we should be talking about our friend Amazon over here because our other friend Obi back there was in this trade. And now we are seeing consecutively higher lows, consecutively higher highs. I posited to him that this was the channel break. And there you go. You got a decided break of that. Coming back down and holding support at that 130 and change, yesterday's close. We are at highs. Oh, baby. Pardon me. Here comes Amazon to the table now, looking to go 0.5% to the good on the day, but the resistance looks like it's gonna encounter us right there. Just as I get excited, like, whoop, right? It comes right back down.
Meta scares me, and just as I get scared, Meta just goes whoop, just trade 20 cents to the downside. I'm like, oh, what am I scared for? Nothing. We're chilling. So a little bit of bamboozlement all across the table over here. Just be careful, ladies and gentlemen. If your money is being offered to you and you can scalp some of these profits in your direction, do it. Right now, though, the shorts are looking scary, and so do the longs. I mean, they both look scary, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
They both look scary.
I'm probably going to stay hands put on the day.
I muted on myself. I muted on my own thing. I was fixing my mic over here. That was my fault. But what did you say, Neil?
Palantir 14. It's a critical level. You want to pull that up quick?
Yeah,
Bradley?
Palantir 14. I fixed it. Yeah, fixed it. I was fixing my mic on my body, so I didn't want that noise to bleed into the mic. Ooh, Meta trying to take out higher and higher now. 287.60. We're 70 cents out of the money on this position. Should probably punch out. 10, 9, 8. 7, 6, 5. Yeah, we're gonna punch out of this one. Let's take that loss on Meta, but thankfully Apple and it wants to come back down though. Nah, we're holding this trade. We're holding this trade for a little bit longer, and then we'll see where it goes. But Meta clearly wants to keep on going higher, man. Are we gonna see 289 coming into play? If I remember correctly, 288, 289 area was the previous high on this position. META, wow, it is actually ripping to the upside right now. Monster move on META. Look at that move right there. That's the high. That's the monthly chart. That's not the chart I'm trying to open up right here. That's the move. So this high that we recently created not too long ago, if we were to put a line right there, what is that? That's around 287.85, is it? 287.85, and we're around that area right now. So 288, a little bit of a size on Meta at 288. If this one continues to keep pushing up from here, gonna just take that loss and walk away. But let's see if 288 has a fail break or a continuation behind it. Looks like it wants to show us some continuation. Can we get back below 288?
Well, man, look, I gotta tell you proudly, what I'm seeing here on the NQ is every single dip into 15110s and lower getting bought up aggressively.
We are.
I think that this market might be really headed to the north side. All these dips at 15.1 are getting bought. Like, look at this. I mean, you know, anything can happen, but this is what I'm talking about. This is when we break 15. Where is the 15.1 break? Right here.
Holy smokes, we're out.
We break 15.1 here, guys, okay? And then it gets away from us. We make a big topping tail candle. We were concerned about this topping tail candle being bamboozlement, right? We're like, oh, there's going to be a reversal. We come back into 15.1. Buy. Every single time, 15.1. 04, 05, 06 is on the table. We're getting bought up. We're moving up on this NQ. Who knows where we stop out at, Bradley? To go green, we got to break through 15,214. I don't know if we've got the legs to fill that kind of a gap. Who knows? We have another 3 hours left of trading. 15,214, yesterday's close on the NQ September contract. That's how we go green. I don't know about you, but like right now, I'm not putting anything past this market. Continues to show strength. Michel Hebert, I know that you sent a super chat earlier. I tried to go back and get it. I couldn't see it because it had lapsed. Can you please tag me and put me whatever you wrote in the super chat? I'm sorry, I've been trying to get to the super chats today. I've been trying to focus on trading and the super chats. I apologize for those who have put super chats in we haven't addressed. We try to do our best. Shout out to Michel Hebert, good friend of the shows, and I will get to your super chat if you can just tag me on that. So thank you for that. We're continuing to head higher here on the NQ. You're not seeing as vigorous of a move up on the ES, despite the fact that we are holding that 4,400 and the dips into 4,400 have been getting bought up, much in the same way that the dips into 15.1 have been getting bought up. But we're seeing consecutively higher highs printing on the NQs, whereas you're not seeing that on the ES. So NQ, relatively strong. I'm going to look at oil. Oil is a dud. Maybe has a bit of a downward effect on the ES today, but definitely the NQ, if you're bullish at that 15.1 level or this 4,400 level, then the NQ is probably your outlet. We're right back at highs again, 15,131. Michel Hebert, Sharif, good to see you back, Prad. Bought a big amount of Ethereum at $1,700 US after the 200 EMA bounce on the daily on June 15th. Look at daily chart, strong.
Which one?
Ethereum, 1,700, 200 EMA.
Cryptocurrencies can wait. The market's hot right now, man. The markets are moving up. We're trading some of these positions. We're taking losses all across the board right now, thanks to Meta. And that's why you can see me scrounging and making these little angry faces over here. I want to get back into Meta so badly.
I don't know why
my
you're still
palms are
going
itching. My knees weak, arms are heavy. But no vomit right now, man. We want to see some of these money that we just threw back on the market. We donated to the market makers. Here you go. Take the donation. Have fun with it. Hopefully you can buy yourself some lunch with it. But hey, we're still up on the day. We're not sad. We're still up on the day. But how can we make that money back? Let's look for the next best trade, the next best opportunity that the market can present us. S&P 500. Let's go pull up the ES// why am I hitting backslash? ES/U23, still in that same range. Yeah, NASDAQ took off that range a little bit. Meta really struggling around this 288 right now compared to 280. We've had that line previously.
I don't mean to laugh, bro. It's just you're
That's okay, man.
Yeah.
I don't care. It's just what's that shirt say that Adam had and also Greg has? Like, it's just money or something.
Oh, I never saw that.
It's just money, man. Who cares? We're still profit on the day. We can still, no risk, no worry. We can throw some more donations at the market makers to see if we can rob them a little bit. If we can rob them back for our profits, that'd be amazing. If not, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, another trade that we had our eye on is this Coinbase 61 level. Surprise, surprise, we're right back at high day, 61.26, essentially 61 and a quarter. If you were looking for a double top, one could possibly be a brew here. Let's see what it does, but I wouldn't short this. 6.5%, it's got a catalyst, yada, yada, yada. I wouldn't stand in front of this, but here we go again, 61 and a quarter, looking to break high a day, new high a day. As I'm speaking, new high days are being printed here on Coinbase. Strong, and that dip into 60, former area of support, resistance becomes support. Don't you love when the technical analysis books are right? Like, look at this. We break, and we knew 60 was going to be the level. We break through it. We come back. We essentially hold 60, getting down into the $quarter level, but you got to give this one some room. New high of day, 61.39. Oh, baby, on Coinbase, the future. Rocketing to the high side, those 15.1 levels. I wish I had more size on so I could have scalped and had more profit taking, but 15.150 incoming. Don't fight these longs.
What is going on? Yeah, the shorts are not the play. Stay away from the shorts. Don't even think about them. Close your shorts if you have on board. Get long if you haven't yet. What happened to my Intel get long play, huh? Whatever happened to that one? Oh my God. Come on, Brad. Why don't I just get long Intel and just like, you know, stop shorting Apple, stop shorting AMD, stop shorting
Every
Meta.
time you say stop shorting, I remember Seinfeld. Yes, you know, I stopped short. Everyone knows who that is. Okay, proudly Seinfeld fan. But Neil, he's giggling. He knows exactly. Shout out to the late, great. Wow. What's it? Jerry Stiller, right? It's Jerry Stiller. It's Ben Stiller's dad, Jerry Stiller. Yeah. I stopped short. It was a move. It was my move. I told everybody about it. Everybody knows. I stopped short. Anyway, yeah, rest in peace to the late great Jerry Stiller. Awesome character on Seinfeld. Man, both the parents' characters on
Market's
Seinfeld.
a short here.
Go proudly.
No, I'm just calling. That's it.
Yeah, the chat gets it, man. I love when the chat likes Seinfeld because I got a lot of Seinfeld references, but I have an equal amount of 2.5 Men references. What's that, Randy? Jerry Stiller, Live with Rush, recommended by yours truly, EV Randy. He was on yesterday for a segment
Randy?
of Randy's Rants, where him and Proudly talked a little bit of Faraday futures, correct?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Faraday, a little bit of Lucid, Mullen, a bunch of random stuff over there. He did promise us next Friday we're going to sit down and have a little conversation with them at the big desk. That's going to be fun for whoever's interested.
Yes.
Hey, look, as soon as I
On
said,
the closing show.
As soon as I said the market's a short here, the 5-minute candle is red. Prastradamus, baby. What did I say? After losing like 7 straight shorts on the stream, I call one out. Prastradamus, baby. That's how traders go, right? The traders on the Twitter sphere, at least, they have like 7 straight losers. They have one big winner. I'm the best, baby. I'm the GOAT. No one can ever beat me.
That's it.
But look, you guys can see how you know, I set up those trades. Sadly, they didn't work out. If they worked out, you would have seen me screaming and yelling way louder than I already am. Here's Intel right now, ladies and gentlemen, doing tons of volume. Volume actually spiking up to the north side as the market's trying to break out the highs. Well, NASDAQ did break out the highs. S&P 500 is still struggling. And Intel real near $33. I've lost on my shorts on Intel today, so most likely, you know, not going to be thinking about shorting Intel because I was already thinking about going long Intel. But right now, this 33 area, 32.99 area, having a little bit of a battle. We see buyers showing up and then sellers showing up, and they're both just fighting each other. I'd love to see who's victorious. Part of me wanted to go long SOXL just in case the market keeps on breaking out the way it's breaking out higher right now. SOXL possibly could be a good long to get into, but that's just contradicting my AMD short that I have on board. So that was just a weird idea that I have on in my mind. People saying MARA, go long ripping. Let's go check out MARA. I mean, yeah, it's back to $13, but we're not really seeing 13 break just yet. And if you're watching Coinbase, you know, it's pretty much the same trade over here being put into both sides. A sympathy trade. Coinbase had a new high a day, ladies and gentlemen. So that move to VWAP did not come into Coinbase. We looked like we were getting ready to, you know, really dump over here after getting below 60. But now a new high a day, 61.50 coming into play on Coinbase. Let's see where this one goes off to next.
Interesting. I like this little comment here. I'm trying to find it because I was responding to something else. It's from R. Ambalon. I believe he's, yeah, Sharif, our fantasy football theme last year was Seinfeld characters outside the Classic Four. I was Lloyd Braun. I got to say, that's a good choice there. Don't forget, there's 2 Lloyd Brauns. There's the first Lloyd Braun, and then there's the second Lloyd Braun. The one who looks a little bit more, you know, like he just came out of a facility. But, yeah, holy, Intel is flying to the high side here as I look at that. Yeah, anyway, Lloyd Braun would be a good one. Who else would I want? I'd have to actually think about that. Who's my favorite character outside of the big four? And I would also say excluding the parents. Like, it would have to be, like, you know, one of those ones that shows up. You know, Newman, he's there. Probably a lot of people pick Newman because he's a character. Who else is there that's interesting? Yeah, it should
Should be some good ones from some of the old episodes. There were some guys that were never repeated, like those two landlords that wouldn't give Elaine the apartment. They never came back. We never saw them again. So a lot of one and done characters on that hit. But NVIDIA, it's not one and done, baby. It's pumping to the high side again. That double bottom was absolute money on our friend NVIDIA. Shout out to Jensen Huang and his leather jacket. 427.50 incoming.
You love people's jackets, eh?
427.75 proudly, the high of day. But to go green, we got to get nearer that 430 level. We closed out yesterday at 430.25. Still a couple of bucks removed from that. But the rocket ship that is Meta, the rocket ship that is Apple at the moment, not giving the NQ
what is Apple
any
doing?
Opportunity to retrace. We're back at 15,150. Okay. I know I'm excited. Why not? It's Friday. Let's get a little excited.
It's Friday, Friday. Gotta get down on Friday.
Why are you shaking your head, Neil? Neil is displeased with something. Oh, yeah. You can't sing that song.
Because you don't get down on Friday like I do, man. Friday's lit, and we're getting lit up right now on this short,
Sharif
sadly.
is Crazy Joe Davola. Yes, Crazy Joe Davola. Let's hook it away. Oh, my good. Oh, well, you don't know anything about the show, so telling you Crazy Joe Davola is meaningless. But Crazy Joe Davola, he's a character. What a guy. What a guy,
personalities, very, very important. All right, let's see what's happening over here. Getting roasted on AMD, on Meta, on everything across the board over here. But the market on SPY is what's really got me looking at. The SPY is not really going too much higher, but NASDAQ only down 0.5% now after being down 1.3% on the day. Yeah, wow. I should have probably gone to LCBO too, man, and come back, because that would save me from shorting so many stocks. The stocks are burning me right now. Ooh, little soju. I like that. Really? First time drinking soju? I love it. No, soju's awesome.
This is what the man has got. Apple.
Oh, size on Meta right now, 400 lots. That's a short. Come on, 290. Well, that's a 290 though. Never mind. That's a long way out. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. 12% alcohol. Tough. I like that.
Yeah,
Stronger than most coolers. What is
There's
this
some
exactly,
game
Sean,
that you
called?
play with soju where you rip off the cap and you like flick each other's, flick the cap over there, and whoever rips off the lid of the cap or something takes a shot. I forget what the game actually is. But if anyone in the chat knows, they can point it out. These markets are on fire.
There we go. All right, man. 15,150. A distant memory. It's in the rear view now. We are 15,153. The market is headed to the high side, and I am now, after having been proud of myself for the last trade, am now disappointed. You can never be happy as a trader.
Yes.
You're always mad.
Yes.
Okay? Whether
Agreed.
you made money, you lose money. I seem to be upset at most times of the day, and this is why I just gave up another 20 points to the high side that I could have had off that 15.07 long. We just broke through 15,155. All sorts of strength on the NQ, now only down 0.44%. It was well off the ES today, and now they are almost at parity. The ES 0.43, the NQ 0.45 to the south side. But yeah, 15,150 presenting itself as a possible resistance opportunity here, or resistance level, excuse me, level here as we do encounter some selling. But Apple would have you think differently. Yes, it is knocking on the door of highs again. Surprise, surprise, 5 pennies removed off that 187.40 level. Do we see 187.50? We know that 187.70 is the all-time high, having made that level, I believe, on the 16th. And I know the chat will support me on this one. How many of you guys want to see the man to my left over here become platinum Pratt again? Yes, that will happen if we get a 190 touch. Give him a call. What is he doing?
Drop it. We are getting a little bit of a sell-off coming in on Meta over here. We're about, once again, 50 cents in the money. Previously, we were 50 cents in the money. We didn't take it, so now it's got me shaking in my boots, wondering if I should take profits or not. We did get a little bit of a rejection off 289, and 290 has about 400 lots on the ask. So that's the sellers sitting there on 290. AMD also popping up to the high days. So obviously, I'm risking the high day over here, trying to see if we can get a swing back to the south side with the market maybe coming back down. But if the market doesn't, we might have to just take another loss and just be hands off on it, because we want to protect our green day. We don't want to throw away a nice green day away by taking these shots over here that we're taking and then losing. Now, let's go away from our positions. Let's see what the chat's looking at, what's actually moving around. You guys heard Palantir 14 coming out not too long ago from Neil, 14 breaking. We went up as high as 14, not 17. I don't see, it's 1406 or so. But now right back under 14 goes Palantir. Neil, were you looking for a 14 break long or a 14 back through short? He said he was short. He got stopped out, but he thinks it's a short, and I would agree. I think that 14 back through short, a pretty good level on Palantir that we've seen in the past coming back into play. We're now still down on the day, sadly, on Palantir, down 0.71%. I just looked up in the chat, and someone said, Pink Prad, if you want my hair to go pink, you got to pay for it completely out of your pocket, because I'm not paying for that at all. $0 am I paying for it, my hair to go pink. Not happening. But we are getting a little bit of a pink move, I guess, on the Meta platform shorts over here. So that's a good move to the downside. Let's see the shorts coming even more south, all the way back down to our previous short areas. That way, we make our money back that we donated back to the market, hopefully. That's the idea over there. But this is obviously a little bit of a revenge trade. The markets are on a clear uptrend, ladies and gentlemen. So be careful if you are shorts. The longs might be the play, as we did clearly take out this top over here. And then we took out this top over here on the intraday level. So intraday level is getting absolutely slapped to the higher side on the markets. Be careful. How much does it cost to get your hair pink? Probably $300. I don't know, I'm guessing. Going blonde costed me $300, so I'm guessing going pink would cost the same. I'd guess so. NVIDIA nonstop, baby. I love it. People saying in the chat, let's go to NVIDIA. Where am I typing? Wrong part of my screen. Let's go back over here. NVIDIA going absolutely nonstop, crazy, bonkers move to the upside. Yeah, 428 now coming into play. Are you kidding me? I was prepared to short 420 today on the stock, expecting a move to the downside, but now 428 coming into the play to the north side as the market is also nonstop along with it. Meta platform shorts now 58 cents in the money. Are you short? Sean is also short again with me on Meta over here, and we are both in the money. I hear him clicking keys, so he's taking profits, so maybe I should start doing something similar.
Intel, what a move here. Looking for a reason, not seeing any. Yeah, last headline I got for this was just telling me that chips are retracing off, their lows. Okay, thanks for that. I can observe that on my own. No, you know what I mean? I can see that with NVIDIA and AMD both making moves, pardon me, to the high side. AMD is quite close to going green. 1071, we go green on the day. We got a high a day at 1046. So they're stepping up at 15,150, acting as a resistance level for the moment. On the NQ, again,
Intel is
to
up
go
1% now.
Pardon me?
Intel is now up 1%.
Yes,
sorry.
it's the lone. It is the lone green name. There you go. The Katina man spinning the money. It is the lone green name in microchip world. Microcap, that was cute. Everything else red. Intel up 1.1%. Good day for the new self-declared foundry. The foundry of foundries, proudly. They want to be. Looking to overtake TSMC as their stated goal and confirmed by the investor update that they had a couple of days ago. And they're building plants o'plenty, foundries o'plenty, 2 in Germany, 1 in Poland, 2 in the United States. I think 2 in the United States, maybe 3, 2. But yeah, that's a whole lot of money. You'll recall that they sold a little bit off of Mobileye in order to fund some of that. Even prior to that, they cut the dividend. So they've been looking to kind of reposition themselves, and they've been taking the actions for it. So keep an eye on our friend Intel. All right, Zion Lala. Is Sean holding his long on Amazon? That's out to Zion. T-Money, short Zoom. Sharif, let's look at Zoom. I think Aunt Kathy would be very disappointed, but, you know, we'll have to look anyway.
Is she buying Robinhood or something?
Is she?
Yeah.
I think so, probably. But she's also buying Zoom, no? She's made it clear that she thinks it's its own thing. What the hell is the ticker for Zoom again?
ZM.
ZM, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to say hell there, but I got excited. All right, what's the look on Zoom? Okay, so intraday, you know, not much of a notional move. 65.76 low, 67.32 currently with a close of 67.45. So down 0.19, not my type of stock, and definitely in the volume not there. What's the 4-hour chart say? Let's see for swing related. Wow, talk about consolidation, man.
Consolidation.
Okay, well.
Me? Nah, bro. We
Brad,
holding.
Sean asking proudly.
I'm learning
if he's bidding
from
out
the
on
King
Meta.
Maximus himself. Just hold it. Either I get stopped out for the 7th time of the day over here, or this goes right back to VWAP.
Where is the mad one?
No clue. Let's
Is
call
he golfing?
him. Let's call him.
All right, let's go to the daily quickly here on Zoom. Yeah. Look, the trend speaks for itself. A series of lower highs. You get that bottom back in May, that $60-ish bottom. But yeah, man, look, I ain't going along this name. But hey, Aunt Kathy knows something. Good for her. She'd be buying. She'd be buying.
I should probably get some out of here, eh?
Go.
I should probably get some out here. Like, I don't want to get some out, but I should probably get some out. The market wants to go back up. It's so annoying watching the market go back up.
Why don't you just go with the trend, Bradley?
No, that never happens. I'm the trendsetter, not the market. And right now, we're failing at that very badly. The market wants to take the trend away from me. It wants to go to the upside. And if that's the case, let's just cover some profits. You know what? Screw it. Take some profits. No one went broke taking profits, and then we can add it back again north side if we see the weakness showing back up. S&P 500 now wants to go higher. NASDAQ wants to go higher too. Fine. Do you, market. Go ahead. Go up. We'll short you when you go even a little bit higher. Maybe at yesterday's ranges of, 15,200, 300 or something. But if that happens, the market turns green. I can't see the market turning green today. Just no shot. Not happening. So let's see if these shorts that we just covered some on Meta platforms end up going back to the south side. Why, market? Why? Why can't you just give me a good free fall Friday once? It's been so long. Coin will drop, saying people in the chat, Servando Maya saying coin will drop. I mean, look, Coinbase was ridiculously strong. We got a beautiful short on it earlier. It gave you another opportunity to short Coinbase, but I wasn't part of it. I think that was the short opportunity on Coinbase. If you missed out on the move, we're now watching it, rip up to the north side. 61's actually holding on the bids over here. I think even if Coinbase does flushes, I think 60 area holds, 59.50 to 60 area ends up holding, and it might just pop back up to the upside. So I'm not looking to short Meta right now because the risk to reward is not just there for me, and hands off. The risk to reward on trades like Meta, AMD is there, so that's why I'm trying to, for lack of a better word, gamble on those. But yeah, just patience. Patience on these levels would probably be way better than doing what I'm doing at the moment. 289 on Meta looks way better, honestly. Sorry, 290 on Meta looks way better because there's actual size on that level. If we see 290 breaking and a continuation of 290, just stay away from it. But if 290 holds, if 290 gives you a fail back through of 290, then that's a short right there. That's a beautiful short area to get into. AMD is strong though. Why short it? I mean, it's down 0.3% on the day. Would you really call that strong? If you look at it on the daily chart, it's been absolutely getting beat down to the south side. AMD was my number 2 stock of the day, still is my number 2 stock of the day. We shorted these same areas earlier, rode it to the south side. It gave you a chance to short that area one more time. You could have rode it to the south side. Right now, the reason why AMD is at least it's my opinion, I could be wrong, why AMD is hanging out at these areas again is because the market is hanging out in these higher end of the ranges after NASDAQ held 15,000. S&P 500, I don't believe held any real significant important level, at least not that I have one on my charts, but they are moving to the upside in tandem. So that makes sense why AMD is ripping up with it. But if you look at the overall long-term chart on AMD, the 1-year chart, the daily chart, it don't look that good to me for the longs.
Okay. In 3 minutes, Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland President Loretta Mester will be giving closing remarks before the Policy Summit 2023 entitled Communities Thriving in a Changing Environment. And the conference is hosted by her home branch, the Cleveland Fed. So in about
Cleveland
6
Cavaliers?
minutes, we could get some more market volatility. She spoke today already. I don't know if she's going to add anything new that the market hasn't already discounted. We'll wait to hear, but we are obviously getting in a more liquid time of day. We're about half an hour from the end of the close of the show, and 2 to 4, definitely the more liquid time of day. But like I gotta say today, we had good movement and continuation in general on these markets throughout the lesser liquid time of day, which that was a long-winded way of saying that, but we got good action on the midday show is really what I'm trying to tell you. We got that good move up, 15,100 held. We claimed 15,100, it ended up holding. Now we're doing the dance with 15,150. We'll see how it resolves. The ES has been a bit of a dud. Sadly, that 4,400 level didn't act in the same way as 15.1 did for the NQ. Gave you support there. You were able to scalp a few points, but nothing really. Definitely an inside day on the ES today. Very, very tight range, given its recent price action, especially the volatility it's been putting in. Our amble on. Is Obi still long? Amazon looks like it's stuck in this range, ready to flush. I'm not sure if the Obi-Wan Kenobi is still long. He's back there. His desk's a little bit back there, so can't really yell and get his attention. What else is moving here? Looking at my scanner, trying to see if anything is moving worth speaking about. Everything that I'm coming up on has reduced amounts of volume or meager price action. Pradley, what do you got planned for the weekend, my guy?
Probably just video games, man. My life's pretty boring. I don't do anything exciting.
You're not going to be outside a little bit?
No, it's going to be raining.
Well, only for half the day tomorrow. Sunday is not raining.
Yuck.
Half the day.
Yuck.
You don't like outside, huh?
No, it's going to rain. There's no point in going outside. Maybe I'll walk
my
my
dog.
dog.
Do you like fishing?
No.
Obi loves
Nope.
fishing. You wouldn't like fishing,
No.
huh?
I'll go with like Randy just for fun or whatever, but I wouldn't want to catch
On
fish
your own.
and unhook it and do all
That's
that.
not your
I don't
jam.
want to do that. No.
You don't like gutting
I'll eat
a
it,
fish.
but I don't want to.
I'll
I
eat
don't
it,
wanna
but
gut
I
it.
don't wanna-
Yeah, I don't want to gut a fish, bro. No shot.
You're such a millennial. It's
No
so funny.
shot. I'm not touching that, bro. Not happening. You know why? Because when I was a kid,
Yeah.
like I went to this, in India we have like butcher shops. You see like a chicken
Sure.
actually being killed in front of you.
Yeah.
Or a
Egypt's
fish
the
being
same
killed
way.
in front of you.
Yeah.
So when I was too young for this, man, and I'm still scarred from it. This guy just took this fish out of a tank, chops the head right off. Sorry for this description. Viewer discretion is advised. So chop the head right off of it. There's blood gushing everywhere. I'm like a
Paint
little
that
baby
picture.
over here, just freaking out. And the next time that I ate fish at home. It's called life
Sean
indeed. It's called
coming
life
in with
indeed.
the hot and heavy.
I'm at home the next time my parents make fish. I'm freaking out because I'm seeing those images in my head. I'm like, I can't do it. I can't eat fish. And because of that, I couldn't eat fish for like 20 some odd years.
Wow.
Just recently, I started eating fish again. And the only way I'll eat it is like if it's like a sushi format.
Okay.
So like I don't really like to eat fish. Like that's why I get the non-fish lunches that we
Yeah.
get over here.
Yeah,
But if it's in sushi format, I'll eat fish. I'm okay with that.
Hey, I respect that, man.
Yeah.
To me, I'm from a coastal city. So are my parents. We're from the Mediterranean, where fish is plenty, and we love it.
Yeah.
So we go deep, neck deep, into the
Balls
seafood
deep.
game. Not to keep it PG, but yeah. We go neck deep in that game. But I completely respect that, man.
Emotional damage, exactly. That's always exactly what happened to me when I was young, man. But right now, the shorts are coming back into play. The money is rolling back to what I have in plans for weekend, man. Honestly, yeah, mostly just gonna walk my dog, probably garden a little bit, plan something that I need to do for my weekend streams, because I want to still want to figure out what I want to do there. I still want to plan how to refine our 4 o'clock streams, because I feel like there's a little bit of refinement there in there.
Isn't that
so
normal?
we'll work on that. It is normal.
Yeah.
Where it's a brand new show. We're working on it every single day. So brand new ideas coming in every single day. Brand new plans maybe, so we'll see what's going on over there. So make sure you come stick around for the 4 o'clock. I appreciate every single one of you who did. Circling back to my trades over here, AMD now flat on the trade, and Meta 45 cents in the money, 50 cents in the money, trying to go back down. Markets are looking like they want to pump back down, at least the NASDAQ market, after hitting 15,150 or so. So let's see if the NASDAQ can flush. Right now, SPYs look like they don't want to flush, though. SPY looks like they want to keep rising up to the north side. People in the chat saying, I didn't like fish as a kid just because of the smell, but love it now.
I am worried. I reported to you guys that Arsenal were in the race for Declan Rice, the attacking midfielder from West Ham, one of the noted players available this summer transfer window. Now I'm sad to report that Manchester City have officially thrown their hat into that ring, and they are looking to outbid Arsenal. I would not be surprised if they made this acquisition, seeing as they allowed Gundogan to sign at Barcelona, and they're going to need to replace him in that position. And who better than the already Premier League proven Declan Rice? And who better than to thwart than your closest competitor in the Arsenal, the North London rival that they have as a result of this year? So, yeah, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because Man City is a name, and people really want to play for Pep Guardiola because he is he's a name, man. Our Ambulon saying what Man City wants, they get. So City doing damage in the Prem as we expected them to do, but what's doing damage at the moment is this curl back.
Yeah,
into
there's
150, Bradley. This new local high on the ES that we just printed through 4407s. This market looking to continue to go long.
Where is Free Fall Friday, bro? When Free Fall Friday, Bogdanov? Where you at, bro? When is Free Fall Friday coming in? Someone in the chat said 2021 Fridays were different, and yeah, man, I missed those 2021 Fridays. Those Free Fall Fridays were beautiful. But this market, S&P 500, just now breaking out of that range a little bit more, trying to continue going higher. They don't want to stop. The bull rally is not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. AMD trying to take more of my profits away. Stop, AMD. Stop. Just get out of it if you're upset that much, Brad. No, we're going to hold on to it because NASDAQ just showed me something that I want to see, a lower high coming into play. So we're going to hold on to this AMD short a little bit longer until we get completely squozed. We said we have a little bit more risk on the day to gamble on, so we'll just keep doing that. Look at my words that I'm using, gamble. So if you're following my trades, make sure that your mindset is in the right spot because mine might not be. I'm just joking about that. I have ideas, I have plans, and I have risk to throw on the table over here. So I'm just gonna throw some risk around, but I'm not gonna throw too much risk around. Please be trading your own book at all times. Don't be trading anyone else's book. If your setup is to take the same short at these levels, then let's ride it, baby. Let's ride together. Let's ride. What's that from? I don't know if you know this one, but what's that? Yeah, Russell Wilson. That's right.
I love how they can get Neil. Look, move your head, Bradley. Neil's putting. No, go back to that shot.
You can put the green screen camera.
There you go. Yeah. Can you put the other camera there? On. Put the golf Neil camera. Putting? Do you guys have that camera over there? No,
oh, they're
looking
down?
for it.
No way.
No.
They took out the golf cameras. I think it's because they want to put the cameras in different spots. I understand, more cameras for other stuff over here being planned. Brad is AMD's daddy. I don't know if I can say that, but today AMD was pretty good to me.
The Katina man is short AMD. Dan Emmons also saying ES and NQ are currently trading their European opening ranges from 2 a.m. Central to now.
Thanks for that, Dan. And we are clearly getting rejections off.
What are you short?
He's short AMD.
No, like 50s?
Short AMD, Meta, Micron.
Oh, come on, man. Why you have better price than me always? Always trying to outdo me, eh?
Well, he says. Yeah, rejecting off 15,150 for now, 44.07, the equivalent rejection level on the ES. As, yeah, we do find a little bit of resistance, but it's been a good move, man. That 1,500 level is where we essentially bounced off, and it's been up and to the right since that time, since going down to wicking to 15,007. Oh,
yeah,
baby.
die market. Oh, let's go. Look at Amazon over here rolling right back to the downside. Let's
the
go.
Bears are excited again, as you can hear it around me. I am completely out of this trade. The Katina man is yelling Free Fall Fridays. You see Bradley there with a smile ear to ear. Is this it, guys? Are we moving down from here? What's going on?
It's a little bit of a drop. It's like a 2-point drop. We're screaming for no reason. We're just making some entertainment for the viewers over here. But hey, hopefully you are entertained. But let's make some money at the same time, right? Let's make some money over here. I'm not ready to take profits on Meta platforms yet. AMD's still out of the money for me. Amazon had a monster nosedive over there, and that's what got me excited, honestly. Amazon 130.80 level, not able to get above it. I was debating to get back into the same levels that I was short on Amazon. We could have got back in short and rode that profits to the downside, but nope, did not happen to pay up, did not put the risk on the table, so missed that opportunity. Someone in the chat saying Tesla's still pumping, monstrous. Wow, Tesla, what are you doing over here? So, back to VWAP. Let's get short. Yeah, I'm just looking. Oh, AMD?
109.50 next stop.
109.50, let's stop, he's saying. So, yeah. All aboard, choo-choo. Let's send that ship to the downside. AMD breaking 110 would be amazing.
Oh, baby.
Maybe we add on the 110 break, honestly, and then ride it to 109.50 as Sean was talking about. Let's just throw that order out there. 109.9, 109.99. Let's take 3,000 million, trillion, quadrillion shares. And ride it. I'm not actually doing that. That's a joke number if you guys haven't realized that already. But let's ride it to the south side. What's up?
That's a joke.
That's a joke number? 1 million, trillion, quadrillion. Have you seen the South African president say numbers out loud? That one's a hilarious meme clip. That was a good clip.
No, what happened?
He just, like, the way he says numbers are, like, wrong. So, like, it's a big number. It's like a 3 million something. But he goes, so listen carefully. 1 billion, quadrillion, million, trillion. It's like he just screws it all up. It was amazing.
Oh, the poor guy.
That's what I was trying to do over here. Yeah, I'm not trying to make fun of him, but just like, it's a joke.
Yeah. All right, keeping my eye on the future as we reject that 15,150. Now back into 15,125, the area that we had trouble breaking through. You'll recall 15,125 was an issue for our long on the future for about half an hour or so. Does former area of resistance become support? We just got a quick bounce off 15,125, but I would posit to you guys that this is a micro level. The area you're looking for a real defend on is that 15,100 level. Every dip in and around that 15,100 level after the breakout was bought up, and that's why we got into it on that 15,107 long on the future. Coming back down into 15,131 now, about 20 points off the high, 20 points plus off the high. Not seeing much of a move on the ES. The NQ that you want to trade today, I would suggest to you if you're looking for intraday volatility. Pardon me. Apple at an interesting level. It took 187. It didn't quite make it up to that 187.70 all-time high wick that we talked about. That was made on June 16th, 187.47, the high of day today. We're at $0.25 now, 187.26. Do we hold 187 if we come back down into it? Does this level act as a level of support? So we'll have to be watching closely how Apple trades if and when it makes its way down into 187 as we continue to curl down on both futures, looking for how we trade at 15.1 if that arrives. Let's look at Crypto's also been a name today. Bitcoin, big boy, above 31,000 right now. It is at 31,200 on the dot, actually. 31,433.50, the high a day. That was the wick made at around 11:53 this morning. But yeah, higher lows all throughout today for Bitcoin. Good day for Bitcoin.
Meta, baby, let's go. Give me my money back.
What's happening?
Meta's dropping to the downside. $1 in the money on Meta right now. Meta breaking 288 to the downside. 287.85 right now. Let's go, money. We are ringing the cash register, baby. And someone said, are you seriously shorting Tesla right now? You are right. We are short Tesla, and we are cashing out on that one too. We are watching this one go about 36 cents in the money. The only thing not in the money for me right now happens to be AMD, the stock that I've been actually the most profitable on today. Well, second most profitable to be exact. Come on, AMD, what do you want to do over here? Break that 110, go back to 109s, give me some money around 109s. Come on, market needs to really flush over here for us to start taking some profits around any of these areas. But looks like a good move down on META, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you that chart. META now a whole $1 in the money, still flushing, back under 288. Markets look like they might get ready to go back down, but we're not seeing a real big drop on the volume side on the market over here. Sorry, increase on the volume side of the market to the downside for the overall tickers. So we're not really seeing that drop. Once we do see it, we're going to get a lot more excited.
Yes, I had something to say, but I've forgotten. It was important, and it was, anyway, it'll come back to me. But where are we at? Oh, where are we at here? Quickly having a cursory view to see what we are moving on. Yeah, I didn't mention ETH above 1,900 as well. That should be noted. So even though we've taken 31,000 now, ETH above that important $1,900 level, it got to a high of 1934 on the day. Some of the other crypto names that are benefiting from today's move.
Oh, baby.
Mara, 9%, the mining name, up nicely on 60 million shares. It's a very heavily traded name. On days that Bitcoin is positive and negative. You'll notice, though, if we look at the daily chart on this one, despite the fact that you have days where it's 10, 15% to the good or to the sell side, you're still in a range. The fact of the matter is you're still in a tight range on this. Breaking out, though, to be fair, out of this $11, I didn't even notice this. This is interesting. And breaking above this area here. So we are interesting little move here on Mara. A little bit of an upward channel of sorts to be had on this one. We were so locked in this range for a while. And there you go. You get the big break there on the Bitcoin move a couple of days ago. So keep my eye on this one. Possible swing trade candidate, but a lot of volatility. The Katina man to my right is excited. So that usually means Meta, our friend Meta, is headed south. Oh, it is. Meta in the news in Canada for the wrong reason. Meta in the news in this country, letting us know, yes, it is in the news, Sean. And the news is that they will be stopping all news feeds to Canadians through their platforms, whether
no one uses their platform anyways.
Yes, whether on Facebook or Instagram.
Okay, let me ask real quick, Sean. What do you use for news?
Pigeons.
Yeah.
What do you use for news?
What do I use?
Yeah.
I just go directly to the source. But what you're missing there, Pradley, is the shareability of a lot of these. They get a lot of shares.
Okay, let me ask again, Sean. What's the last time you shared something on Facebook?
Okay. We're not gonna argue facts.
That's more than Facebook.
Yeah.
Facts are there is a certain amount of reshare news articles that happens in Canada. They profit off those because those generate ads. Those are going to be gone. So it's going to be good and bad for them. One, they're not going to generate ad money from that. The bad side is the Canadian user who doesn't get the news. This happened because the Canadian government passed a law saying that essentially, I'm really dumbing it down, but essentially, if it's shared on the Facebook platform, then the author has to be paid in some way, shape, or form. Meta refused to do that. A number of jurisdictions have been doing that. I don't know if it's Australia or Europe. They've been looking to help the source, the journalist, the media outlet, whatever, monetize off Meta sharing their content. Essentially, that's what it is. And Meta has said no. And in jurisdictions that are going to pass laws where that has to be monetized, they will simply just stop sharing the content there. And that's what they've done. Google involved in this as well. So it's Meta and Google. Google News, essentially, the source there. So that, yeah. So do you use Google News? Because they're subject to that one as well. I use Google News. When I can't find a headline, I go to Google and I kind of use the filtering system that they have their news, try to look up times for articles. So anyway, yeah, that's the thing. SOS, CL, Sharif, news media lobbied for that law. Of course they did. They want to get a cut. Of course, no question about it. Now it's just going to be who blinks first. Meta said that before the law is enacted, it hasn't received royal assent in Canada yet. But before it does, they will have stopped that service. So it's a bad look.
Yes, sir. So that is the catalyst for Meta in Canada.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's
for
called
our
royal
catalyst in Canada. AMD popping up a little bit.
promise
Markets popped up a little bit. Ooh, it's only 6 minutes left for the end of this show. I'm sure a lot of you are excited to get Neil, Sean, and Brendan back at 2 o'clock until 4 o'clock. So stay tuned for the big kahunas to be back. There's going to be a lot of excitement. Markets are obviously moving around. We could see a bigger move to the north side coming in, maybe a little bit of a move to the south side coming in. As you guys can see, I am fully out of my Meta shorts. I took my profits. I'm out. I'm done with that trade. Meta's still my worst trade on the day today so far because of how I tried to keep shorting it around this 287 area. I got burned, and I still decided to play with fire later on, and thankfully that ended up paying out, but no longer am I willing to do that on Meta. Markets are trying to go back up. We're still sitting pretty in that Tesla short, only 30 cents in the money, not too pretty, I guess, but we're sitting in that short at the moment. And AMD, 30 cents out of the money on that one, as it keeps on pushing back up to 110.50 area. Though that's the area that I'm going to look for as possible stop on AMD. DJK saying almost time for a flush. That could be true. We'll be looking out for that possible flush. I mean, the markets, S&P 500 and QQQ, have both turned around a little bit from these recent highs we just created around this 15,150 area. We're now trading at 15,130-ish or so on the NQ basket. Let's go check out the S&P 500 basket ES/U23CM. Currently around 4,404 or the high is like, I guess, 409, 408. Currently coming into play, but the markets could just be selling off here back to the downside. I mean, look, we did have a red day on the market today. I can't expect the market to turn green without any real catalyst out there. Bitcoin did go above 31,300, but we're right back under 31,300 right now. And that's the level that I've been looking out for a long time. And now that we have achieved it, we could look for possible shorts on other stocks related to Coinbase, or sorry, related to cryptocurrencies like Coinbase, Mara, and so on. Okay. Coinbase right now at the new high a day again, $62 coming into play on Coinbase. Wowza. Wow.
Yeah, strong time for crypto. I mean, now we're going on the weekend. You know that crypto trades 24 hours a day. No stopping that. But I got to tell you, I'm on IBKR. You guys know that's my brokerage. I can't, in Canada, you can't trade Bitcoin on IBKR. You can in the States because they use Paxos, and Paxos is not authorized in Canada. But the point is, I get the data. Now, on the weekend, the data shuts off on my platform, so I actually have to use something like TradingView or something different that has live Bitcoin quotes. Oh, baby, Coinbase is a rocket, 7.5% to the high side, 62 incoming question mark. I mean, this has been very strong.
AMD just took off.
Pardon me?
AMD just launched to the north side.
AMD is launching. It is just about to go green. 110.70, the break of that, it goes green on the day. It's been a nice V-shaped recovery off that 107.5 bottom that was made right around 11:30. The Katina man was short this one, big, and
Were you short this
I
one
was
too?
too. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
stopped out. It
Bradley
just
was short
launched
this
to the
one,
north
too.
side. It's taking off, running up to that 111 area now almost. Monster move coming in. Big buying rally coming in on AMD. Markets are not really moving too much, and our Tesla short still 40 cents in the money on that one. But we did take a little bit of a hit on AMD over here. Not sure if I want to get back into this one anytime soon. We could just see 111 coming into play right now, and I wonder if there's some sort of a news catalyst over here, maybe allowing it for that breakout. We've been weak for yesterday. We've been weak the day before that too, I believe, and we were weak today to open off the day with. So what is actually allowing the stock to, bring in the volume to the upside? Did I just see 1,000 shares being punched in? Oh, it's a dark pool gateway though, so I don't really trust that too much. But look at the green side on the tape. This tape is just screaming green at the moment, and upside we go on AMD, ladies and gentlemen. Tesla short still 57 cents, 60 cents in the money, still pulling down 70 cents in the money now on Tesla. We're going down, but not on AMD. Let's go check out what Apple is doing. AAPL. I'm guessing Apple is hanging around, yeah, the same 187.30 prices because the market's not really doing too much. But what is going on with AMD? That's the question.
Kai Havertz is confirmed he will now be wearing number 29 at Arsenal. So number 29. Now, I know soccer's a little like football where the number that you wear typically matters. I know football now, there's a whole thing where, receivers are wearing in the teens and stuff, but it wasn't always that way. It was very much like, you knew who the player was based on their number, much the same way in football. 29, not really a number that I know too much about. It's not a striker's number anyway. Pradley, 30 seconds left on the show.
I don't know that. Okay.
It's been a great one. It's been a great week. I won't be here Monday. I have an orthodontist appointment. Yes, I may be getting braces or Invisalign. We shall see. It depends on what my cousin's wife, who is the orthodontist, will recommend.
Is that even legal?
Of course it's
She's
legal.
doing it?
Of course it's legal.
Aren't
My
family
cousin's
members
wife?
not allowed to operate on each other's? No?
Bradley. It is all good. Guys, it is 2 o'clock. We shall see. Well, I won't be here, but Bradley will be here. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon as we head towards the weekend here. We're still in negative territory, but the march higher does continue at this point this afternoon. We're heading in the right direction now, just 0.44 away from positive territory once again for the S&P. About the same there for the Dow, 0.4 negative territory, 0.5% for the NASDAQ. We've been